Imagine inheriting an entire kingdom as an 11-year-old kid, only for your snake of an uncle to plot your downfall from day one. In ancient Joseon, young King Danjong lost his parents super early and was forced to sit on the throne completely unprotected while dark forces circled him. Prince Suyang wasn't about to let his little nephew enjoy the royal life, so he quietly built a massive army in the shadows until he finally launched a coup and dragged the poor kid off into exile. Talk about the absolute worst Uncle of the Year award. Gulp? And as if banishing him to the middle of nowhere wasn't cruel enough, the uncle literally sent a bowl of lethal poison to finish the job, ending the young king's tragic life at just 17 years old. Flash forward to modern day, where our heroine Gwon Yoon-seo, a child psychologist with a massive heart, is sitting down with one of her little patients who just finished reading Danjong's tragic biography. Honestly, props to the webtoon for casually dropping historical trauma right in the middle of a toddler's therapy session. The little kid is practically crying his eyes out, sniffling about how lonely and miserable poor Danjong must have felt living in that cold palace without anyone to comfort him. Yoon-seo softly pats his head, agreeing that living all alone in such a cutthroat royal court was a total nightmare. The little guy looks up with hopeful eyes and asks if things would have turned out differently if Danjong's parents had stayed alive to protect him. Sitting behind her expert counselor nameplate, Yoon-seo takes a deep breath and admits that, yeah, a parent's love could have changed everything. Right on cue, the kid's dad steps into the office, apologizing to Yoon-seo for letting his son beg for extra story time after their session ended. But Yoon-seo just smiles warmly, reassuring him that she enjoyed every second of it. The parent can't stop gushing about how picture books help cognitive development and emotional growth, thanking Yoon-seo endlessly for transforming his son's mood. Man, if only every therapist got this kind of 5-star review, healthcare would be thriving. Tap, tap. As the happy duo heads out the door, Yoon-seo gives them one last energetic wave, wrapping up another fulfilling day at her clinic. Whoosh! But as soon as the door closes, her eyes wander over to the ancient history book sitting on her desk, catching a strange glint off its cover. Staring at the editor's name, her late father, Gwon Seongjun, she whispers to herself that if her own parents were still around, her life would probably look totally different too. Sparkle, sparkle. Cut to her family home's cozy attic packed with endless bookshelves, a retro telescope, and golden sunlight streaming through the skylight. I swear, every main character in these webtoons somehow owns the most aesthetic attic in existence. Standing among her father's massive collection, Yoon-seo realizes it's been ages since she last set foot in this attic, swallowed up by grief ever since her mom and dad passed away years ago. Rustle, rustle, she kneels down beside cardboard boxes and flips through old photo albums, feeling a wave of relief that her past self was obsessed with snapping family photos. A warm smile breaks across her face as she spots photos from her mom's birthday cake fight and a hilarious day spent driving toy go-karts around the park. Her fingers softly trace her parents' happy faces, and a heavy sigh slips out as she confesses just how painfully much she misses them every single day. Seriously, who gave this story permission to hit us with so many emotional feel-goods right off the bat? Tick-tock! Glancing up at the wall clock, she suddenly gasps. It's way later than she thought, and with a huge client appointment scheduled for tomorrow morning, she's got to pack up and head out fast. But just as she reaches up to return a book to the top shelf, a mysterious, intricately decorated antique box tucked away behind the hardcovers catches her eye. Click! Fueled by pure curiosity, she slides open the metallic latch, unsealing a chest that looks like it belongs in a royal museum rather than a dusty attic. Inside rests a stunning golden royal hairpin resting on velvet, along with an old parchment scroll covered in traditional Chinese calligraphy. Flashback time. She recalls her historian father holding her on his lap as a little girl, telling her that these family heirlooms hold the secret story of their direct royal ancestors. I mean, usually when family secrets come out, it's an unpaid water bill, not ancient royal heritage. Looking at the scroll's poetic words, Yoon-seo feels a lump in her throat, picturing the overwhelming agony those ancient Joseon parents felt when they were forced to abandon their innocent young child to the ruthless politics of the court. Shine! Beneath the scroll, she spots a pair of gleaming gold rings, and behind her, the ethereal ghost of Queen Hyungdok manifests in a haze of light. Unaware of the Phantom Queen standing right behind her, Yoon-seo casually slides one of the ancestral rings onto her finger. Whoosh! The second the band slips onto her skin, the entire room begins to warp and spin, engulfing her in a sudden surge of mystical energy that sends chills down her spine. Her eyes dilate in complete terror as her surroundings dissolve into pure white light and her consciousness starts slipping away into the void. In her final moments of awareness, the majestic ghost of Queen Hyundok reaches out a glowing hand, gently touching Yoonseo's head like a mother bestowing a divine mission. Talk about getting transported to another world in the most theatrical way possible. Thud! Everything goes completely dark as Yoonseo plummets through time and space, crashing hard into a totally unknown realm. Gasp! She opens her eyes in the dim blue light of a traditional room, only to feel a tiny warm hand pressing against her cheek as a cute toddler baby whispers if she was having a bad dream about a mama too. Sitting up in complete bewilderment, she finds an adorable little toddler clinging tight to her chest, trembling and squeaking that he's super scared. Wait a second. As the little kid falls back asleep on her lap, Yoonseo looks down at her hands and realizes she's wearing full-on traditional Joseon robes instead of her cozy modern clothes. Gasp! She stares in absolute horror at her light blue and red silk outfit, recognizing it instantly as the official court-made uniform of a Joseon palace servant. Okay, waking up with a surprise career change and a baby is definitely not on anyone's Monday morning schedule. Silence. She looks around the traditional dark room filled with wooden cabinets, hanging brushes, and paper sliding screens, confirming that she's definitely not in her suburban attic anymore. Thump, thump. Panicking, she cups her cheeks and feels her features, gasping in complete shock because the face in the mirror isn't hers at all. She's possessed an entirely different woman. Rub, rub. She frantically rubs her eyes and inspects her finger, spotting the exact same gold ring she put on back in the attic glowing under her sleeve. A wave of panic hits her as she connects the dots. The ancestral box, the mysterious golden ring, and the surreal light show were all trigger points for this crazy time travel trip. Suddenly, the vision of Queen Hyundok flashes in her mind, making her realize the tragic queen literally sent her back in time to the Joseon era. Look, if a royal spirit gives you a cheat code ring, you just know you're about to be thrown into maximum historical drama. Clang, clang! Suddenly, furious yelling echoes down the wooden corridor outside, demanding to know the names of every guard on duty and calling out the terrible security of the royal hall. A high-ranking royal figure in deep blue dragon robes stomps closer, shouting at his guards that a celestial star has lit up the night sky, and the late crown princess appeared in his dreams, warning him that something terrible happened to little Hongwi. Freeze. Hearing the name Hongwi, Yoonseo's heart drops into her stomach as she looks down at the adorable toddler sleeping peacefully in her arms. Soft breathing? The little prince is fast asleep, totally unaware that he's the future doomed King Danjong himself, standing right at the center of a massive royal assassination plot. Bam! The sliding doors burst wide open as the enraged crown prince barges into the room, snatching Yoonseo by the collar and demanding to know who sent her to sneak around like a rat. Bro, chill out. She's literally holding your sleeping heir. Shh. Instead of cowering in fear, Yoonseo puts her finger right over her lips and aggressively shushes the crown prince of the realm, warning him to shut his mouth before he wakes up the baby. Thump, thump. The little toddler stirs and mumbles that it's way too loud, causing both Yoonseo and the terrifying crown prince to instantly freeze like statues in absolute horror. Whew! Little Hongwi cuddles back into the blanket and lets out a soft sigh, drifting right back into dreamland without waking up. Phew! Both of them let out a massive sigh of relief in adorable chibi form. I don't care how powerful of a ruler you are. Nobody wants to deal with a cranky, sleep-deprived toddler throwing a tantrum at 2 in the morning. Seeing that little Hongwi is safe and snug, Yoonseo takes a deep breath, steeling her resolve to protect this innocent child no matter what history says. Sitting down on the tatami mats, the crown prince narrows his eyes and demands to know why Guan Nayan is guarding the prince completely alone while the other court maids are nowhere to be seen. Zap! The original body's memories flood into Yoonseo's mind, revealing that she is Guan Nayan, a distant relative of the late crown princess who was hired as the prince's personal nanny. She remembers another senior maid, Miss Park, handing over a package of delicious traditional rice cakes and sweet treats, asking her to take over the late-night guard duty because she wasn't feeling well. Gasp! A sudden wave of terror hits Yoonseo as she remembers the historical reports her dad edited. Guan Nayan died instantly from eating poison treats given by a traitor maid? She just transmigrated into a body that was literally murdered minutes ago, and now the crown prince is demanding answers while poison plotters lurk outside? Imagine waking up as a court maid in ancient Joseon, only to realize the handsome man standing right in front of you is Crown Prince Yi Hyang, the future King Moonjong himself. Yun-so takes a second to admire his historical good looks, but quickly snaps back to reality when she remembers she's currently trapped in a dangerous royal court. Desperate to return to the modern world, she stares at the glowing gold ring on her finger, wondering if taking it off will trigger her return ticket home. Clench. Clasping her hands together, she prays to every deity in existence, closing her eyes tight and praying to open them back in the 21st century. And classic isekai luck. She opens her eyes only to find herself sitting in the exact same dim Joseon room. Talk about a total scam. Before she can process her deep disappointment, a firm grip suddenly grabs her wrist out of nowhere. Crown Prince Yi Hang leans in close, narrowing his eyes and demanding to know where a humble courtmaid got her hands on such a sacred royal ring. Caught completely off guard, Yun-so stammers as her brain scrambles for an excuse that won't get her thrown straight into the executioner's pit. Shout! Saved by the bell! A guard's voice echoes from outside, urgently calling for the Crown Prince to return to the main hall immediately. Standing up, the prince orders her to guard little Hongwi until the royals return, leaving the sleeping baby in her care for the night. But right as he steps out, he casts a dark look over his shoulder, promising that he will be back to interrogate her thoroughly about that ring. Yun-so is left sitting on the floor sweating bullets. Honestly, if stress burned calories, she'd be down 3 dress sizes by morning. Whoosh! Cut to the silent night sky as a brilliant star sweeps past the moonlight, signaling the rising tension within the royal palace walls. Late at night, the crown prince sits alone at his writing desk, haunted by ominous phantom whispers echoing from behind the paper screens. Flashback. The weeping ghost of the late crown princess appears before him in a surge of grief, pleading with him to protect their innocent young son. Sitting in heavy silence, the prince's expression turns deadly serious as he realizes the dangerous court intrigue brewing around his heir. He recalls Yun-so's panicked expression and that mysterious ancestral ring, piecing together the puzzle surrounding her suspicious arrival. Looking back into the darkness, he resolves to uncover the full truth behind this strange maid who appeared out of nowhere. Fast forward to the next morning, cute little toddler Hongwi is sitting politely reciting classical Chinese texts like an absolute prodigy child. Seriously, look at this little guy in his mini royal hat. He looks like the most adorable baobun to ever study ancient literature. Meanwhile, outside on the wooden porch, Yun-so is sniffling and crying her eyes out while passing maids give her maximum side-eye. Her fellow maid hands her a handkerchief, urging her to pull herself together before Chief Court Lady Park catches her slacking again. Speak of the devil, Lady Park bursts onto the scene looking like an enraged final boss ready to hand out immediate punishments. Flashback to earlier that morning. Yun-so remembers waking up cuddling sleeping Hongwi, totally unaware of the drama brewing outside her door. Lady Park scolds her, revealing that the crown prince questioned why Yun-so was left completely alone on guard duty without any guards outside. She fumes over getting chewed out by royal security, dumping the entire blame straight onto Yun-so's helpless shoulders. In adorable chibi form, Yun-so meekly agrees that she is the problem, leaving Lady Park completely bewildered by her sudden docility. Wiping her teary face, Yun-so reminds herself to keep an ultra-low profile because standard historical drama rules dictate that mistake equals jail time. Dread, she imagines guards violently dragging her off to the torture chambers on the prince's orders. Man, her overthinking skills are truly elite tier. Sitting with her friend, Yun-so sighs over how a top-tier licensed counselor got dragged into historical survival mode by one cursed ring. Leaning back with a massive groan, she mutters that she just wants to vanish into thin air, unaware that little Hongwi is standing right behind her. Gasp! The toddler prince tilts his head, softly asking where she's going. Yun-so's soul practically leaves her body on the spot. Flustered, she frantically waves her hands, reassuring the little guy she isn't leaving him. Bro, giving a toddler separation anxiety is a rookie mistake. Cut to a peaceful afternoon as Yun-so carries little Hongwi on a gentle walk through the Grand Palace grounds alongside her fellow maid. Snuggling tight in her arms, Hongwi looks super safe. Yun-so's professional counselor brain instantly kicks in to analyze his healthy emotional bond. She reasons that his sudden clinginess is just a textbook case of separation anxiety, since his main nanny took leave for a cold. Staring down at his chubby cheeks, she literally starts analyzing his frontal lobe development based on his forehead shape. Once a therapist, always a therapist. Her maid friend notices her weirdly intense staring face, but Yinso just laughs it off with a fake everything is totally normal smile. Hanwi cutely promises to cheer her up later. Suddenly, a rush of original body memories flows effortlessly into Yunso's mind. Bathed in golden sunlight, Yunseo feels a wave of relief knowing she won't have to fake her entire knowledge base to survive in Joseon. Arriving at the lotus pond to show Hongwi the koi fish, Yunseo notices a group of young noble kids playing nearby. Her maid companion whispers that these young ladies hail from the prestigious Bright Grace Palace and Hall of Joy. We learn these girls are betrothed to influential royal princes, meaning high-stakes court political rivalries are already starting in preschool. Narrowing her eyes, Yunseo locks her vision onto one of the young noble girls, sensing something extremely fake about her demeanor. Zooming in close, Yunseo catches her smile lifting only the corners of her mouth while her eyes remain cold, micro-expression analysis in full force. Splash! The noble girl intentionally splashes pond water right into little Hongwi's face, trying to intimidate the young royal heir. Yunseo watches closely as the girl pretends to teach him fishing just to pick on him. Talk about early onset mean girl behavior. Hi-ya! But plot twist, little Hongwi isn't taking any bullying today and crashes water right back in her face. Go off, little prince! Right on cue, court maids arrive with trays stacked high with fresh rice cakes and sweet mugwort rolls for afternoon snack time. Instant switch. The mean girl's fake elegance instantly vanishes as her eyes light up with gluttonous greed. So much for keeping up appearances. Imagine waking up in ancient Joseon, only to find your body moving on automatic pilot while a crying toddler comes charging at you yelling for hugs. Little Prince Hongwi is practically tripping over his own tiny robes, and honestly, who could resist that adorable face? But hold on, as soon as Yunseo catches him, she notices a massive red bump right in the middle of his forehead. Talk about absolute panic. If the royal guards see this, heads are literally gonna roll, and her head is top of the list. Sweating bullets, Yunseo takes a closer look at the bump and then glances over at the group of noble kids hanging around the pond. A sudden light bulb goes off in her head as she realizes this wasn't just an accidental trip and fall. Across the walkway, an arrogant young attendant from the rival palace turns around with the most punchable smirk you've ever seen. Yeah, he definitely knows what he did. Before her brain can even process the consequences, Yunseo's instincts take over. She steps right up into the attendant's face and demands to know if he actually just put his hands on the future king of the realm. Boom! The rival court maid instantly explodes in rage, barking at Yunseo to watch her tongue before she gets executed for slandering a high-ranking noble lady. Man, the attitude on these court servants is off the charts. But Yunseo isn't backing down for a second. She stands tall and drops a cold hard reality check on everyone present, reminding them that in this palace, a maid's rank is entirely defined by who she serves, and she serves the actual heir to the throne. Look at the rival maid's face turning bright red. She just got completely destroyed in public. Defeated and humiliated, the rival maid stammers out excuses about how her young lady is favored by the higher-ups, but Yunseo just keeps little Hongwi tucked safely behind her like an absolute boss. Clang! Right when the argument reaches a boiling point, an authoritative voice thunders across the courtyard. It's Chief Lady Park, stepping onto the scene like a final boss ready to restore order. Lady Park glares at both of them and threatens to throw everyone straight into the inspectorate torture chambers if they don't shut their mouths right now. Yep, that shut everyone up real quick. Seeing that things are getting way too hot, the young noble attendant finally folds, meekly claiming that he just accidentally swung his arm and grazed the little prince's head. Sure, buddy, accidentally. He turns around and offers a super fake apology to little Hongwi, who is still clinging tight to Yunseo's side like a tiny bodyguard shield. Lady Park narrows her eyes at the kid, coldly demanding to know his name and which palace house sent him. Stepping forward with total grace, Yunseo bows low to the senior lady, formally identifying herself as Kwan Gaia, the personal attendant assigned to the royal heir. Talk about maintaining professional composure under pressure. The young noble youth glares down with a super dark, bitter look in his eyes. You can tell this rivalry is far from over. With the drama temporarily diffused, the group turns around and begins walking back toward the main palace quarters under the bright afternoon sun. But as they walk, one of the side maids keeps glancing over her shoulder with a super guilty expression. Busted! The visual cues from the artist here are practically screaming traitor. Yunso catches that suspicious look out of the corner of her eye, mentally taking note that this girl is definitely working for the enemy. Fast forward to that evening in the maids' quarters. The atmosphere completely flips as Lady Park lets out a hearty laugh, gushing over how satisfying it was to watch Yunseo put those arrogant rival maids in their place. Sitting across from her, Lady Park praises Yunso, admitting she always thought she was just quiet and timid, but turns out she's got a real spine when it counts. She smiles warmly and hands Yunso a cozy blanket, saying she's going to start treating her with way more respect from now on. Lady Park encourages her to eat up the evening snacks, but Yunso just politely declines. In her head, though, she's low-key complaining that 15th century Joseon food lacks basic seasoning. You can take the modern girl out of the 21st century, but you can't take away her cravings for MSG. Noticing her quiet mood, Lady Park asks if she's feeling sick. Yunso takes a deep breath, realizing it's finally time to lay all her cards on the table. With a deadly serious expression, Yunso drops an absolute bombshell, revealing that yesterday, another maid intentionally handed her rice cakes laced with lethal poison. Gasp! Lady Park's jaw literally drops to the floor as total horror washes over her face. Connecting the dots in seconds, Lady Park stammers out that if someone handed her poison, that means the ultimate target was actually little Prince Hongwei all along. A dark, eerie shadow covers the room as Yunso confirms the terrifying truth. A traitor inside the palace tried to murder the toddler prince using a sacrificial maid as a scapegoat. Zooming in on little Hongwei's innocent face, the stakes couldn't possibly be higher. One wrong move and history is going to repeat its tragic bloodbath. Yunso immediately starts giving tactical advice, urging Lady Park to double the night guards around the prince's room and interrogate every single maid on duty. But right as she's laying out her plan, Lady Park interrupts her with a soft, confused expression. Instead of worrying about palace security, Lady Park gently asks Yunseo if she is okay after consuming poison. Yunseo stammers in shock, realizing the senior lady genuinely cares about her life. She quickly waves it off, lying that it was just a mild stomachache. Lady Park slides the door open, telling Yunso to get some rest while she personally goes to handle security at the main pavilion. As the door closes, Yunso sits alone in the dim moonlight, wondering if she can truly trust Lady Park in a snake's nest like this palace. Suddenly, original body memories flood her brain, showing Lady Park tenderly looking after little Hongwei and Quan Ga like a loving mother figure. Seeing how genuinely Lady Park hugged and cherished the baby prince, Yunso's doubts completely evaporate. Lady Park is definitely a real one. Looking up at the glowing full moon, Yunso tries pulling on her golden ring again, but nothing happens. She realizes that returning to the modern world might require specific astronomical conditions that haven't aligned yet. Whoosh! The cool night wind blows through the palace courtyards. Yunso accepts her reality. Until that portal opens, her #1 goal is pure survival. In a palace where noble factions sacrifice human lives like pawn pieces on a chessboard, being weak means instant death. Looking at the exhausted court maid standing out outside, Yunso realizes that as a nameless, powerless maid, she can't survive this game alone. Sitting up in her bed, a sharp look hits her eyes. If she wants to protect herself and the prince, she needs to start building her own secret intelligence network. She needs eyes and ears in every pavilion, shadow informants who can track the movements of powerful noble clans outside the palace walls. Groan! But then reality hits her and she buries her face in her hands. How on earth is a low-ranking maid supposed to recruit high-level spies? She rolls over in bed, her brain going into overdrive as she tries to map out her next strategic move. Bathed in the soft blue moonlight, Yunso sits up straight in her white robes, a heavy silence filling the room. Her eyes narrow with unshakable resolve. She might have started out as an accidental transmigrator, but she's not going to let anyone harm an innocent child on her watch. Looking over at little Hongwei sleeping soundly under his cozy silk blanket, Yunseo silently swears to the ancestors that she will shield this child from the brutal political plots ahead. Fade in. As the first morning light breaks over the grand wooden roofs of the royal palace, Yunseo stands tall in her freshly pressed courtmaid attire, looking poised, confident, and completely ready for war. Text echoes across the screen. The king and queen have officially returned to the palace, meaning the real high-stakes political drama is about to explode. Cut to the prince's quarters the next morning. Cute little Hongwei is standing super obediently while the maids dress him up in his majestic royal robes. Get ready, guys, because the fight for the Joseon throne starts right now. Imagine trying to catch a full night's sleep when you know you're about to come face to face with one of the most legendary rulers in history. Yunso is practically running on zero sleep right now. Her nerves absolutely shot. I mean, can you blame her? We're talking about King Sejong himself, the absolute GOAT, who literally invented Hangul. Standing before a historical giant like that would make anyone's knees shake. Trying to gauge what she's getting into, Yunseo turns to little Hongwei and casually asks what kind of person his royal grandfather actually is. But before the words even finish leaving her mouth, the little prince's face instantly drops into a serious scowl that catches her totally off guard. Gasp! Little Hongwei puffs out his tiny cheeks and barks at her, declaring that a mere court maid has no business asking about the grand sovereign. Man, this toddler might look soft, but his royal instincts are sharp as a razor. Squeeze! But Yunso isn't intimidated for even a second. She instantly reaches out and squishes his adorable chubby cheeks right in front of everyone. Little Hongwei's eyes go wide in total shock. Honestly, check out the artist's comedic timing here. His squished face is peak meme material. Yunso just chuckles softly and apologizes, teasing him that he was simply too cute for his own good. Talk about zero fear of royal authority. Swoosh! Right on cue, a heavy royal aura fills the hallway as a high-ranking noble consort appears out of nowhere, coldly calling out Yunso for her lack of formality. Meet consort Lady Yang of the Blossoming Grace Hall. Ever since the crown princess tragically passed away, she's been officially tasked with raising little Hongwei in her own pavilion. Lady Yang glides over and tells the little prince it's time to go greet the king and queen, but Hongwei immediately dodges her and clings tight to Yunso's robes instead. Look at the prince burying his face into Yunseo's side like a tiny shield. He completely refuses to take a single step toward Lady Yang. Lady Yang keeps up a fake polite smile, smoothly claiming the toddler is just feeling distant because she's been so busy preparing for the royal arrival lately. She extends her hand again with a gentle, coaxing tone, inviting him to walk together to the main court. Nope! Hongwei tightens his death grip on Yunso's neck, yelling out at the top of his lungs that he's only going if Quan Gai carries him. Defeated by a toddler's stubbornness, Lady Yang lets out a quiet sigh and orders Yunsei to hold the prince and follow right behind her. Carrying the little prince securely in her arms, Yunseo marches behind the noble consort as the whole entourage moves through the traditional palace corridors. Suddenly, the path opens up to reveal another prominent figure, Lady Shinbin of the Kim clan, famously known as King Sejong's absolute favorite consort. Bow! The two noble consorts and their entire trail of maids exchange deep, formal bows under the bright morning sun. Lady Shinbin takes one look at Hongwei clinging to Yunso and drops a subtle, passive-aggressive jab, noting how the young heir refuses to leave his maid's side because blood runs thicker than water. Lady Yang doesn't miss a beat, airily explaining that she had to step up and run the entire inner court while the queen was away, which practically kept her busy. Oof! Then comes the ultimate shade. Lady Yang sighs that if only Lady Shinbin were literate, they could share court paperwork so she'd have more time for the prince. Look at Lady Shinbin's eye twitching. That visual cue says everything. Without waiting for a response, Lady Yang turns her back and glides forward, leaving her rivals simmering in quiet rage. Step, step, the large procession resumes its march toward the main pavilion where Her Majesty the Queen is waiting. As they walk, Yunso's modern brain starts analyzing the situation, remembering that a child's core emotional development is heavily shaped before age 2. Feeling Hongwei tremble against her shoulder, Yunseo realizes this toxic, passive-aggressive environment is a constant reality for this poor toddler. Her eyes flare with quiet anger. These high-ranking adults are using a literal toddler as a pawn in their petty political power struggles? Flashbacks to historical events cross her mind, reminding her how intense trauma and fear of royal relatives like Prince Suyang later caused this child to literally fall ill at the simple sight of them. Yunso grips the toddler tighter, silently cursing out the negligent adult figures who leave an innocent heir exposed to constant psychological warfare. Patter, patter! Suddenly, Hongwei's face lights up as he wiggles out of her grip and sprints forward shouting for his father. Whoosh! A tall, handsome man in dark blue dragon robes scoops the little prince up into the air with a bright, genuine smile. It's the crown prince himself. He cradles his son close, apologizing warmly for coming home so late the night before, while the boy was already asleep. Lady Yang immediately steps into the frame with a sweet smile, gushing over how extraordinarily bright and loving the young heir is. She continues showering the crown prince with praise, claiming little Hongwi spent all of yesterday facing south in total anticipation of his father's return. Yunso stands in the background with an epic deadpan expression. Talk about taking credit for someone else's work. Yesterday, Hongwi spent the whole afternoon doing finger painting and fishing with her. Sensing a presence nearby, the crown prince turns his sharp gaze directly toward Yunso, standing quietly behind him. He acknowledges her presence, stating that she has been taking remarkably good care of his son lately. Yunso bows low, responding with smooth courtly etiquette. But the crown prince keeps his voice cool and authoritative, reminding her that taking care of the royal heir is her absolute duty, and she must serve him even better going forward. As Yunso stays bowed, the sheer contrast between her simple maid attire and the grand palace background creates a super tense, high-stakes atmosphere. Whisper. In the background, rival courtmaids instantly start gossiping, shocked that the cold crown prince, who usually ignores women, is paying direct attention to a simple servant. The crown prince pulls Hongwi closer to his chest, but his eyes remain locked onto Yunso with an unreadable, intense expression. Breaking the silence, he suddenly declares that he has an urgent matter to address regarding recent palace security findings. Bam! He turns directly to Yunso and officially requests a private audience right then and there. A quiet shockwave ripples through the courtyard. A crown prince granting a private audience to a low-ranking maid is virtually unheard of. He coldly tells her that he will be dispatching Chief Eunuch to summon her shortly for questioning. With a swift turn, the crown prince strides away toward the inner chambers, his loyal eunuch following close at his heels. The surrounding courtmaids break out into loud murmurs, completely stunned by the unexpected private summons. Yunso holds the prince tight, a confident smirk touching her lips. She knows he wants to grill her about that mysterious gold ring, and she's more than ready to drop some truth bombs of her own. Roar! In her inner thoughts, Chibi Yunso completely loses her cool, screaming out about what an absolute deadbeat, useless father this prince has been to his terrified kid. Taking a deep breath, Yunso composes herself, tightening her stance as she prepares to walk into the dragon's den and confront the future king face to face. Imagine walking straight into the royal court expecting a casual meet and greet, only to get plunged into a high-stakes psychological war. The queen beams with a warm, welcoming smile as the young heir enters, inviting her beloved grandson to come closer. With full ceremonial respect, little Hongwi bows down before the king and queen, asking if his royal grandparents rested well under the morning sun. King Sejong and Queen Sohan look back with fond eyes, but something in the atmosphere immediately shifts as they notice the toddler's sudden hesitation. Trying to smooth things over, the noble consort quickly steps in, making excuses that the young heir is just feeling shy today after spending so much time with court maid Yunso. Honestly, the fake polite excuses in royal courts are always top-tier comedy. Queen Sohan opens her arms with total grandmother energy, reassuring little Hongwi that she's right here to play with him from now on. But clutch! Hongwi turns right around and buries his face into Yunso's robes, clinging to her like a human shield. Yunso's mind races as she tries to figure out why the usually brave toddler is suddenly terrified. Swoosh! A heavy, oppressive aura fills the room as the camera pans over to Prince Doan, sitting quietly with a stern, icy glare. Light bulb moment! Yunso instantly connects the dots. Hongwi isn't shy, he literally refuses to approach the queen because Prince Doan is sitting right next to her. Sitting beside the young prince is none other than Lady Yoon, Grand Prince Suyong's ambitious wife, the future Queen Jonghui herself. Talk about an absolute final boss presence in the room. Yunso's eyes narrow as she realizes the brutal truth. This poor child has been psychologically tormented not just by Prince Doan, but by Lady Yun as well. Gently crouching down, Yunseo whispers soothing words to calm the trembling toddler, softly reassuring him that she's right by his side. Hongwi looks up at her with giant, tear-filled eyes, grabbing her sleeve like she's the only safe person in this entire ruthless palace. Bam! In a move that sends shockwaves through the entire court, little Hongwi suddenly points his tiny finger straight across the room and exposes Prince Doan right in front of the king and queen. Prince Doan's jaw practically hits the floor. The mood in the room instantly plummets to sub-zero as total dead silence falls over the royal hall. With absolute toddler sass, Hongwi taps his own head and shouts for everyone to hear that Daiwan straight up hit him right on the head. Lady Yoon immediately jumps into damage control mode, bursting into nervous laughter and claiming her son would never do such a thing, insisting the toddler must have just had a bad dream. Man, the classic "it was just a dream" gaslighting tactic never fails. Queen Sohyeon turns to Hongwi with a gentle, disbelieving tone, asking how his cousin could possibly hit him like that. Wah! Seeing that no one believes him, Hongwi completely breaks down into dramatic waterworks, wailing at the top of his lungs that he got hit while they were out fishing at the pond. Yoonso pulls the sobbing prince tight into her arms while Lady Yoon aggressively doubles down, arguing they haven't even met recently, so an assault is completely impossible. Seeking neutral testimony, Queen Soan turns to Consort Hai, asking if she ever witnessed Prince Doan raising a hand against the royal heir. Consort Hai starts sweating bullets, stuttering out excuses that she's been way too busy managing inner court duties to notice every little detail. Realizing Consort Hai is dodging the question, the queen turns her sharp gaze directly onto Yoonso, asking if she saw anything, and without skipping a beat, Yoonso drops a loud yes! Crash! Yoonso boldly testifies that 2 days ago at the pond, Hongwi was confronted by the young princes. Lady Yoon instantly snaps, slamming her fists and screaming at the audacity of a simple maid slandering her son. Seriously, Lady Yoon's vein popping out of her forehead is insane visual storytelling. Desperate to save face, Lady Yun drops to her knees before the king and queen, begging them not to listen to these baseless and slanderous accusations. Unfazed by noble authority, Yunso stands her ground, firmly arguing that a toddler Hongwi's age physically lacks the cognitive ability to craft such detailed lies. King Sejong strokes his beard thoughtfully, clearly intrigued by this low-ranking maid's surprisingly logical modern explanation. Inside Yinso's mind, Chibi Yinso is fangirling out of her mind at the fact that King Sejong the Great is actually listening to her pitch. Gotta love her internal chaos. Pushing her advantage, Yunseo breaks down basic child developmental psychology, explaining that while a child can remember real past events, inventing fake scenarios from thin air requires complex cognitive skills the heir doesn't have yet. King Sejong nods along, fascinated by the scientific breakdown, until Queen Sohan forcefully cuts in to remind her husband that child psychology is not the main issue here. Consort Shin realizes the tide is turning and quickly bowed, offering to personally investigate the court attendance in her hall and submit a report. She, bowing deeply, adding that if witnesses exist, as Lady Kwan claims, the truth will inevitably come out. Yunso drives the final stake in, pointing out that even if the young nobles are still kids, failing to show proper royal protocol and respect to the throne's direct heir is an unpardonable offense. Bow! Seeing that she's completely backed into a corner, Lady Yoon drops her head all the way to the floor, issuing a tearful apology for her foolish oversight. Under intense glare from his mother, Prince Doan quickly drops down alongside her, bowing low to apologize to his parents. Sweating with humiliation, Prince Doan turns toward the king and queen, desperately begging his royal grandparents for forgiveness. King Sejong and Queen Sohon sit in heavy, unyielding silence, their majestic royal court presence completely suffocating the room. Yunseo cradles little Hongwi in her arms, feeling the toddler finally relax now that justice is being served. Queen Sohan scoops up her little grandson into a warm embrace, cooing over him and comforting his wounded feelings with sweet endearments. Watching from the side, Yunso observes the queen's expressions closely, analyzing the delicate political balancing act happening right before her eyes. Her mind analyzes the situation. Queen Sohyeon is trapped in a classic political dilemma. She can't openly show favoritism to one grandson over another without causing huge court friction, but she also can't call the future king a liar. Little Hongwi blinks innocently in his grandmother's arms, blissfully unaware of the massive political chess game revolving around his simple complaint. Lady Yun watches silently from below, her eyes burning with quiet resentment as she burns this humiliation into her memory. Yinso notices how Queen Sohon's subtle body language slightly favors Prince Doan's faction to maintain balance in the royal lineage. The stakes couldn't be higher. In this court, a slight shift in royal favor literally means the difference between living as royalty or being executed in a political purge. Thumph! Setting the law down firmly, Queen Sohyeon raises her voice, demanding to know who in this court would ever dare show disrespect toward the throne's primary heir. She officially decrees that all court ladies and matrons attending Prince Doan that day be subjected to 20 severe floggings each for failing their duties. Talk about an immediate hammer of justice falling down. Lady Shin quivers on the floor as the queen extends the punishment across all involved factions, ensuring no lazy court attendant escapes accountability. The queen commands that Prince Damyang also be taught strict royal etiquette, ordering floggings for his attendants as well to restore absolute order. Turning her attention toward Yoon So, Queen So-han calls out her name softly, acknowledging the low-ranking maid who stood up for the young heir. Queen So-hoon warmly praises Yoon So for protecting little Hongwee's heart, and as Yoon So bows humbly, she knows she just scored a massive victory in the ultimate game of court survival. Talk about starting on a high note. The queen herself just dropped a massive promotion on Yoon So, rewarding her bravery with 20 whole bolts of silk and a fat salary raise fit for a senior matron. Meanwhile, look at Lady Yoon absolutely fuming in the back. She's shaken so hard with rage you think her headband was about to snap. But honestly, watching a palace bully get put in her place is top-tier satisfaction. As the formal court session wraps up, the king and queen sit back in quiet dignity, leaving the entire room in a heavy, awkward silence after that total beatdown. But just when you think Yoon So can finally take a breath, we cut to Crown Prince Moonjong sitting in the shadows of his study, plotting to summon her for a private questioning tomorrow. Back in her standard court maid outfit, Yoon So stands tall, looking like she's ready to handle whatever psychological warfare the royal family throws at her next. On the outside, she's looking calm and composed, but internally, Chibi Yoon So is completely spiraling, screaming at the universe about how a simple maid ended up right in the middle of a royal Game of Thrones. Composing herself with a quick breath, she straightens her robes and prepares to head back to her quarters before any more chaos breaks out. So right after lunch, Yoon So finishes swapping shifts with her coworker and starts walking down the peaceful palace alleyway. Seriously, notice how calm the lighting is here. Classic calm before the storm trope. Out of nowhere, random court ladies spring up from the shadows and grab her arms like a team of stealth ninjas. Yoon So starts kicking and screaming at the top of her lungs as these unknown attendants drag her across the courtyard, making her think she's getting kidnapped in broad daylight. Instead of an execution chamber, she gets dumped straight into a steaming wooden bathtub while court ladies scrub her down like a high-end spa day. Talk about a plot twist. That's when noble consort Yang glides into the room, scanning Yoon So's bare shoulders with a sly smile and complimenting her stunning beauty. Sitting in the tub shivering, Yoon So looks up with giant eyes, totally confused about why a high-ranking consort has given her the full royal makeover package. Consort Yang casually turns to her matron, ordering her to go retrieve one of her own finest court lady robes for Yoon So to wear. Yoon So's mind instantly goes into panic mode. She thinks she's being glammed up to be offered as a surprise concubine to King Sejong. Honestly, her dramatic splash reactions are easily the best comedy in this entire chapter. But Consort Yang isn't sending her to the king. She's playing a much bigger, much more dangerous game of political chess. Dressing Yoon So up in gorgeous silk robes, Consort Yang drops some major lore. Ever since the crown princess passed away, the crown prince has stayed completely distant from women, barely touching his new consorts. She points out that Yoon So caught everyone's eye today by boldly standing up for little Hongwee right in front of the king and queen. Fast forward to nightfall, and Chief Eunuch is leading Yoon So through the pitch-black palace corridors, carrying a single glowing paper lantern. The trap is sprung. Consort Yang arranged for Yoon So to spend the night alone in the crown prince's private chambers. Standing in the dark, Yoon So's brain starts spinning at 100 miles per hour as she realizes Consort Yang wants her to become the next crown princess consort. Because if Consort Yang can get a trusted ally close to the throne and hold the golden turtle seal, she can prevent future political massacres. A dark, bloody flashback shows the historical coup where Grand Prince Suyong usurps the throne because there was no Queen Dowager to check his power. Okay, shout out to the artist for this eerie silhouette panel. The dramatic lighting choice here is straight up chilling. Yoon So can't help but respect Consort Yang's terrifying foresight. In a court where one wrong move gets you executed, playing 4D chess is just basic survival. Stepping inside the dimly lit study, Yoon So bows low as the crown prince coldly demands to know why Lady Haryong gave her that gold ring. The prince instantly covers his nose in disgust, complaining about the overpowering scent of musk and mocking the fact that she was glammed up just to tempt him. A somber memory flashes back to his late wife weeping alone in her quarters, clutching the mother-of-pearl box he once gave her for comfort. That ornate lacquer box, adorned with golden cranes, had been passed down through generations, making it a priceless royal treasure. Inside her head, Chibi Yoon So grinds her teeth, realizing she was tossed into this speed dating trap purely because of this prince's tragic romantic backstory. Deciding to take complete control of the conversation, Yunse drops a crazy question, asking the crown prince when the secret star Jinsung will shine bright again. The prince's eyes go wide in complete bewilderment. He has no idea why a random maid is bringing up high-level imperial astrology out of nowhere. As the camera pans out to the starry night sky through the wooden window, the tension in the room instantly skyrockets to a boiling point. Prince Munjong narrows his eyes, demanding to know what celestial events have to do with her stepping into his chambers tonight. Looking up with complete confidence, Yunseo claims that the late crown princess consort personally appeared to show her that ring and the mother-of-pearl box. Prince Munjong slams his hand onto the desk and leaps to his feet, screaming that she's speaking total blasphemous nonsense. Unfazed by his outburst, Yunseo keeps dropping heat, claiming his late wife appeared in her dream on the night Jinsung shined to beg her to protect little Hongwi. Crown Prince completely loses his cool, roaring at the top of his lungs that she's just another manipulative woman using cheap ghost stories and his dead wife's memory to hit on him. Facing his explosive wrath, Yunseo stays icy calm, bowing low and admitting that her words sound completely insane to anyone in their right mind. She reaches out for the ink brush and paper on his desk, declaring that she will present undeniable proof right now, and if he still doesn't believe her, he can execute her on the spot. Talk about putting your entire life on the line.
She turns the paper around, revealing fluently written text that reads Naran Malsami, Diang Yugek Dara, the iconic opening lines of the Korean alphabet, written in Romanized phonetics.
The crown prince snatches the paper, his hands trembling violently as his jaw literally hits the floor in absolute disbelief. For context, these are the legendary first words of Hunmin Jeongeum, the secret writing system King Sejong was privately developing behind closed doors. Man, using modern Korean high school history knowledge to flex on a 15th century prince is top-tier protagonist energy. Yunseo recalls double-checking with Matron Park just last night to ensure Hangul hadn't been publicly revealed to the nation yet. Looking straight into his shocked eyes, Yunseo asks if she should write even more of the secret royal text to prove she's telling the truth. Drops of cold sweat run down Prince Munjong's face. This project is a national top secret known only to King Sejong and a tiny inner circle to avoid backlash from China. He stares down at the paper, utterly terrified that a low-ranking maid can fluently write letters that haven't even been officially finished yet. A glowing vision panel flashes across his mind as he recalls his late wife's wish for someone to protect their child and the royal lineage. The prince's entire worldview shatters into pieces right here. He's actually starting to believe a ghost gave this maid the ring and future knowledge. Stepping forward with urgent eyes, Munjong frantically asks what else his late wife showed her about the future. Yunseo looks up with a deadly serious gaze and drops the ultimate medical spoiler, revealing that if he keeps overworking himself night and day, he'll develop a fatal boil and suddenly drop dead. Talk about a cliffhanger that leaves the future king completely speechless. Talk about playing high-stakes historical poker. When Yunseo drops a massive truth bomb about how the grand princes are going to betray the throne, Prince Munjong completely flips out, roaring at her for daring to speak such treason in his private study. Munjong tries to argue that his brothers love him far too much to ever stab him in the back, but Yunseo doesn't back down for a single second. She reminds him with chilly precision that royal history is literally written in the blood of family members competing for power. Realizing her sharp words are hitting way too close to home, the prince angrily cuts her off, turning away with a crumpled paper in his hand as the heavy silence in the room becomes almost suffocating. Sitting there perfectly composed, Yunseo doesn't flinch at his explosive anger. She knows that planting the seed of harsh reality is the only way to save this kingdom from absolute disaster. With a conflicted look on his face, Munjong reflects on how much blood their ancestors shed just to build Joseon into a thriving nation, making it painful for him to accept that internal corruption could ruin everything. As the dark night hangs over the quiet palace grounds, Yunseo's heavy words linger in the air like a looming storm, warning that if the crown prince dies young, a brutal power struggle will consume the entire court. Cut to little Prince Hongwi sleeping like an absolute angel, totally oblivious to the brutal political target painted on his back if his father passes away without solid protection. The realization hits Munjong like a freight train, his brow furrowed in deep anguish as he struggles to process the terrifying future this strange maid is predicting. Standing right across from him in the dim candlelight, Yunseo reveals her ultimate motive, explaining that the moment the court ladies were swapped around Hongwi's quarters, she vowed to change history itself using her knowledge. Look at that unshakable determination in her eyes. She's not just trying to survive court politics anymore. She's stepping up to become the shadow strategist saving a dynasty. Dropping low into a formal bow, Yunseo gives him her first crucial tactical advice. Prince Hongwei must be moved immediately to live in the Eastern Palace for his own safety. Moonjong immediately gets anxious, asking if noble consort Yang is secretly planning something dangerous against his son, but Yunseo quickly clarifies that the consort isn't the threat here. She breaks down the complex palace psychology. If consort Yang keeps holding on to Hongwei, all the other shadowy concubines lurking in the palace will burn with toxic jealousy toward her. The artist really cooked with these eerie silhouette visuals. Yunseo explains how alienated people eventually channel their bitter resentment toward anyone standing in the spotlight, even if that person did nothing wrong. And that unchecked hatred won't just target the consort. It'll eventually spiral into outright hostility toward little Hongwei himself. Man, talk about 4D political chess. Staring down at her with a mix of shock and newfound respect, Prince Moonjong leans in, completely hooked on her words and demanding to hear the rest of her plan. Watching his intense expression up close, Yunseo takes a subtle moment to analyze the prince's features as he listens intently. In the soft ambient light of the study, she notes how Moonjong's regal, serious face suddenly carries the exact same weight and authority as his legendary father, King Sejong. She tells him bluntly that because he was raised in pure royal nobility, he simply can't comprehend how cruel and ruthless desperate people become when fighting for power. She warns him that when a ruler is overly idealistic and naive, it's always the innocent commoners and loyal scholars beneath them who get slaughtered by ruthless schemers. A soft memory flashback shows a younger, peaceful era when King Sejong and Queen Sohon lovingly cradle their newborn baby in happier times. Yunseo points out that King Sejong grew up in a rare, peaceful environment without harem infighting, which is why Moonjong was blessed with a smooth, protected childhood from the age of 8. Moonjong rests his hand on his chin in deep thought, realizing that his sheltered upbringing actually gave him a dangerous blind spot when it comes to ruthless political snakes. In her head, Yunseo notes the irony of his upbringing, while out loud, Moonjong tries to push back by quoting classical sages about how a noble ruler ought to act. Yunseo drops a reality check so hard it could break stone, asking him if Joseon would even exist today if their ancestors only blindly followed abstract philosophy instead of taking decisive action. Slam! Moonjong strikes his desk in frustration, shouting that a king's path has to be higher than ordinary men, but you can tell his arguments are completely falling apart under her logic. Standing her ground with zero fear, Yunseo warns him point blank that relying on idealistic preachings will only lead to his demise and leave his young son defenseless. Clenching his fist so hard his knuckles turn white, Moonjong listens as she foretells that his beloved academy scholars will end up executed while history brands him a failure. The sheer weight of her prediction leaves the prince totally broken, slumping over his desk as the cold reality of his upcoming fate crushes his spirit. She paints a horrifying picture of the future. If he fails to guard his lineage, the palace will literally burn to the ground in a catastrophic civil war. Talk about an intense wake-up call. Visualizing a desolate battlefield consumed by fire and smoke, the dire consequences of court factionalism hang over the room like a death sentence. Sighing deeply, Moonjong agrees to transfer Hongwei to the charity hall tomorrow, but then pauses to ask her one personal question that's bothering him. Raising her head, Yunseo looks up attentively, ready to handle whatever awkward inquiry the prince is about to throw at her. Moonjong asks if she isn't terrified that taking charge of Hongwei will turn all that deadly court jealousy and poison directly onto her own back. As he stares into her eyes, Moonjong internally expects her to do what most women in court do, put on a tragic, fluttering eyelash face and beg him for royal protection. But instead of playing the damsel in distress, Chibi Yunseo completely breaks character, bursting into loud, wheezing laughter and waving her arms like he just said the funniest joke of the century. Moonjong is left sitting there completely dumbfounded, while Yunseo casually reminds him that she's literally just a low-ranking palace maid with zero noble backing to worry about. Right as she's about to wrap up, she taps her chin and remembers one last critical piece of advice she forgot to give him. Chibi Yunseo points straight at his heavy, suffocating ceremonial dragon robes, giving him a hilarious medical tip that staying wrapped up in thick layers will cause him to break out in fatal boils. Defeated by her bizarre directness, Moonjong raises his hands in surrender, agreeing to shed his thick robes right now. on the condition that she helps him disrobe personally. Yoonseo's eyes go wide as saucers as the realization of what he just asked her hits her brain like a lightning bolt. Cue the internal panic. Chibi Yoon-sao's soul basically leaves her body as she screams internally about how a simple advice session turned into intimate royal servant duty. Thud! She instantly slams her forehead onto the floor in a panic bow, desperately suggesting that bringing in the head eunuch would be about 1,000 times more appropriate. With her heart beating at a speed of 200 miles per hour on the floor, she stammers out an apology, claiming she's way too clumsy to unfasten royal garments. Ignoring her excuse, Prince Moonjong spreads his arms wide, instructing her where to press the inner release clasp. As she nervously reaches out, her trembling fingers touch the fabric, and his collar softly slips open. The atmosphere in the room turns dangerously quiet and heavy as Yoon-seo suddenly freezes mid-movement, making Moonjong ask what's wrong. Face turning completely bright red from head to toe, Yoon-seo squeaks out that she's so nervous she might accidentally untie the wrong layer. Seeing her usually confident, time-traveling composure totally disintegrate into an embarrassed blush, Prince Moonjong actually cracks a subtle, amused smirk. Before he can even finish telling her it's fine, Yoon-seo hits him with a lightning-fast bow and literally sprints out of the room at full speed like her shoes are on fire. Left standing alone in his study with his robes half undone, Moonjong touches his neck with a slight smirk, totally amused by the chaotic storm of a court maid who just blew through his life. Imagine sprinting through a dark palace corridor at top speed because you almost exposed the future king's entire royal wardrobe with one wrong pull of a string. Yoon-seo is literally clutching her skirt and running for her life after that ridiculously intense robe unfastening session with Prince Moonjong. Her face is burning brighter than a blazing lantern as she gasps for air, internally screaming at how unfair it is for a historical ruler to be this recklessly handsome. Like, girl, you're supposed to be saving a dynasty, not getting flustered by historical heartthrobs. Footsteps echo softly in the quiet night. Suddenly, a warm yellow light cuts through the darkness as Chief Eunuch Yemjachi steps out with a lantern, casually calling out to catch her mid-sprint. Panting heavily, Yoon-seo freezes with her skirt tucked up, looking totally busted. The chief eunuch takes one glance at her disheveled state and slyly concludes that she clearly didn't receive any imperial favor tonight. Honestly, this old man's palace drama radar is running at crisp 4K resolution. He leans in with a smug little smirk, asking if the crown prince mentioned anything about that mysterious ring she's been carrying around. A gentle night breeze rustles the trees. Turns out, Eunuch Yem isn't just any palace servant. He's historically recorded as one of Joshan's most loyal head eunuchs, and Yoon-seo breathes a huge sigh of relief while bowing her thanks. Walking alongside her with his lantern casting warm shadows on the stone wall, the chief eunuch maintains a gentle, knowing smile that proves he's played this political game long before she was even born. Soft lantern light flickers, Yoon-seo follows close behind, realizing that having Eunuch Yem confirm her story about the ring being a gift from the late lady was the absolute masterstroke that saved her skin tonight. Having the head eunuch in your corner is basically playing Joseon politics on God mode. But the eunuch drops a hilarious reality check, asking why on earth she was chosen for a private bedroom mission when there are way prettier maids in the court. Tension suddenly drops into a heavy silence. He turns serious, bringing up a dark omen. On the exact day Prince Moonjong was born, a candle in the throne hall caught fire and burned down. Tap, tap. Yoon-seo's shoes instantly freeze in their tracks. Looking back over his shoulder, Eunuch Yem explains that when people get spooked by dark omens, they start acting in paranoid ways to prepare for the worst. Low ambient hums fill the night air. He reveals that ever since that terrifying candle incident, everyone in court has been keeping a fearful distance from the crown prince, leaving him totally isolated in a viper's nest. The artist really nailed the eerie, lonely atmosphere in this panel. You can almost feel the cold night chill coming off the palace walls. Suddenly, the old man breaks into a hearty laugh. He declares that's precisely why he needs someone like Yoon-seo, a wild card who isn't afraid to stand up for the royal child and dig out the hidden truths lurking beneath court facades. Leaning in close with sharp glittering eyes, he warns Lady Kwan that if she wants the lifeline she just grabbed to stay solid, she needs to bring absolute, unwavering devotion to the table. Night wind whistles through the tiled roofs. Yoon-seo acknowledges their shared goal, but immediately steps up with her own condition, asking for one major favor in return. Dramatic pause. She demands complete freedom of movement without anyone questioning her coming and going, and then drops a massive bombshell, declaring outright that she has zero intention of ever becoming the prince's concubine. Mic drop moment right here. Most maids are fighting tooth and nail for royal attention, and Yenso is out here setting strict professional boundaries like a modern boss. With an unshakable high-angle gaze, she vows to focus purely on hard, tangible results rather than getting swept away by useless romantic emotions. Eunuch Yem listens quietly under the starry sky, musing on how the palace turns people into power-hungry moths drawn to a flame and how you never truly know a person until they're tested in the fire. Sparkles drift through the dark canopy. As the night settles, a quiet resolve lingers in the air, both of them silently agreeing to watch each other's moves in the bloody days ahead. Slap! Smack! Cut to the next morning where chibi chaos erupts. Lady Park is absolutely losing her mind, smacking Yoon-so's back like a dusty rug while screaming about how reckless she was to enter the prince's quarters alone. R.I.P. to Yoon-so's spine. Lady Park's backhand has zero chill. But honestly, can you blame her for stressing out? Once the beating stops and they sit down inside, Lady Park drops the big news. The higher-ups are officially moving little Prince Hongwei over to the Eastern Palace. It's officially happening. Yi-san is going to be crowned soon, baby. Hong and his grandpa are basically popping champagne. Metaphorically, of course. Lady Park's even encouraging Hong to make sure he doesn't let Queen Dowager rain on their parade. Lady Park nervously chews her food, warning that the Eastern Palace is where all the aggressive concubines hang out, especially Hong Song-hui, whose violent temper is legendary. She asks what'll happen if Hong finds out Yenso was prowling around earlier. But Yoon-so doesn't even flinch. She casually requests to be stationed right alongside Hongwei in the Eastern Palace to keep a personal eye on him. Lady Park instantly flips out again, shouting that Yoon-so clearly doesn't get how dangerous her position is. A girl from the disgraced Kwan family drawing royal spotlight is basically begging for a target on her forehead. Lady Park might be dramatic, but her court survival instincts are actually top tier. Yoon-so winces, realizing that Prince Moonjong was totally right when he warned her last night about how court jealousy works. She really did laugh off his warnings way too quickly. Dark, shadowy silhouettes loom over her. She visualizes the cold truth. If she suddenly rises in prominence, every envious attendant in the palace will view her as an enemy, putting a massive bullseye on both her and little Hongwei. Sitting back in deep thought, Yoon-so formulates a clever workaround, noticing that Eunuch Yem has empty rooms in his personal quarters that would make the perfect low-profile hideout. Soft teacup clinking, Lady Park agrees to let her bunk in the eunuch sector with an extra attendant, but Yoon-so raises her hand with a mischievous look, asking for one more favor. She asks to hire that reliable craftsman from the estate, along with a crew of 5 or 6 workers, to set up a secret workshop in the back rooms, leaving Lady Park completely baffled. Clink! Swirling her cup with a confident grin, Yoon-so reveals her genius side hustle. She's gonna manufacture a game-changing product that will print absurd amounts of money. Forget palace intrigue. My girl is starting a Joseon startup empire in the back room. Pouty chibi squish. Meanwhile, little Prince Hongwei is sitting on the floor looking like an absolute adorable dumpling while wiggling his tiny arms. Rustle of fabric. Yoon-seo gently checks the toddler's skin as he whines about being itchy, quickly noticing a red bug bite on his soft little leg and warning him not to scratch it. Looking at the innocent kid with deep sympathy, she burns with rage against the palace schemers who would target a defenseless baby, promising him that Big Sister's gonna whip up a special healing ointment right away. She reflects on the big pitch she made to Lady Park. The secret products she's mass-producing are natural soap and a legendary reddish herbal healing balm called Jawongo. A glowing golden aura surrounds the herbs. Drawing on her modern background in aromatherapy, she knows the exact scientific formula to create high-grade skin-soothing bars and anti-inflammatory ointments from scratch. The artist's magical glow effect on that soap bar makes it look like a legendary SSR video game item drop. Chibi comedy flashback. While the palace maids are currently stuck smelling like fish and scrubby ash, Yoon-so knows that once her luxury-scented soap hits the royal court, elite noble families will be throwing gold at her to get a batch. Gently combing Hongwei's silky hair, she plans to use her soap to cure Hongwei's sensitive skin and send a special batch to Prince Moonjong for his fatal boils. Plus, Lady Park provided the starting capital. Grains of white salt poured down dramatically. Beyond cosmetics, Yunseo secured full backing from the Crown Prince's faction to tap into salt production and silver mining, knowing that in Joseon, controlling salt is controlling national politics. A grand visual of high-ranking aristocrats in regal silk robes, she calculates that if the government centralizes salt distribution, it'll generate massive treasury wealth and give them the ultimate financial hammer to keep Grand Prince Suyong and his ruthless wife in check. Tender hairbrushing strokes. Yunseo notes that Suyong's faction must be seething with rage now that Queen Soyeon is openly shielding Honghui from the shadows. Political chess at its finest, hitting your enemies in the wallet before they can hit you with a sword. Buttoning up Honghui's bright blue robes, she knows the safest move for the young heir is to get him transferred to the Crown Prince's main residence as fast as possible. But for now, she has to play the waiting game. Door slams open. Suddenly, a court maid bursts through the sliding doors, calling out for Lady Kwan to gather her things immediately. Sparkles explosion! The maid announces that by official decree, Prince Honghui's entire residence is being relocated to the Crown Prince's palace, effective today. Yunseo stands there stunned, utterly amazed by Moonjong's lightning-fast decisiveness. Footsteps echo along the grand palace wall. The next morning, Yunseo carries Honghui through the sunny courtyards, while eunuch Yem casually mentions that the Crown Prince visited Cheonchu Hall late last night. Flashback vision of Moonjong conferring with King Sejong. Yunseo realizes that Cheonchu Hall means Moonjong went straight to his legendary father, King Sejong, to push through the major national reform plans she pitched him. Sudden freeze. Mid-step, Yunseo's eyes shrink to tiny dots as a terrifying thought strikes her brain like a thunderbolt. Hilarious chibi chaos. She visualizes King Sejong getting absurdly hyped about a time-traveling maid who knows Hangul, imagining the king forcing her to sit at a desk writing endless language documents forever. She sweats bullets, internally screaming, "No way, that cannot happen!" King Sejong being portrayed as an over-enthusiastic Hangul fanboy is peak comedy. Dramatic close-up of a sharp, elegant eye. As they reach the new courtyard, a cold, regal voice suddenly echoes through the air. "Young prince, you've arrived?" Intro card graphic. Meet Hong Song-hui, the formidable concubine who held queen-level authority in the inner court during Moonjong's era, standing tall in magnificent green and gold robes. Heavy, tense standoff. Standing at the top of the stairs, Hong Sang-hui glares down at Yunseo holding the young prince. Yunseo's stomach drops as she remembers the dire warnings. She is now standing face to face with the undisputed final boss of the Crown Prince's palace. Ever wonder how someone handles stepping into a royal court, only to realize the prince has a whole army of 7 concubines? That's exactly where Yunseo finds herself, utterly stunned as she tries to wrap her head around the sheer scale of harem politics happening right in front of her. I mean, think about it. 7 wives and almost no kids to show for it? Even with medieval infant mortality, those numbers just don't add up, hinting that something far more sinister and bloody is happening behind the scenes. Just as the tension reaches a boiling point, concubine Hong Xiang-hui strolls in, casually introducing her daughter Gemma to little Prince Honghui like they're one big happy family. Sparkles fill the air. Little Guma immediately brightens up, grabbing Honghui's tiny hands and adorably calling him her brother, instantly melting the heavy palace vibe. Giggle sound effects? The 2 toddlers start playing together without a single care in the world, totally oblivious to the deadly adult mind game surrounding them. Honghui turns around with the biggest smile, excitedly asking Yunseo if she wants to join in on their cute little game too. Honestly, watching these innocent kids play while a literal viper pit of concubines watches them is both adorable and terrifying. Ominous whispering echoes through the courtyard, but the sweet moment vanishes in a split second as all the court ladies start glaring at Yunseo, spreading rumors about how she smells like musk and stays way too close to the crown prince. Hong Singhui steps up with a sharp look, slyly questioning Yunseo about whether little Honghui's official nanny has even arrived at the palace yet. Dark shade drops over the panel. She then drops a fake sympathetic bomb, loudly reminding everyone that Honghui's real mother passed away, so the poor kid has been sleeping all alone in the dark every night. Villain smirk unlocked! Look at that villainous expression! She's intentionally rubbing salt in a toddler's emotional wound. Yunseo's eyes narrow as she realizes this woman is deliberately picking at Honghui's trauma just to exert dominance. Talk about zero chill. Soft fabric rustle. Refusing to let the concubine win, Yoon-seo immediately kneels down to eye level with little Hongwi, who looks like he's on the verge of tears. She speaks with pure warmth, gently asking if he's all right and offering to take over night duty so he'll never have to sleep alone again. Hongwi looks up at her with big, tear-filled eyes, totally overwhelmed by her genuine kindness in a place filled with fake smiles. Warm glow envelops the scene. The poor baby buries his head right into Yoon-seo's lap, tightly hugging her and whimpering a soft yes, please. My heart just completely melted right here. Cup of comfort delivered. Yoon-seo gently cups his cute chubby cheek, softly reassuring him that she's going to stay right by his side and protect him no matter what. Snuggle sound effect. Hongwi rests against her, finally feeling a sense of safety that he hasn't experienced in a very long time. But then, out of nowhere, the little guy suddenly perks up and starts reciting complex classical Chinese literature like an absolute boss to prove how tough he is. Dramatically pointing, Hong Seung-hwee's jaw practically hits the floor as she hears the toddler drop ancient wisdom about not bragging or judging others, essentially delivering a high-level moral roast right to her face. The surrounding eunuchs and maids can barely hold back their giggles as they whisper about how insane it is that a little kid just flexed his intellectual superiority on the top concubine. Glowing background aura, Yoon-seo proudly praises Hongwi for showing true royal dignity without crying a single tear, while Hong Sang-hui stands in the back looking like she just swallowed a whole lemon. The artist made her face so saltily hilarious in this panel. Fist clenching violently, fuming with rage, Hong Sang-hui grips her silk dress so hard you can practically hear the fabric screaming, internally raging that a mere low-ranking maid dared to humiliate her. Whoosh of silk! Storming off in a huff while dragging her poor daughter along, she vows to make Yoon-seo pay for this public embarrassment. Meanwhile, the palace gossips are having the absolute time of their lives, giggling about how satisfying it was to see the arrogant concubine get shut down by a toddler. Atmosphere turns dark and heavy. Cut to the inner chambers where Lady Yoon, the future Queen Jonghi, listens to the reports with a icy, deadly calm expression. Thud! Shaman Mugai is bowed down on the floor, trembling in sheer terror as Lady Yoon demands to know why both the nanny and Kwanga survived their secret poisoning scheme. Screaming in panic, the shaman stammers uncontrollably, blaming bad star alignments and claiming that the Kwan clan carries a terrifying curse that defied their dark magic. She frantically begs for mercy, claiming the late crown princess's vengeful spirit literally struck down her two shaman daughters as punishment. Slapping the table, Lady Yoon isn't buying a single word of this superstitious nonsense and commands the guards to drag the useless shaman away for execution. Desperate clawing sound, the shaman screams in agony, promising to send a whole army of spiritualists to sacred mountains to pray day and night if Lady Yoon just gives her one more chance. Seriously, watching court villains turn on their own hired scam artists when a plan fails is always top-tier comedy. Heavy sigh. Standing alone in her grand room, Lady Yoon takes a deep breath, trying to process how her airtight conspiracy blew up in her face. She throws a pouch of silver bars at the groveling shaman and tells her to get out, realizing to her frustration that all the political bribes she distributed to buy off court officials are unraveling because of one single person. Gnash of teeth, she clenches her jaw in pure hatred, realizing that ever since Yoon-seo showed up, every single villainous plot has ended in total disaster. Recalling advice from Vice Director Joe, Lady Yoon remembers that concubine Hong Sang-hui is easily manipulated through jealousy, and that Yoon-seo happens to have long-lost half-siblings outside the palace. A mysterious shadowy figure? A silhouette of a young girl with a braided pigtail appears, revealing the exact target they plan to leverage against Yoon-seo. With a cruel smirk returning to her face, Lady Yoon gives the final order to summon Vice Director Joe and set their next dirty trap into motion. Dramatic dark close-up. She tightens her grip, vowing that this time, Yoon-seo won't survive the storm coming her way. Cut back to the Crown Prince's cozy chambers where Prince Moonjong sits with little Hongwi, listening approvingly as the smart kid recites entire classic books completely from memory. Sparkles and flowers! Hongwi looks ridiculously happy sitting on his dad's lap, while Yoon-seo sits nearby sweating bullets, internally panicking over why the prince asked her to stay behind after dinner. Sparkling fan service glow. Look at this absurd visual transformation. Prince Moonjong is sitting there casually rocking a loose, slightly see-through white robe with his chest half exposed like he just walked off a Joseon fashion runway. Official narrator scroll pop-up? The webtoon literally has to drop a caption explaining that the prince has randomly started wearing shockingly scandalous, comfortable loungewear around his private residence. Yoonso turns bright red, desperately staring at the floor while internally screaming about how unfair it is that this handsome guy is walking around showcasing a top-tier physique in front of her. Clearing his throat, Moonjong drops serious news, informing Court Lady Kwan that King Sejong himself will be calling her for an official audience within a few days. Atmosphere suddenly sharpens. Moonjong turns deadly serious, warning her that she cannot talk to the legendary king with the same casual tone she uses with him, and strictly forbids her from mentioning his siblings. Thud of a deep bow. Yoonso bows her head to the floor, confirming she'll stick to the cover story that she learned the Hangul characters from Princess Jongwi. Glistening royal aura. Looking up at Moonjong's sharp side profile, Yoonso feels a surge of genuine awe, realizing that despite his casual lounge attire, his overwhelming aura as crown prince is undeniable. Sweat drop sound effect. She buries her face in her hands, mentally bracing herself for the mind-boggling reality that she's about to meet King Sejong, the literal goat of Korean history. Dark in her monologue box, she knows that if she slips up even slightly in front of the king, her head is going to roll off her shoulders faster than a bowling ball. Night wind blows over the palace rooftops. As the brilliant full moon rises over the tiled roofs, a heavy silence falls across the royal estate. Sliding door sound, carrying the fast-asleep little Hongwi in her arms, Yoonso politely bows and takes her leave, while Moonjong quietly watches them depart from his glowing room. Exhale sound effect. Moonjong lets out a long, exhausted sigh, reflecting on how he successfully got the king's approval to move Hongwi's residence and fast-track his official appointment, knowing full well that the true war for the throne has only just begun. Just when you thought Joseon court politics were already a complete mess, entered the Tribute Reform Bill, a brand new law designed to stop greedy, corrupt nobles from squeezing starving peasants dry. Basically, the entire nation is broke, the commoners are starving, and the royal palace is desperately trying to fix the tax nightmare before the whole kingdom erupts into absolute chaos. Prince Moonjong bows deeply before King Sejong, admitting that he knows exactly why his father is sweating bullets over this reform, because the root of all this financial corruption leads straight back to royal family greed. Heavy atmospheric silence drops. While the king supports fixing the economy, he drops a stern warning on Moonjong not to mess with Prince Suyang, because touching the royal inner circle could start a literal civil war. Honestly, trying to fix a kingdom while your own relatives are plotting against you is the ultimate headache. Meanwhile, Moonjong reflects on how he tried to test Court Lady Yoonso earlier to see if she was a threat, but seeing her look so downhearted made him feel kind of guilty. Soft blossom petals swirl in the air. Moonjong cups his chin, staring into space as he wonders why Yoonso looks like a sad, pouty puppy that just lost its favorite toy. Glistening fan service sparkle. Staring at the ceiling with his robe casually open, Moonjong complains to himself about how ridiculously distracting Yoonso has become to his train of thought. Seriously, my man is supposed to be solving national tax fraud, but he's out here daydreaming about a maid. The next morning, Yoonso paces anxiously around the sunny palace garden, stressing over her busy schedule while constantly looking over her shoulder in case King Sejong summons her out of nowhere. Loud shouting echoes across the yard. Suddenly, an arrogant senior court lady marches up and commands Yoonso to drop everything and follow her immediately. Yoonso instantly panics, thinking her big meeting with the king has finally arrived. But wait! The maid reveals that it isn't the king calling, it's concubine Hong Sin-wee inviting Yin-sir over to her private quarters. That suspicious invitation sends alarm bells ringing in Yin-sir's head. Screech of heavy wooden doors opening. Yun-seo steps onto the wooden porch of the concubine's residence, keeping her posture completely straight and composed, despite the trap she's walking into. Looking down at the doorstep, Yunso's sharp eyes spot multiple pairs of silk shoes lined up outside. Tense silence fills the hall. She realizes right away that Hong Song-hui isn't alone in there. There's an uninvited guest waiting inside. Yoonso politely bows as she steps inside, where Hong Song-hui sits comfortably, casually offering her a hot cup of tea with a fake sweet smile. You just know that fake hospitality in historical drama means trouble is brewing. Staring at the steaming teacup on the table, Yoonso mentally side-eyes the drink, suspecting that this arrogant snake might have coated the rim with deadly poison just to get rid of her. Dramatically shifting the mood, Hong Soo-wee smirks as she claims her servant found a poor crying child outside and brought her in. revealing a young girl in a pink dress standing with her back turned. The girl turns around and calls out, "Sister."
Gasps! Yoonso's eyes widen in absolute shock as she freezes in her tracks, recognizing the voice before she even sees the girl's face.
Sparkly floral background drops? A sudden memory unlocks in Yoonso's head as she identifies the girl as Choi Ga-eun, the original body owner's half-sister who claims she came searching for her. Ga-eun dramatically pulls out an official paper from a wooden box, sobbing uncontrollably as she claims loan sharks are terrorizing their family over a massive debt of 1,200 yang in silver.
Shadowy dark aura covers the frame. As Gaon wails about lenders threatening to sell her off in 5 days, Yeonso stands in icy silence, instantly connecting the dots on this ridiculous setup.
Yeonso internally chuckles, knowing for a fact that the original court lady Kwon never signed any debt contracts because her senior advisor always blocked her from stamping her official seal on anything. Yeonso calmly probes for details, asking who the money was supposedly borrowed from, and Gayan stammers that it was from Do Chiakji, the ruthless boatmaster at Mappo Ferry. Cut to a gritty visual of rough dockside loan sharks. Connecting the clue about Mappo Ferry, Yoon-seo remembers that the wealthy Yoon clan controls the shipping docks through illegal high-interest loan sharking.
Dramatic floor angle shot? Realizing Hong Sang-wi is a cousin of the Yoon clan, Yoon-seo figures out that since they couldn't kick her out of the crown prince's guarded palace, they resorted to forging a fake debt contract. Seriously, court villains using predatory loans as a weapon is next-level shady.
Hong Sang-hui suddenly slams the table, screaming at Yoon-seo for bringing shame to the royal palace and demanding she pack her bags and leave immediately. But Yoon-seo just stands there with total composure, casually agreeing that debts must be paid. Turning toward her panicking half-sister, Yoon-seo calmly announces that to settle this debt, they'll simply sell off all the family's clothes, houses, and rice fields in Yangju. Gaon's jaw drops as her entire scam backfires in real time. Snatch sound effect. Before Ga-eun can protest, Yoon-seo reaches out and yanks the document box right out of her hands, while Ga-eun frantically begs her not to sell their property. Dark, ominous shadows loom over the scene. Leaning in with a terrifying glare, Yoon-seo whispers into Ga-eun's ear, asking if she really thought she could play games while dealing with dangerous loan sharks backed by powerful nobles. Thud! Ga-eun collapses onto the floor in utter despair, realizing she just fell directly into the vicious trap she helped set up. Hong Sang-hui jumps up fuming mad, yelling that a major property lawsuit makes Yeon-seo unfit to serve the royal family. But Yeon-seo internally pities the concubine, wondering why she lets herself be used as a political puppet for Moonjong's enemies. Sparkling sarcastic smile unlocked. Deciding to push the concubine's buttons, Yoon-seo puts on a sugary sweet face and boasts about how much the crown prince favors her, teasingly mentioning how intimately they chatted just last night. Veins bulging with rage, Hong Sang-hui trembles violently as Yoon-seo smugly adds that while she could easily ask the prince to clear the debt, her high moral dignity prevents her from burdening his mind. Tap of footsteps bowing out? Bowing with flawless grace, Yoon-seo politely excuses herself to go figure out the debt, leaving Hong Sang-hui boiling in pure, unadulterated humiliation. Talk about an absolute masterclass in verbal roast. Chibi comedy style activates. Outside, Court Lady Park excitedly grabs Yoon-seo, cheering about how they can turn this forged document into leverage to report the corrupt loan scheme directly to the crown prince. Walking down the autumn courtyard, Yoon-seo analyzes the document, thanking her lucky stars that the original owner was illiterate and stamped handprints instead of a forged signature. She even ponders using modern charcoal fingerprinting techniques. Modern forensic knowledge in Joseon times? She's playing 4D chess out here. Bright yellow sparkles explode. Suddenly, little Prince Hongwi comes running up with his arms outstretched, letting out the cutest happy giggle as he greets Yoon-seo. Sparkling adorable close-up, Hongwi looks up at her with giant shimmering eyes, excitedly asking if they can go play with a flying kite together in the yard. The adorable toddler hops up and down in pure joy, pumping his tiny fists as he cheers that he wants to fly the kite right now. Meanwhile, Prince Moonjong walks through the palace garden rubbing his temples, completely stressed out over complex state policies and economic reforms, giving him a massive migraine. Kya-ha-ha! Sound effect echoes through the sky. A colorful paper kite soars high against the glowing sunset, catching Moonjong's attention as sound of pure children's laughter fills the air. Golden sunset warmth envelops the frame. Moonjong turns around to see a breathtaking scene. Yoon-seo holding little Hongwi in her arms as they spin together under the golden sky, flying the kite into the clouds. Heartbeat skips a beat. Moonjong's eyes widen in absolute astonishment as the warm sunset light illuminates Yoon Seo's radiant, genuine smile. Noticing his dad standing nearby, little Hongwi points excitedly into the air, calling out to Moonjong with the biggest smile on his face. Glistening golden aura? Carrying the beaming toddler, Yoon Seo turns toward Moonjong with a sparkling laugh, telling him there's something amazing he just has to see. Waving enthusiastically, Yoon Seo promises to come find him later tonight, her energetic joy cutting right through Moonjong's dark, stressful day. But dump! Moonjong's hand violently clutches his chest right over his heart as an overwhelming shockwave of emotion hits him like a freight train. Glowing romantic aura surrounds him. Standing frozen in the middle of the courtyard, Moonjong gasps for breath, completely stunned by the sudden realization of what he's feeling. Bro just got hit with the ultimate rom-com heart flutter moment in 4K resolution. Shift to dark nighttime atmosphere. Later that night, a head court spy secretly reports to King Sejong, informing him that Yoon Seo has been spending hours alone with Crown Prince Moonjong in his private quarters. King Sejong stroking his beard thoughtfully, connecting the dots on how Moonjong suddenly transformed into a sharp leader after spending time with Yoon Seo and young Hongwi. Mysterious dark background drops. King Sejong recalls how Yoon Seo previously mentioned complex terms like age-based cognitive development, wondering what other forbidden modern knowledge is hidden inside her extraordinary mind. The court official continues rambling about palace rumors regarding Yoon Seo's fake death note, but King Sejong silently raises his hand, signaling him to shut his mouth. Looks like the king himself is starting to realize Yoon Seo is way more than just a simple court maid. Ever wonder what happens when a ruthless king decides to personally intervene in palace drama? King Sejong sits solemnly in his dimly lit chamber, raising his hand to command his court official to bring Lady Kwan to him by mid-afternoon tomorrow without fail. Tense silence fills the hall. Bowing low with absolute reverence, the official whispers his complete submission to the monarch's direct orders, setting off a ticking clock for our heroine. Meanwhile, back in the Crown Prince's private study, Prince Moonjong stares in total confusion as Yoon Seo sets up a sheet of paper covered in ink circles, wondering what kind of bizarre project she's cooking up this time. Paper rustles loudly, flaunting the mysterious document. Yoon Seo proudly announces that this groundbreaking forensic technique will easily identify criminals, while Moonjong internally braces himself for whatever wild modern trick she's about to drop on him. Seriously, this girl is out here introducing CSI Joseon while everyone else is still using divination. Sparkling romantic flair, without warning, Yoon Seo suddenly reaches out and snatches the Crown Prince's royal hand, making Moonjong's heart do a violent backflip as he gasps in utter shock. Press sound effect. Unbothered by his panic, Yoon Seo firmly presses Moonjong's thumb right onto the ink ring, explaining that side-by-side comparisons make the evidence crystal clear. Sweat drops trickle down his forehead. Moonjong stares at his inked finger in total concentration, making Yoon Seo chuckle internally at how this intense prince completely tunes out the entire world whenever he gets hyper-focused on a puzzle. Tap, tap, tap of the brush. Yoon Seo carefully dusts fine charcoal powder across the paper, secretly hoping her memory of modern forensic science doesn't embarrass her in front of royalty. Gloom effect drops. Looking down at the faint, blurry smudges, Yoon Seo lets out a disappointed sigh, realizing that trying to pull off 21st century fingerprinting without modern chemicals is way harder than it looks on TV. Talk about a reality check. Flicker of candlelight? Leaning closer under the warm glow of the lantern, Yoon Seo explains that every single human being possesses a unique ridge pattern on their fingers, leaving Moonjong totally fascinated by the concept. Moonjong taking full control of the paper, telling Yoon Seo to take a seat while he carefully analyzes the ridge details himself. Quiet rustling of parchment. As Moonjong gets absorbed in studying the ink marks, Yoon Seo sits quietly in the background, staring at his razor-sharp side profile. Staring at the prince in the soft ambient light, Yoon Seo can't help but marvel at how ridiculously good-looking this man is. Seriously, the artist gave him elite main character visuals that belong on a fashion runway. Glowing sparkles everywhere. Yoon Seo internally swoons over his ethereal aura, realizing exactly why court ladies are constantly dropping bribes and precious trinkets just to sneak a single glance at him. Resting her chin on her hand, Yoon Seo cheekily reminds herself that despite his godly looks, this workaholic prince seems completely immune to romance anyway. Chibi comedy style unlocks. Comparing him to K-drama tropes, Yoon Seo laughs at how modern stories feature arrogant CEOs, whereas Joseon gives her an ascetic prince who gets turned on by forensic fingerprint analysis.
gasping yawn. Overwhelmed by a sudden wave of exhaustion, Yunso covers her mouth, realizing her crazy day of confronting scammers, flying kites, and doing crime lab work has completely drained her battery. Soft snoring ambient sound? Slumping over in her chair under the quiet moonlight, Yunso instantly passes out into a deep, peaceful slumber. Glow of inspiration. Unaware that she's asleep, Moonjong holds the paper up to the light, marveling at how individual fingerprint tracking could revolutionize law enforcement across the entire nation. Swish of silk robes. Moonjong turns around excitedly to share his breakthrough, only to freeze when he spots Yunso knocked out cold right beside him. Soft light filter. Seeing her slumped over so peacefully, Moonjong's stern expression instantly melts into pure gentleness. But dump. Moonjong's heart starts hammering against his ribs as he gazes at her delicate features, suddenly realizing this is the very first time he's ever seen her sleeping. Soft skin touch. Reaching out with trembling hands, Moonjong gently cups her warm cheek, his fingertips brushing against her soft skin in a moment of pure romantic tension. Gasp! Snapping back to reality, Moonjong pulls his hand back slightly, his face flushing crimson as he processes the overwhelming emotion swirling inside him. Deep emotional atmosphere. Looking into her peaceful face, Moonjong softly contemplates whether this remarkable girl could finally share the heavy, suffocating loneliness of his royal burden. Clutching sound effect, Moonjong tightly grasps the front of his robe right over his pounding heart, completely helpless against his growing feelings. Man really fell head over heels, and there's no turning back now. Warm, golden aura, gently removing his heavy outer robe, Moonjong kneels down and wraps it around Yunso like a cozy blanket, silently praying she'll stay by his side forever. Setting the blanket in place, Moonjong notices the mysterious wooden document box sitting forgotten on the floor. Click of the latch. Opening the box, Moonjong unfolds the fake contract demanding 400 Young in silver, noting that the forged date traces right back to the day Young Hongwei was born. Crush of paper, veins popping on his hand, Moonjong grips the paper in pure rage, remembering how devoted Yunso was to the young prince back then, realizing this contract is an absolute scam designed by political vultures to destroy her. Gentle shaking. As the first light of dawn peeks through the windows, Moonjong softly nudges Yunso awake, telling her it's time to head back before the palace guards notice. Hilarious sleep mumbling. Still half asleep, Yunso smirks in her dream, rambling out loud that the prince's handsome face is way sharper than their sharpest royal sword. Shockwave drop. Moonjong freezes in utter bewilderment, staring at her with wide eyes like his brain just short-circuited from that bizarre compliment.
Jolt! Snapping awake in a violent panic, Yunso sits bolt upright with her eyes wide open.
Patter of rushing footsteps. Realizing she slept through the night, Yunso frantically grabs her skirts and dashes out the door, worrying that little Hongwei woke up alone. Rain pouring down? Stepping into the stormy courtyard, an eunuch quickly approaches and hands her a folded bamboo umbrella, stating that the crown prince personally ordered him to protect her from the rain. Holding the umbrella over her head, Yunso looks totally touched by Moonjong's subtle sweetness. Ominous shadow looming, the eunuch suddenly leans in and asks if she knows a guy named Bojium, revealing that the prince ordered royal guards to search every single corner of the kingdom for him. Chibi confusion. Yunso tilts her head with dot eyes, completely baffled since she's never heard of anyone named Bojium in her life. Patter of raindrops. Walking through the puddles, the light bulb suddenly turns on in Yunso's head. She realizes Moonjong misheard her sleep talk about actor Park Bo-gum and thinks he's a secret love rival. Bro hired National Guards over a K-drama crush misunderstanding? That is top-tier comedic gold. Fiery scolding background. Back at her quarters, head court Lady Park violently fumes at Yunso for being so dense, threatening to force-feed her plum rice cakes until her brain starts working properly. Door slides open. Calming down, Lady Park introduces a young servant kneeling in the corner, explaining that she assigned a dedicated personal bodyguard to keep Yunso safe from future attacks. Glaring side-eye. The mysterious young guard looks up with sharp, deadly eyes, giving off serious hidden assassin energy, trots her small stature. Chibi comedic contrast. Lady Park casually boasts that this guard is an absolute prodigy at slashing throats, leaving Yunso internally sweating over why she phrased it like a literal butcher. Stepping forward, Yunso offers the guard a generous side salary bonus, telling her that extra pay means she expects flawless protection.
Clang! To prove her worth, the guard flips open her heavy outer cloak, revealing a terrifying arsenal of hidden daggers, throwing knives, and concealed blades strapped all over her body. Glint of steel. Staring at the sheer volume of concealed weapons, Yunso's jaw drops in utter awe at this walking lethal weapon. Determined nod, Yunseo asks if she can ruthlessly eliminate any threat under extreme circumstances, and the guard nods with a terrifyingly innocent smile. Evil mastermind grin? Yunseo's face lights up in dark satisfaction, realizing that having a personal throat-slashing assassin means she can easily take out villainous grand princes whenever they step out of line. Bright sunny courtyard? Feeling completely unstoppable with her lethal new bodyguard Maekchum strutting behind her, Yinso steps out into the palace sunshine, ready to crush anyone foolish enough to mess with her. The hook! Yinseo sneaks out of the palace disguised as a handsome male scholar on horseback, with her little helper behind her, feeling like an absolute boss, until she realizes she's walking straight into a deadly trap. Adjusting her gat with a confident smirk, Yunseo asks if they're ready to hit the town, totally rocking the Joseon cross-dressing aesthetic like a true K-drama lead. Clatter of horse hooves? Trotting through the palace gates, Yunseo remembers Master Ohm's advice to wear eunuch gear so the palace gossips wouldn't tear her reputation to shreds, internally thanking him for the smooth exit. Feeling completely relaxed, she figures she's got all day to chill since royal audiences require a full day's advance notice, blissfully unaware that the universe is about to smash that dream into pieces. Honestly, bragging about how safe you are in a historical manhwa is the ultimate death flag. You're literally begging the plot to attack you. Arriving at Lady Park Malia's secret quarters, a friendly worker greets him with open arms, welcoming her into her temporary makeshift laboratory. Squeak of wooden crates, the worker shows off the massive stockpile of herbs and oils she requested, assuring her that the local port bullies won't dare mess with them while Yunseo bows in deep gratitude. Eyeing the crates filled with castor oil, camellia oil, and precious medicinal roots, Yunseo celebrates that thanks to Lady Park's connections, her master plan to infuse herbal ointments is finally underway. Plop, splash, and a hilarious chibi crafting montage, Yunseo and her young assistant start tossing herbs into boiling jars of oil like they're brewing up a high-level health potion in an RPG. Look at them go! She really brought modern skincare manufacturing straight into the 15th century. Put this girl on Shark Tank Joseon already.
Sparkle effect overload! Staring into the jar with glowing eyes, Yunseo triumphantly celebrates their completed batch of custom bug bite ointment.
When her little assistant asks how long they gotta wait, Yunseo casually explains it'll take hours, so they should head back, only for a massive crash to shatter the peace. Panicked shouting echoes through the courtyard as a frantic voice screams for court-maid Guan, demanding she drop everything and return to the palace right this second. Door slams open. A breathless official bursts into the room, gasping that Chief Eunuch Jung-on is throwing a massive fit because the king himself summoned her, leaving Yunso's jaw on the floor in sheer terror. The sheer suddenness of this scene drop gives you instant heart palpitations. The artist used those heavy, dark purple shock lines so well here. Galloping hooves pounding, racing back on horseback with her heart in her throat, Yunso realizes in horror that Eunuch Jung-un, the snake who orchestrated political coups, is behind this unexpected summons. Grab! The instant her feet touch the ground, two ruthless guards grab her arms and pin her down, completely ignoring her furious demands to let her go. Swing! Megum immediately draws a deadly dagger from her cloak, ready to slit throats, but Yunseo screams at her to stop before drawing weapons inside the palace gets them both executed on the spot. Footsteps rushing, quick on her feet, Yunso orders Megum to ride back and warn Master while the guards violently drag her away through the courtyard. Megum was ready to catch a body without a second thought. That girl is the definition of a ride-or-die bodyguard. We love her energy. Thud. Begging for just a second to fix her clothes, Yunso is brutally shoved through the sliding doors and thrown onto the hardwood floor of the main hall. With her hat knocked off and her hair falling wild, Yunso gasps for air as a menacing shadow looms over her, mockingly sneering at a mere courtmaid daring to wear men's robes. Looking up into the sinister face of Chief Eunuch Jung-un, he coldly informs her that cross-dressing in the palace is a ticket straight to the executioner's block. Gasp of shock. Staring at the snake, Yunseo's mind races as she remembers that this exact man was Grand Prince Suyung's spy who sabotaged royal medical treatments and handed young Hongwei over as a hostage. This guy has villain written all over his face. Literally, look at that nasty mole and smirk. You just know he's been waiting for an excuse to destroy her. Creak of the sliding door. Jang-un pulls back the heavy wooden doors to the king's private throne room, mockingly inviting her to state her final words before his majesty.
Dragged onto the pristine floor before the monarch, Yunso kneels in her torn men's robes as Jaeyoungun proudly announces her capture. Atmosphere heavy as lead, King Sejong glares down with terrifying intensity as Jung-un lays out his formal accusation, claiming she brazenly snuck out of the palace in male attire. Jung-un doesn't stop there. He tries to escalate the charges to execute her entire faction, demanding severe punishment for Donggong Hall's head attendant to restore order. He thought he was about to wipe out his entire political enemy list in one go. Talk about being greedy for blood. Boom! King Sejong's voice booms across the hall like thunder, violently cutting Jaeyoungun up as he screams, asking who gave a mere eunuch the authority to judge the very foundation of the realm. Slam! Terrified for his life, Jung-un instantly slams his head to the floor, squealing in terror as he begs for forgiveness and scrambles to retreat, leaving Yunso trembling at the terrifying power of the monarch's word. Turning his cold, razor-sharp gaze down at her, King Sejong demands to know what urgent business forced a court maid to sneak out disguised as a man. Gulp. Sweat drips down Yunso's neck as her brain hyperventilates, remembering historical accounts of how royalty handled rule breakers. Navigating historical monarchs is like playing Russian roulette with 6 loaded chambers. One wrong word and it's game over. She vividly recalls Lady Park's warning that while King Sejong doesn't beat people recklessly, he is a fanatic for principles who won't hesitate to execute anyone who breaks royal protocol. Looking down at her bare hands in sheer panic, she realizes she isn't even wearing her time travel ring, meaning if she gets executed right now, she won't transmigrate back to the modern world. She'll just be dead. Dark aura swirling, worrying about what would happen to little Hongwi without her, Yunso frantically questions whether simple cross-dressing is truly a crime worth losing her head over. Warm, golden memories, seeing a sweet flashback of Hongwi's bright, adorable smile, her protective instincts ignite, refusing to let her journey end in this cold palace. Clench. Digging her fingernails into the wooden floor, Yunseo gathers every ounce of her courage, deciding she's gonna fight for her life with everything she's got. That dramatic fist clench on the floor is classic protagonist energy. You can literally feel her switching from panic mode to battle mode. Bowing low with utter humility, Yunso explains that she snuck out in men's clothes solely to ride a horse fast enough to gather materials for a medicinal salve, prompting the king to ask what kind of medicine required such desperation. She answers that it's a soothing ointment specifically made to treat the painful bug bites on the young royal grandson, leaving King Sejong staring back in thoughtful silence. Pouring water sound? A court lady quietly sets down a tray of cold tea, telling her to drink up and pull herself together. As Yunso gulps down the water with trembling hands, her sharp modern brain realizes something crucial. Humans don't offer refreshments to someone they're about to execute. Staring at the king while drinking, she calculates that a ruler wouldn't bother hydrating a low-ranking maid if he intended to cut off her head 2 minutes later. Using evolutionary biology and psychological analysis to figure out if you're about to be executed is absolute genius move. Setting the empty cup down, King Sejong suddenly leans forward and demands she explain in exact detail how human aging and lying are scientifically connected. Gasp! Yunso's eyes widen in sheer shock as she realizes the real reason King Sejong kept her alive? He wanted a private lecture on child developmental psychology. Stroking his beard with an intrigued smirk, the king brings up her past conversation in the central palace, reminding her of her claims that young children aren't developmentally capable of crafting complex lies. Internal scream as King Sejong quotes her past psychological report word for word, down to the exact syllable. Yunseo freaks out internally over his terrifying photographic memory. King Sejong having a literal 4K high-definition memory bank is both awe-inspiring and utterly terrifying. Bro remembers better than a recording device. Deep bow. Clearing her throat and regaining her composure, Yunso humbly confirms that those were indeed her exact words. Realizing that satisfying his insatiable thirst for modern science is her literal golden ticket to survival, Yunseo launches into a full-blown neuroscience lecture about brain development. Door slams. Meanwhile, back in the East Palace, a eunuch bursts into Prince Moonjong's study, breathlessly reporting that eunuch Jong-un has dragged court-maid Guan away, making the prince turn around with deadly rage in his eyes. Back in the royal hall, as Yunso explains how the human brain matures, her own frontal lobe fully reactivates, unlocking her suppressed knowledge and clearing the fog of terror. Shadowy predator visual? Describing how survival instinct overrides memory during life-threatening danger, Yunso explains that trauma transforms the body into a pure survival state, suppressing rational thoughts. Look at that sick visual of the tiger hunting the rabbit. The artist did a masterclass job depicting psychological trauma here. Modern flashback filter. Memory fragments flood back into her mind, showing her sitting across from a compassionate modern trauma therapist in a brightly lit counseling office. She remembers her counselor sitting quietly, listening with unconditional empathy as Yunso processed her deep-seated emotional wounds in the 21st century. Gentle touch. She remembers the therapist placing a comforting hand on her shoulder, helping her ground herself when her world felt like it was completely falling apart. Deep inhale, taking a long, steadying breath, Yunso anchors herself in the present moment, fully locked in to outsmart the royal court and survive another day. Picture this. You're about to be executed in 15th century Joseon, so you take a deep breath and start doing modern trauma grounding techniques right in front of the king. Kwan Yunso wraps her arms around her shoulders, refusing to let pure terror paralyze her mind. Pushing through the fear, she stares straight ahead and reminds herself that daily life isn't just something you passively endure, it's something you gotta actively take control of. Looking down at her ripped sleeve where the guards grabbed her, Yunso admits she was terrified, but she refuses to blame herself for reacting like a normal human under life-or-death pressure. Visualizing the snide smirk of eunuch Jang-un, she knows if she lets him walk all over her now, the mere sight of a palace eunuch will trigger her PTSD for the rest of her life. Talk about setting boundaries. Aura shift. Channeling the unbreakable spirit of modern freedom fighters, Yunso remembers that 21st century human history was built on standing up for dignity, faith, and human rights against absolute tyrants. Turning around to face King Sejong directly, Yunso prepares to drop a full-blown verbal bomb on the entire royal court. Honestly, the artist framing her from behind while facing the throne gives absolute final boss energy. With zero fear left in her voice, Yunso calls out royal court etiquette, pointing out that an official audience requires a full day's notice to prepare, yet she was dragged here like a dog in improper attire. She didn't stop there. She completely flips the charges onto eunuch Jong-un, accusing him of disrespecting the king, the crown prince, and the royal grandson by orchestrating this violent circus. Slap! Speak of the devil. Right outside the hall, Crown Prince Moonjong arrives like an absolute freight train and slaps eunuch Jung-gun so hard his hat flies into another zip code. That smack was so loud I felt it through my screen. Stepping right over the groveling snake, the Crown Prince strides into the throne room with eyes burning with absolute fury. Creak of the heavy wooden doors. Stepping onto the pristine hardwood floor, Prince Moonjong formally announces his entrance to King Sejong. Throwing himself right into the fire, the prince blatantly covers for Yunso, claiming he personally sent her on an urgent errand and ordered her to wear whatever clothes were quickest. King Sejong strokes his beard with a knowing smirk, thoroughly amused that his son is outright lying to his face just to protect this courtmaid. Seeing a legendary genius king see right through his son's bad cover story is hilarious. Seeing through the fake story but approving of the loyalty, King Sejong gives permission for the crown prince to take Yunso away, prompting the prince to reach his hand down toward her. Sparkle effect overload! The lighting turns full romance anime as the crown prince extends a warm, gentle hand toward our completely exhausted heroine. Looking up with tear-filled eyes, Yunso's heart swells, realizing that ever since she transmigrated into this world, everyone only ever treated her like a disposable servant named Guan. Calling her name softly, Prince Moonjong gently pulls her off the floor, offering her a fleeting moment of genuine warmth in this cold, dangerous palace. Turning back to the throne, King Sejong clarifies that even if the crown prince hadn't rushed in, he was already planning to strip Jong-un of his title and turn him into a government slave. Boom! King Sejong roars out his decree, ordering the guards to drag Jae-young-un to the cells and give him 60 brutal strikes of flogging, while the corrupt eunuch squeals on his knees. Internal celebration. Yunso gasps in relief that her primary enemy is finally getting ousted, but as she tries to stand up, her legs completely give out from the adrenaline crash. Swoop! Before her knees hit the hardwood, the crown prince catches her mid-fall and scoops her up into a full-on princess carry. He tells her to hold on tight like it's the most natural thing in the world. Footsteps marching. Prince Moonjong casually marches down the main courtyard while bridal carrying Yunso, leaving every single palace maid and servant completely flabbergasted.
Panicking hysterically, Yunseo whispers for him to put her down before the gossip mill explodes, but the prince literally ignores her demands and keeps walking like an absolute giga-chad. Staring at his stone-cold side profile, Yunsei realizes he has zero intention of letting her go, making her heart do frantic backflips in her chest. Check out the artist's lighting choice in this dramatic close-up. Prince Moonjong's jawline looks sharp enough to slice right through Joseon's political corruption on its own. Completely giving up on fighting it, Yunseo buries her face against his chest, realizing she couldn't escape his grip even if she tried. Feeling his steady heartbeat, the intense pressure of constant survival finally lifts, and Yunseo closes her eyes to let herself rest for the first time since transmigrating. Soft sigh. Her head slumps backward as her consciousness fades away into complete physical exhaustion. Gasp! Feeling her go completely limp in his arms, Prince Moonjong's calm, confident expression shatters into sheer panic. Screaming her actual name out loud, the prince freaks out as he realizes she isn't just resting, she's completely unconscious. Panic echoes across the courtyard as Prince Moonjong yells for the royal physicians, ordering attendants to clear out his private chambers immediately. Hearing all the shouting outside, little royal grandson Hongyi waddles out with huge, tearful eyes, looking up in complete confusion. Bursting into tears, little Hongwei asks his father if courtmaid Guan just died, prompting the prince to quickly show him her gentle breathing to calm him down. Wow, that didn't work at all! The toddler bursts into a full hysterical crying fit, sobbing at the top of his lungs for Guan not to leave him. Look at his little teary face. My heart is breaking. Taking control of the chaos, the head court lady snaps into action, dispatching attendants to fetch the finest royal physician and grab clean clothes for Yunseo. Turning to the crown prince, the head maid reassures him that Yunseo just passed out from the massive shock and relief, promising she's as tough as iron sinew and will recover soon. Inside that quiet bedroom, it's tough. As Yunseo lies under those soft blankets, the court ladies are gently trying to steer little Hongwei away, just so she can rest in peace, you know? Boom! Absolute toddler meltdown. Hongwei throws a massive tantrum, screaming that he refuses to leave and wants to stay right next to his favorite courtmaid. Watching the little prince cry, the court ladies exchange sorrowful glances, knowing how deeply traumatized the boy was after losing his birth mother, the crown princess. Scooping his son into his arms, Prince Moonjong sits down beside Yunseo's bed, softly telling Hongwei they can wait right here together until she wakes up. That whole father-son dynamic is pure wholesome perfection. Finger on pulse, the royal physician carefully examines Yunseo's wrist, declaring that her pulse is strong and her internal organs are completely healthy. He explains that the extreme sudden stress caused a temporary blockage in her energy flow, but some acupuncture and herbal tea will have her back on her feet in no time. This information is not medical advice and is provided for informational purposes only. It is not a substitute for professional medical advice, diagnosis, or treatment. Always seek the advice of your healthcare professional or other qualified health provider with any questions you may have regarding a medical condition. Nodding in relief, Prince Moonjong issues an order to postpone Chief Eunuch Jangon's brutal flogging until Yunseo wakes up, so she can witness her revenge with her own eyes. Silence fills the room. Sitting alone beside her bed as the evening light fades, the crown prince silently watches over her sleeping face. Look at little Hongwei fast asleep, snuggled right against Yunseo's side under the blanket. That panel is ridiculously cute. I can't handle it. Staring down at her hands in a sudden flashback, Prince Moonjong recalls all the moments he felt his heart leap whenever he was near her. Connecting the dots in his mind, the prince finally realizes that these confusing, overwhelming feelings he's been experiencing aren't just gratitude, it's genuine, undeniable love. Clench! Digging his fingers tightly into his own blue robes, his pulse races as the reality of his romantic feelings sinks in. Thump thump. With a deep blush spreading across his cheeks, Prince Moonjong gazes at Yunseo, silently confessing his feelings right as she stirs in her sleep. Warm, glowing atmosphere. As Yunseo softly murmurs and rolls over, the crown prince sits in breathless silence, ready to protect her and his son against whatever storm Joseon throws at them next. Imagine waking up from a total physical collapse only to find the literal crown prince sitting by your bedside commanding servants to bring in hot soup. As Yunseo slowly blinks her eyes open, Prince Moonjong smiles gently, telling her she needs to eat something immediately to regain her strength. Gasp! When the court lady steps up, offering to taste the meal for poison first, Prince Moonjong casually waves her off, declaring that he'll personally test it himself. The poor court maid looks like her whole worldview just shattered into a million pieces. Internal panic mode activated. The court maid stands there in complete shock, wondering why on earth the highest-ranking prince in Joseon is acting as a personal food taster for a lowly maid. Sparkle overload! Leaning in closer than necessary, Prince Moonjong scoops up a spoonful of porridge and softly tells Yoon-so to just open wide and eat without worrying about a single thing. Honestly, if a whole-ass prince tried feeding me like a toddler, my brain would instantly reboot too. Grumble. Blushing like a ripe tomato, Yoon-so tries to insist she's completely fine, but her betrayal of a stomach lets out a massive, hilarious growl that completely ruins her composure. Given into her utter physical exhaustion, she accepts the spoonful while internally crying because her body is so drained she can't even sit up on her own. She can't help but remember that even her real parents stopped spoon-feeding her once she turned 10. Munch, munch. As she chews, Yoon-seo stares at him in sheer confusion, wondering why this handsome royal is going to such absurd lengths just to take care of her.
Gasp! Suddenly the realization hits her like a freight train, making her eyes go wide as she locks gaze with the prince.
Thump, 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 thump. Feeling his own heart pounding like a drum in his chest, Prince Moonjong freezes, overwhelmed by the undeniable surge of emotion rushing through him. Staring right back into her eyes, he realizes there's no denying it anymore. The way his heart skips a beat around her isn't just basic gratitude.
Deep blush. Look at his face, flushed bright red. Prince Moonjong internally freaks out, asking himself if this crazy, overwhelming feeling is actually full-blown romance. Can we talk about this cozy scene for a second? Prince Moonjong tenderly feeding Yoon-so while little Prince Hongwi slumbers peacefully right beside him under the blanket. It's giving full family vibes, and I am totally here for it. Fast forward through her recovery, and Prince Moonjong's relentless personal care has Yoon-so back on her feet in no time. But walking through the palace courtyards means enduring non-stop whispers from every single gossiping maid in sight. I mean, just look at her room. Silk-wrapped packages, luxury cosmetics, fresh flowers, and personal letters line the floor. Our stoic, icy crown prince turned out to be the ultimate hopeless romantic. Not only is he micromanaging palace security to keep her safe, but the prince literally stops mid-briefing to ask if she's feeling better and mentions ordering top-tier medicinal herbs just for her. Internal screaming, Yoon-seo's chibi brain completely melts down as she asks how she's supposed to handle a handsome, direct bulldozer of a man who just charges straight into her heart without any warning. Step, step. Walking out into the courtyard, she spots Prince Moonjong sitting on the porch steps waiting specifically just to greet her with the warmest, softest smile you've ever seen. Thump, thump. Clutching her collar with a bright red blush, Yoon-so admits to herself that coming at her with a drop-dead gorgeous face like that is straight-up cheating. She knows her heart is racing because deep down, she feels the exact same way. Sitting side by side under the roof eaves during a gentle rainstorm, Yoon-so takes a quiet moment to reflect on her growing feelings while surrounded by his overwhelming warmth. Soft sigh. She finally acknowledges the undeniable truth. Her feelings for Prince Moonjong didn't just start yesterday, they've been silently growing for way longer than she realized. Aura shift, standing amidst blooming flowers with a determined posture, Yoon-so prepares to finally confront these romantic waters head-on. With a steady breath and a slight flush on her cheeks, she braces herself to ask him the one burning question on her mind. Approaching Prince Moonjong as he rests on the wooden porch, she asks him point-blank what it is about her that he could possibly like so much. Melts! With zero hesitation and a peaceful smile, Prince Moonjong looks her right in the eyes and confesses that he likes literally everything about her. Talk about a 10 out of 10 green flag response. Swallowing hard, Yoon-so asks him cautiously just how high he's trying to elevate her position in the royal hierarchy. Gently taking her hands into his, Prince Moonjong declares with absolute conviction that he wants her to be his royal consort and his sole partner in ruling the entire country of Joseon. Gasp! Yoon-so's heart drops into her stomach as she realizes that accepting his grand love means binding her entire destiny to the heavy political fate of an entire nation. Looking into his warm, earnest gaze as he speaks so tenderly, she knows she has to set firm boundaries before things get completely out of hand. Deep inhale, gathering all her modern courage, Yoon-so drops a total bombshell on the prince, suggesting that instead of jumping into official royalty, they should just date. Standing tall under the magnificent palace roof, she bluntly explains that she has no desire to become the official crown princess. She just wants to date him like a normal couple first. Blink, blink.
Prince Moonjong stammers in absolute confusion, completely thrown off guard by this bizarre 21st century concept he's never heard of in his entire life. Gently letting go. Seeing her serious expression, he softly releases her hands, promising that if that's what she truly wants, he'll respect her wishes no matter what. But then he tilts his head in genuine confusion, admitting that despite reading every historical text and scholarly book in Joseon, he has literally zero idea what this dating concept actually means. Flustered by his total innocence, Yoonso clutches her hands to her chest, realizing she now has to explain modern relationship dynamics to a Joseon prince. Clench! Taking a moment to organize her thoughts, she prepares her ultimate explanation for historical courtship. She gently explains that rejecting the title of crown princess doesn't mean she doesn't care about him or wants to be just another favored court lady. Prince Moonjong listens with undivided attention, hanging on to every single word coming out of her mouth. Yoonso clarifies that he can remain the crown prince while she stays as Prince Hongwee's nanny, meeting up periodically to get to know each other and confirm their true feelings. Sparkle? Leaning forward, she gently presses her hands against his and shows him a small gesture of affection to prove her sincerity. Swoop! Just as she wonders if her explanation worked, Prince Moonjong suddenly pulls her straight onto his lap with effortless strength, catching her completely off guard. Smirk? Looking up at her flustered face from inches away, the prince teases her about having the massive audacity to touch the crown prince so freely and test his heart like that. Atmosphere heat up. Whispering that she's incredibly insolent, he gazes up at her with eyes burning with playful passion. Honestly, the romantic tension in this panel is so thick you could cut it with a sword. Feeling his broad hand sliding firmly against her waist, Yeonso's entire body goes rigid with electric shock. Thump thump, Chibi Yeonseo panics internally, wondering if he was about to kiss her and asking herself if this smooth prince was always this ridiculously bold. Looking up at her with a soft, satisfied blush, Prince Moonjong lets out a gentle smile that completely melts away all remaining tension. Pure joy! Yoonso bursts into a bright, beautiful laugh, her heart overflowing with genuine happiness as she sees his adorable reaction. Intertwining her fingers tightly with his, the two share an undeniable physical connection that transcends status and time. Holding his warm hand against her cheek, Yinso softly concludes that meeting repeatedly to figure out if two people are truly meant for each other is the very definition of love. Looking down at him with immense tenderness, she acknowledges that while he's a prince bound by state marriage and she's an outsider from another era, she's completely willing to do things her way because she already considers him hers. Warm sunlight, with bright blue skies framing the palace trees above, Prince Moonjong agrees with a loving smile, promising that as long as they're together, they'll write their love story entirely on her terms. Ever wonder what happens when royal parents realize their son's new crush is a total menace to kingdom politics? Inside the glowing hall, the king lets out a massive sigh of relief that Yeonseo recovered so fast, but the queen immediately calls him out for dragging her through an endless interrogation. Clearing his throat to salvage his dignity, the king smugly insists she's not delicate at all. In fact, her bold attitude reminds him of the late queen grandmother. He turns right toward Crown Prince Hyong, expecting his full agreement. Sweating bullets under the sudden spotlight, Prince Hyong stammers that Yoonso is actually the most gentle, delicate woman in the entire world. The king and queen instantly freeze, staring at him like he just grew a second head. Pff, look at these two royalty parents morphing into full chibi mode and giggling like schoolgirls. Honestly, seeing the rulers of Joseon act like top-tier gossip columnists the moment their son mentions a girl is peak comedy. Dropping the teasing act, the queen gets surprisingly sweet, pointing out that Yoonseo's greatest strength is her complete lack of malice. She literally threw herself in front of danger for the little prince without a second thought. Sparkle overhead, the queen's eyes light up as she declares Yoonso sharp, fearless, and absolute crown princess material. After watching her son live like a lonely widower for so long, she's practically ready to plan the wedding right now. But palace rules are ruthless. The queen admits Yeonso's low family background means she can't jump straight to the top. She'll have to start as a low-ranking consort first until she gives birth. Before his mom can draft the official royal decree, Prince Yang calmly drops a massive bombshell. He thanks her for the thought, but announces that he and Yeonso are just gonna date for now.
Dead silence. The king and queen tilt their heads in total, utter confusion, asking what on earth this strange word dating even means. Hyang immediately freezes, realizing he has zero script for this. Internal panic mode fully activated. Hyang's brain goes into hyperdrive as he realizes that if he explains this wrong, everyone in the court will brand Yunso as an arrogant, insolent courtmaid. Smooth operator. Hyang quickly spins it into royal philosophy, explaining that dating just means taking extra time to observe a partner's true character before making a lifelong commitment. The king and queen instantly melt, cooing at his deep wisdom. Wiping a dramatic tear, the queen gets super emotional, remembering why her son is being so cautious. Flashback alert, his first wife literally resorted to dark sorcery and creepy voodoo dolls just to force his affection before getting brutally deposed. And if you think that was wild, his second wife was an absolute train wreck who drank constantly, faked a whole pregnancy, and had a secret scandal with her own courtmaid. Talk about worst-in-class royal marriage luck. Surrounded by a sparkling aura, the royal couple praises Hyung's deep, thoughtful heart, completely oblivious to the fact that Hyung is standing there suffering from intense internal embarrassment. The king chuckles softly, telling him not to be too picky when a girl is that pretty and talented. Hyang just bows his head, internally crying because if he were actually being picky, his life wouldn't be this complicated. Soft atmosphere shift. Late at night, Yunso sits by little Prince Hongwee's bed, gently singing a sweet modern lullaby to soothe the poor traumatized toddler to sleep. Frown. Even in his dreams, little Hongwee whimpers and tosses nervously, begging Guan not to get sick or disappear on him again. Gently stroking his hair, Yunso's heart breaks. Ever since the poisoning incident, the kid's separation anxiety is through the roof. He literally searches the entire palace for her the second he wakes up. Tuck. Adjusting the blanket, Yunseo realizes the hilarious irony. Hong modified the entire palace guard rotation so she could sleep near Hongwee, which completely eliminated any free time for their secret romance. Pulling out the glowing gold ring and red pouch Hyang gave her, Yunso stares at the luxury gifts with a conflicted expression. Even though this cozy setup feels nice, a heavy realization weighs on her mind. Clenching her collar tightly, she reminds herself of the harsh reality. No matter how deeply she falls for Prince Hyang, she's still a 21st century time traveler who doesn't belong in Joseon. Glow! She theorizes that if they manage to crush Grand Prince Suyang's villainous faction and secure Hongwee's throne, the original Crown Princess's spirit might finally send her back home to the modern world. But the moment that thought crosses her mind, her heart drops into her stomach. If she actually disappears back to her own time, what happens to Yi Hong? Heavy angst shift. A dark vision flashes in her mind. Hongwee growing up to be a majestic king who can stand on his own, while Prince Hyung is left behind as a broken man who tragically lost 4 wives in one lifetime. Talk about an absolute psychological gut punch. Squeezing the red pouch until her knuckles turn white, Yunso admits to herself that shared feelings grow fast. Returning home might sound like the goal, but leaving him behind would destroy her heart too. Knock, knock! A sudden soft tapping at the paper sliding door shatters her heavy overthinking session, making her jump in surprise as a gentle voice calls her name. Swoon alert! The door slides open to reveal Prince Hyang standing in the doorway, holding a single finger to his lips with a dangerously smooth, quiet smirk. Stepping out onto the porch together, Hyang casually suggests they move their evening discussions to the cool wooden floor outside so she can instantly hear Hongwee if the little prince wakes up calling for her. Thump, thump. Walking right behind his broad back, Yunso's face turns beet red as her heart beats like a jackhammer. Seriously, how does this man manage to be this thoughtful while looking like a straight-up webtoon model? Looking up at his side profile framing the starry night sky, Yunso watches as he smiles warmly down at her, calling her name with that soft, addictive tone. Blush overload. Clutching her chest with wide eyes, Yunso panics internally, asking herself what on earth she's supposed to do now that her heart is officially racing out of control. Gasp! Extending his palm toward her in the dim moonlight, Hyung's large hand reaches out with absolute elegance. Sparkle explosion! Looking her straight in the eyes under the full moon, Prince Hyung smirks and officially invites her on a date. Yunso stares at him in sheer awe, admitting to herself that she is officially undeniably falling head over heels for him. Tap, tap! The two walk side by side through the serene, moonlit palace courtyards, surrounded by quiet shadows and blooming trees.
Glancing sideways at his calm composure, Yunso's bright smile slowly fades as her inner guilt creeps right back up to the surface. Staring down at her shoes, she asks herself if choosing to walk into a tragic, predestined Joseon future is just plain stupid when she already knows how history plays out. Walking silently beside the prince, her mind becomes a complete tangled mess of logic versus pure emotion. Breaking the heavy quiet, Hayoung offhandedly mentions that the state tribunal has officially arrested Do Chukji, the shady criminal who forged her fake debt contract. Yoonseo's eyes instantly pop open as she eagerly asks if they managed to collect his fingerprints. Hanyang chuckles, explaining that fingerprinting is still experimental, but they busted him using simple palace exit logs instead. Ah, a chibi realization bubble pops over Yoonseo's head. Palace staff have to log an exit pass every single time they leave the grounds, making Do Chukji's fake date an instant, hilarious legal fail. Turning around under the shade of a massive tree, Hyung gently takes both of her hands into his expression turning serious as he prepares to deliver more news. Looking into her eyes, Hyung carefully reveals that her greedy adoptive father and toxic half-sisters who knowingly signed off on that fake debt to sell her are being dragged into the tribunal next. Squeezing his hands tight, Yoonso appreciates how gently he delivered the news to protect her feelings. But internally, she couldn't care less about those backstabbing relatives. Aura shift. Yunso's eyes turn razor sharp as a mastermind grin forms on her face. She realizes this isn't tragic. It's a gold-tier political opportunity to utterly bankrupt and destroy her fake family. Bam! Stepping in close with burning determination, Yoonseo startles Hyung by blurting out that Do Chukji owns a massive fleet of official tax grain ships transporting national tribute? Grabbing his hands with electric force, Yoonseo insists that a forged debt note is just the tip of the iceberg. A massive, corrupt underground syndicate has to be pulling the strings behind those grain ships. Determined glare. Looking like an absolute boss, Yoonseo declares that they need to use this exact moment to strike, capture Do Chukji, and obliterate every single traitor backing him. Hyun blinks in complete surprise, asking her how on earth a simple court maid knows about high-level maritime trade corruption. Yoonseo just gives a confident smirk, claiming she has her own secret modern sources. Sparkle! Locking eyes with them intensely, Yoonseo remembers a 21st century psychology trick. Prolonged eye contact automatically forces romantic attraction to spike. Internally, she's screaming at him to fall for it. Holding her gaze, Hyung feels a blush creep onto his cheeks as he realizes what she's trying to do. He smirks internally, amused that this adorable girl thinks she can manipulate a prince who routinely outsmarts top state ministers. And honestly, he's totally loving every second of it. What happens when you try to flirt with a mastermind prince using modern dating tricks? Well, Prince Hayoung sees right through Yunso's fast-talking excuses about tax ships and corruption, playfully calling out her shady sources with a smirk. Panicking inside, Yunso quickly flips the script, declaring that she won't even think about becoming his official consort until he uses his high-level political brain to clear out all the corrupt scum terrorizing the kingdom. Talk about turning a romance into a full-blown job interview. She doubles down on her ultimatum, boldly telling him that only when he proves himself as a ruthless, wise ruler who protects the innocent will she ever consider opening her heart to him. Honestly, the nerve on this girl to set conditions for the crown prince is top-tier main character energy. Thump thump, clutching her chest with a bright red blush, Yoonseo gasps as the sheer boldness of her own words hits her. Seriously, check out that hilarious wide-eyed shock. She really just laid down the law to Joseon's most dangerous royal. Whoosh! A soft night breeze rustles through the trees as Hyung bursts into a charming, toothy smile, completely captivated by her fiery spirit, as he chuckles that this is the bold, unfiltered Yoonseo he fell for. Stepping in close, Hyung teasingly asks if she's finally ready to open her heart and truly date him. Yunso's jaw drops as she realizes, wait a minute, did she just get played and lured right into his romantic trap? Step. Walking along the illuminated palace path, Hyung gently turns the tables, reminding her that dating just means liking each other in the present, without forcing heavy titles or royal obligations, exactly like she originally wanted. Looking back with a swoon-worthy profile under the starry night sky, he softly explains that he's fine just being the crown prince while she remains the prince's nanny, as long as they can occasionally steal moments to confirm their feelings. He smiles warmly, telling her that all she ever needs to do is just be herself. Cue the internal swooning. Yunso stares at him in complete awe, completely defenseless against his smooth-talking royal charm.
Grip. Clutching her hanbok fabric, Yunso's mind swirls with confusion. She knows her feelings for Yi Heng are real, but navigating a relationship between a time traveler and a crown prince is like playing chess in a hurricane.
Looking up at the illuminated night sky, she realizes the historical timeline she once memorized is already shifting, and an uncertain future is waiting for her next move.
Sparkle! Suddenly, Hyung reaches out, gently cupping her chin under a canopy of glowing white blossoms as he softly whispers that adult dating means showing your true heart through actions rather than empty words. Man, the artist went absolutely all out with this breathtaking romantic backdrop. Closing her eyes tightly, Yoon Seo comes to a firm resolve. Before worrying about going home to the 21st century, she has to protect the present and the people she loves in her own way. Shh. Under the full moon's silver glow, Hyung leans in close, softly instructing her to close her eyes as the atmosphere drops into pure, heart-racing romance. Clang! The mood instantly drops to sub-zero as the scene cuts to a dark, filthy dungeon cell. Bloodied, bruised hands frantically grip the heavy wooden bars as a terrified prisoner spots a lantern approach in the dark. Creak? Master Eam Jong-un walks up carrying a glowing paper lantern, leaving the desperate traitor inside scrambling and begging for mercy for the sake of their past ties. M. Jong-un stares down at the sniveling traitor with ice-cold eyes, asking if he really thinks mere words can save him now. The prisoner desperately blabbers that he'll hand over whatever bribe or secret he wants. A smirk. Jong-un softly touches his chin, musing out loud if the traitor ever actually understood the true nature of the royal game he was playing. Whoosh! A cold flashback shows Jing-un riding through a brutal winter snowstorm. He admits that back when the king constantly dispatched him on dangerous secret missions across icy battlefields, he used to feel bitter resentment. But he chose to embrace the king's true vision, doing everything in his power to protect the young royal grandson and crush Grand Prince Suyang's villainous faction. Honestly, Jong-un's icy loyalty makes him one of the most underrated badasses in the story. The traitor gasps in terror, asking how Jang-un knew about his secret alliance, only for Jang-un to coldly reply that nothing escapes the eyes of the king. Rage explosion! Realizing his fate is sealed, the traitor's face contorts with violent malice as he screams through the bars. Bam! Slamming his bloody fists against the wood, the traitor spits venom, warning Jang-un that they're both just disposable dogs of power, and that one day, Jang-un will end up rotting in this exact same dark cell. Glow. A peaceful vision of Jong-un standing beside Crown Prince Hyang and little Hongwi flashes on screen as Jong-un calmly replies that if his end ever comes, it won't be from filthy cowardice, but because he chose to walk into death on his own terms. Turning his back, Jong-un offers a chillingly polite final farewell, promising to send enough funeral coins so the traitor can buy his way through the underworld. Talk about a stone-cold exit quote. Screech! The traitor gnashes his teeth in absolute madness, howling a horrifying curse that a famed shaman predicted the young prince won't even survive past his teenage years. Stopping dead in his tracks, Jang-un glances back over his shoulder with a terrifying shadowy gaze, dryly asking if that famous shaman happened to predict the traitor's own brutal execution tonight. Slam! The heavy prison door slams shut, swallowing the traitor's desperate screams into total pitch-black silence. Tap, tap. Returning to the serene palace quarters late at night, Yunso sits quietly by the window with an ink brush, while little Prince Hongwi sleeps peacefully in his futon behind her. She stares down at her brush, musing over how strange and awkward it feels to write like a modern scholar again after being thrown into Joseon. In the 21st century, she used to spend every weekend writing journals to organize her chaotic thoughts and plan her next steps. Even though her romantic feelings for Yi Hong are finally settled, an unexplainable gut feeling keeps nagging at her mind. Slide! Just as her internal warning lights flash, the paper door pops open. Young courtmaid Maejum frantically crouches in the entryway, motioning for Yunseo to step outside immediately. With an urgent nod, Maejum whispers for her to come quietly without waking the young prince. Patter, patter. Hurrying outside into the chilly blue night, Yunso finds head court lady Park Mollier standing alongside Megum with an ominous, solemn expression. Gasp! Lady Park drops a massive bombshell without skipping a beat. Master Eam Jong-un is dead!
Lady Park coldly instructs Yunso to follow them right now to pay final respects and offer funeral fare for his journey to the netherworld. Flicker. They step into a dimly lit room featuring a quiet memorial altar stacked with traditional offering food, burning candles, and floating incense smoke. Bow! Both women bow deeply to the ground in reverence. Lady Park grimly remarks that in the palace, avoiding power struggles is always ideal. Pour. As clear wine spills into an offering cup, Lady Park's voice turns razor sharp, warning that once you get dragged into political warfare, you must destroy your enemy completely. Otherwise, their malice will end up destroying you. Yuncio stares at her own trembling reflection in the cup of wine as Lady Park points out the terrifying truth. If Yuncio hadn't reported the poison conspiracy that day, this very memorial table would be set up for her funeral tonight. Turn? Lady Park turns her intense gaze directly onto Yunso, telling her to listen with absolute focus to what comes next. Grab. Grasping Yunso's arms with frantic force, Lady Park admits that while the crown prince is clearly smitten with her and will likely elevate her to a consort, she can never afford to drop her guard. She tightly grips Yunso's hands, warning her that her ultimate fate as a low-born court lady in this palace is no different from Janun's tragic, violent end. In that instant, the warning light in Yunso's head finally snaps into terrifying clarity. Flashback. Remembering Hayoung's tender touch on her cheek, Yuncio faces the cold, harsh reality. No matter how genuine their love is, a prince and a court maid can never be true equals in feudal Joseon. Gloomy aura. An illustration of the crown prince softly petting a black cat emphasizes her haunting thought. In this era, she is essentially a pet, kept when convenient and discarded when the political winds shift. Lady Park shakes her shoulders, fiercely demanding that she shed any useless guilt over Jong-un's death and focus entirely on her own cold-blooded survival. Yunso closes her eyes and firmly agrees. Back inside the quiet room, Yuncio returns to her writing desk beside the sleeping prince, the quiet night sky reflecting off the curved palace roofs. Scratch, scratch. Her brush glides across paper, writing modern notes. In the 21st century, someone could simply run away from a toxic system. But trapped in the Middle Ages, is there truly nowhere left to escape? Sitting tall with unwavering resolve under the cold moonlight, Yunso realizes that if she can't run, she has no choice but to master this dangerous game of palace politics and conquer her own destiny. Talk about jumping straight into the pressure cooker. After surviving a literal dungeon plot, Yunso stands in the quiet night air, knowing the real final boss battle is coming up tomorrow. Gently stroking little Prince Hongwee's cheek as he sleeps like an absolute angel, she stares into the dark with a heavy heart, bracing herself for what's ahead. Looking out at the bright full moon, she realizes tomorrow isn't just any regular workday, it's the dreaded day of her second official audience with King Sejong himself. Grip! Clutching the fabric over her chest, Yuncio takes a deep breath and reminds herself that if she wants to survive palace politics, she's got to steal her heart right now. Morning arrives with soft chirping birds, but before she can even step out, little Hongwee grabs onto her skirt with an anxious tug, asking if she's really going off to see his royal grandfather again. Look at those big, watery puppy dog eyes. Yunso's heart totally melts when she realizes the poor little guy is terrified she's going to collapse on the floor again like she did during her last private audience. Soft smile, cupping his cheeks, Yunseo promises him with the sweetest voice that she's 100% coming back alive and well, so they can go fly kites together all afternoon. The young prince flashes a happy promise smile, leaving Yunso internally chuckling. Seriously, at this point, she's experiencing the full chaotic struggle of a modern working mom trying to drop her kid off at daycare. Slide, gently closing the paper door, she takes a moment to mentally gear up for the long walk ahead. But the second she turns around, bam! Crown Prince Yi Hong is standing right there in his majestic blue dragon robes. Yunso's jaw almost drops as she gasps out his title. Squeeze! Before she can even process it, Hyung pulls her into a tight, warm hug, whispering that he couldn't help himself because he was out of his mind worried about her today. Holding her close, he softly coaches her, warning that His Majesty catches on to fake stories instantly, so her best defense is total, raw honesty. Yunso blinks in shock.
Did Joseon's deadliest prince really walk all this way just to calm her nerves? Resting his hands on her shoulders, Haeon gives her a subtle, anxious glance with a tiny bead of sweat running down his temple. Man, even with all his royal aura, you can tell he's low-key terrified for her. A deep realization hits Yoonso like a brick. Just like she can never be a true equal to a crown prince, Hyang isn't an equal to King Sejong either. He's just a subject and a son standing before the ultimate ruler of the land. Gentle touch. Softly stroking her cheek, Hwang gazes into her eyes with pure, unfiltered tenderness. Honestly, the romantic lighting in this panel is doing heavy lifting. Pulling her back into his arms, he reassures her that His Majesty is a legendary sage king who wouldn't execute her over a few bold words.
Chuckles! He lets out a soft, handsome laugh, completely melting away the lingering gloom in the hallway.
Yoonso bows her head thoughtfully, reflecting on the shadowy trap set up by Eun Jong-un and the court factions. She lowers her gaze, admitting to herself that while she knew palace life was a blood sport, actually living through it takes a whole different level of mental toughness. Boom! Cut to Donggang Hall, where Court Lady Yang is absolutely blasting the courtmaids for slacking off and gossiping, while the palace is in absolute turmoil. Standing tall in her bright pink robes, Lady Yang looks down on the terrified servants like an absolute drill sergeant. You gotta respect her no-nonsense energy. She aggressively scolds them for spreading rumors, but the moment she spots Yoonseo standing nearby, her sharp tone instantly shifts. Soft inquiry. Lady Yang steps closer, asking if Yoonseo's body has fully recovered after that dramatic fainting spell during her last royal trial. But don't let the concern fool you. Lady Yang immediately pivots back to aggressive nagging, scolding Yoonso for not securing a concubine title when she had the chance. She casually drops a wild hot take that a woman's true value only shines once she bears a royal heir, calling Yoonseo too sneaky for her own good. Yoonseo just stands there sweating nervously next to a cartoonish fox outline. Seriously, the comedy cutaways in this manhwa never miss. Swish! Turning on her heel with maximum elegance, Lady Yang smirks that she looks forward to the day Yoonso finally takes ownership of the warm inner chambers. Staring at her back, Youngso realizes that in her own bizarre, aggressive tsundere way, Lady Yang was actually rooting for her safety all along. Looking up with a clear mind, she realizes that when she first woke up in Joseon, she was completely isolated, but now she's surrounded by people who genuinely care about her survival. Step. Head eunuch and a junior trainee eunuch arrive outside the pavilion, respectfully calling out to courtmaid Guan. Yoonso glances around asking about Majum, and the head eunuch politely confirms that the crown prince specifically assigned her trusted friend to accompany her. Nod. The head eunuch reassures her that he and the trainee will stand guard outside the doors so she can enter without fear. Yoonseo offers a graceful bow of appreciation. Tap. Walking toward the Grand Royal Hall, illuminated by golden morning light, Yoonso's silhouette looks like a main character striding into a boss arena. Gulp! Her throat tightens as she takes one last deep breath before stepping over the wooden threshold. But as she looks back in her mind, she sees all her allies standing right behind her. Little Hongwi, Lady Yang, Prince Hyung, Majum, and the loyal eunuchs. She's not fighting this battle alone anymore. Flashback note? A glimpse of her modern journal pops up. Is there truly nowhere to run? If it becomes impossible, then... Creak. The heavy sliding doors part, revealing the mighty King Sejong himself sitting on the royal throne in his vibrant red dragon robes. Tap. Placing his hand firmly on the desk, King Sejong stares straight into her soul with an intense, unreadable expression, declaring that he has quite a few burning questions for her today. Talk about zero chill. Sparkle. Suddenly switching to a super curious grin, King Sejong rapid fires a whole interrogation. Why did she comfort herself that day? Why did she stare at his royal face? How did she calculate the link between lies and age? Tell him everything right now. Gasp! Just as Yoon-seor feels completely overwhelmed, a sweet, authoritative female voice suddenly cuts through the room, telling the king to at least let the poor girl catch her breath. Yoon-so looks up in total shock as a stunning young royal lady sitting right next to the king lightly scolds him for grilling a courtmaid without warning. Title card drop. Meet Princess Jung-hee, the second daughter of King Sejong. Historical document notes pop up on screen, revealing that Princess Jung-hee was a brilliant historical figure who was beloved by her father and played a massive role in creating the Korean alphabet. A cozy historical flashback shows young Princess Jongwi happily reading a book on King Sejong's lap. Look at how adorable this father-daughter duo was. Thanks to her genius mind, King Sejong cherished her deeply, making her one of his most trusted confidants in the whole realm. Memory on lock! A quick flashback shows Crown Prince Hyang secretly leaning in to whisper a cheat code to Yunso. If the king asks about your linguistic knowledge, tell him you learned it off from Princess Jungwi. Wink! Back in the present, Princess Jongwi gives Yunso a super cute secret wink. Yunso's mind blows. Did Hyang literally summon his genius sister here just to serve as her ultimate alibi? Talk about 200 IQ strategic planning. Shifting back to business, King Sejong leans in and asks his first official question. Why on earth did she hug herself on the floor during her last panic attack? Bow. Yunso instantly drops to her knees in a full bow, explaining with perfect composure that just like soothing a frightened child, she patted her own shoulders to gather her courage. Keeping her forehead pressed to the floor, she humbly adds that sheer fear overtook her manners, making her commit the offense of staring straight at the king and begs for his royal forgiveness. Smirk, King Sejong strokes his beard with a mischievous glint in his eye, dryly remarking that her answer was way too smooth, almost like she had it completely written out and memorized beforehand. Uh-oh, did the king just call out her script?
Just when you think palace politics can't get any spicier, Princess Jongwi drops a massive truth bomb right in front of the king. She basically spills the tea that her elite brother, who usually ignores everyone, has been summoning our girl Yunso to his quarters every single night.
Blush explosion. Poor Yunso shrinks into a literal chibi puddle of embarrassment. Having her private late-night rendezvous called out by royal family members was definitely not on her palace survival bingo card today. Smiling warmly, the genius princess leans in and asks the million-dollar question. How on earth does a simple court maid know so much about human psychology and the connection between age and lying? Bow. Pressing her head toward the floor, Yunso serves up a masterclass in improvisational lying. She claims that after her father passed, she had to nurse dozens of kids in commoner households, learning child behavior purely through real-world experience. Clap, clap! King Sejong literally slaps his desk in delight. He falls for the excuse hook, line, and sinker, agreeing that raising a horde of chaotic commoner kids gives way better insight than pampered royal nurseries ever could. Honestly, her bluffing stats are maxed out. Leaning forward with fiery academic curiosity, the king commands her to keep going. He wants to know exactly how brain development links to deceptive behavior and emotional trauma. Stroke, stroke, stroking his beard in deep contemplation, His Majesty listens like a star student sitting in the front row of a Harvard lecture. You can practically hear the gears turning in his legendary brain. The king asks if extreme emotional stress suffered by a pregnant mother actually gets passed straight down to the baby inside her womb. Talk about Joseon-era science class. Yunso nods gracefully, explaining that this exact medical reality is why ancient traditions had pregnant royals listen to soothing music and read classical literature. A serene flashback illustrates classic prenatal care, showing noble ladies surrounding an expectant mother with tranquil tunes and scholarly texts to keep the baby calm. But King Sejong raises an eyebrow. Is there actual logical proof behind these ancient customs, or were people just following blind tradition for centuries? A modern neuroscience diagram pops into Yunso's head, showing how stress hormones travel through the umbilical cord to alter a fetus's brain structure. Modern science for the win! Sweat drop. Yunso freezes up internally. How is she supposed to explain neuroscience and cortisol levels to a 15th century monarch without sounding like a total alien wizard? Boom! Desperate for a relatable historical example, Yunso drops an absolute shocker. She uses the infamous Grand Prince Imyong as her prime case study. The room instantly turns dead silent. Gulp. The second the name leaves her mouth, Yunso's heart drops straight into her stomach. Did she really just bring up the most taboo royal black sheep in front of his scary father? A dark silhouette highlights Imyong's scandalous past, the wild prince who disgraced the royal house by harassing court ladies and getting stripped of his royal titles twice. Man, talk about zero chill. Flashback mode hits hard as we see Queen Soheo crying tears of blood while pregnant with Imyong, holding a letter reporting the tragic destruction of her birth family. Her father, Shimon, was brutally tortured and forced to drink poison under completely fabricated treason charges cooked up by court political rivals. Drip. As the poison cup empties, a noble man's life is stolen away, leaving a stain of tragedy that shattered the entire queenly clan. Caw-caw! Night ravens circle over the palace roof as Queen Sahayo's entire family is dragged off into brutal slavery while she weeps in total isolation. Right in the middle of this nightmare, baby Grand Prince Imyong was born into a world of pure grief and panic. To make matters worse, while the heartbroken queen cradled her infant, cold rumors echoed through the hall that King Sejong was taking a new royal consort without batting an eye. A breathtaking portrait of Queen Sohyo reveals the terrifying emotional weight she carried alone. Honestly, the artist went absolutely insane on the detail here. The historical costume design is pure perfection. Staring back at the king, Yunso silently prays that the poor queen could get modern trauma therapy, but she has to bring her theory home before she gets executed. King Sejong's jaw drops in absolute disbelief. He demands to know if she's really claiming Imyong turned out so wild because of the horror his mother endured while carrying him. The king's eyes darken with intense pressure, but Yunseo stands her ground, admitting that while it isn't the sole factor, in utero trauma played a massive role in shaping his reckless personality. Thud. Throwing herself into a full bow, Yunso humbly apologizes if her analysis crossed the line, trying to soften the blow of her radical theory. Pivoting masterfully, she adds that post-birth environment is just as vital, arguing that children desperately need to grow up directly beside their actual parents to develop emotional stability. A bright, warm illustration shows a humble farmer happily working alongside his smiling kid. Even in extreme poverty, kids raised with genuine parental affection grow up with wholesome, resilient hearts. King Sejong strokes his beard again, humming softly as he digests this game-changing perspective. Yunseo keeps her eyes glued to the floorboards, mentally sweating over the fact that royal families in this era loved passing their babies off to wet nurses and distant relatives. The tension in the room is so thick you could slice it with a sword as the silence stretches on. Taking the biggest gamble of her life, Yunso looks up and points out that His Majesty himself is living proof of her exact parental bonding theory. Eek! Princess Jonghui's face turns completely ghostly white with shock. Yunseo literally just reminded the king that his loving father kept him on his lap while his wild brother Yangyang was sent away to live with relatives. Talk about extreme audacity. Rubbing her sweating forehead, Yunseo decides to go all in and lay down her final tactical request before anyone can stop her. Standing tall, she boldly requests that Lady Pyeongchang, who has been exiled outside the palace, be brought back immediately. Character profile drop. Meet Lady Pyeongchang, the late Crown Princess's eldest daughter and little Prince Honglei's real biological big sister. A melancholy flashback shows young Lady Pyeongchang wandering outside palace walls, discarded under the weak superstitious excuse of avoiding bad luck. Yunso highlights that reunited siblings are essential for emotional growth, proving that Hongwei will thrive way faster with his big sister by his side. King Sejong breaks the heavy silence with a sharp command, telling courtmaid Guan to step forward right up to his personal writing desk. Step. Telling herself to stay calm, Yunso approaches the grand desk where the monarch sits alongside Princess Jonghi. Swish! Handing her a brush, King Sejong gives a mind-blowing order. She must transcribe every sentence he dictates using that secret new script. Scratch! Yunso begins writing out her child-rearing principles on parchment, naturally applying modern horizontal alignment and spacing rules. Princess Jonghui gasps in absolute delight. She points out how writing horizontally and adding spacing dots makes the sentences 10 times easier to read than ancient vertical block text. Turning to his daughter with a brilliant smirk, King Sejong orders Princess Jonghi to move into the palace daily starting tomorrow morning. Gasp! The king proudly announces his ultimate master plan. He's going to compile all of Yunso's revolutionary child development theories into a brand new book published in the newly invented Korean alphabet. Yunso's brain completely short-circuits. Her eyes pop out of her head as the sheer historic magnitude of what just happened hits her like a freight train. Leaning back with an enigmatic glint in his eye, the legendary king teases the title of this historic masterwork. Close-up on the written scroll displaying the foundation of modern child psychology written in the brand new script. With absolute royal authority, King Sejong officially drafts Yunso into his top-secret team to create the Korean alphabet. From a lowly targeted court maid to a key architect of national history, talk about the ultimate level up.
Bowing low in front of the king after receiving an unbelievable assignment, Yunseo accepts her fate with a nervous gulp, knowing one misstep in this royal palace could literally cost her neck. Her mind races as she sweats bullets on the floor. Getting off without a beating is a win, but carrying out a secret mission straight from His Majesty? Talk about extreme workplace pressure. Just as things settle down, King Sejong casually dismisses Princess Jongui to go visit the queen, leaving the princess blinking in utter shock since she thought they were still mid-conversation. The king smirks, knowing full well his son sneaky snuck Yunso into the hall and gently shoos his daughter away so he can handle this top-secret business alone. Commentary: King Sejong's I know everything dad energy is honestly terrifying. With a cute nod, the princess takes her leave while Yunseo glances back at the monarch, realizing the real boss fight is about to begin as the heavy doors slide shut. Slime sliding door sound? Dead silence. The atmosphere inside the grand hall instantly turns sub-zero as King Sejong sits silently at his desk, staring down at Yunseo, who stays pressed against the floorboards. Internal alarm bells scream in Yunso's head as she barely dares to breathe, wondering if she's about to be executed on the spot for bringing up forbidden royal history? But instead of ordering guards, His Majesty strokes his beard with a sharp, calculating smirk playing across his lips. Commentary: you just know when the king gets that look, someone's life is about to get turned completely upside down. Dropping a total bombshell, the king commands Yunseo to secretly teach Queen Soheo the brand new alphabet, leaving our heroine completely floored with a blank look on her face. He reveals that the queen has been slipping into cold, distant spells of deep grief, acting almost like a completely different person whenever her past trauma hits. A somber flashback shows Queen Soheo sitting isolated in her dark quarters, crushed under the weight of her family's tragic downfall. King Sejong remembers how he gently suggested she write down her pain to heal her broken heart, showing a rare, tender side to the formidable ruler. Commentary: seeing the legendary monarch play trauma therapist for his wife is surprisingly wholesome. But the heartbroken queen angrily lashed out, snapping that her mind already hurt too much to decipher complex Hanja characters, while Yunseo realizes the real problem was never the difficulty of the letters, but the painful memories tied to them. Recognizing Yunso's incredible emotional intelligence, the king orders her to use the simple new script to listen to the queen's heart while keeping the entire counseling session strictly confidential to protect royal dignity. Whew, Yunseo lets out a quiet sigh of relief, happy to help the grieving queen and thinking her intense royal audience is finally over. Or so she thinks. Roar! Out of nowhere, the king's pressure flares up like a fierce tiger as he abruptly demands to know why she thinks eunuch Jung-un was really punished. Cold sweat drips down Yunso's cheek as the room drops into pitch-black tension once again. Commentary: man, this palace is a total psychological thriller. One second you're a therapist, the next you're taking a high-stakes history quiz. Realizing this isn't about taboo history anymore, Yunso's sharp modern brain figures out that His Majesty is testing her logic to see if she understands power dynamics. Playing it safe, she bows low and humbly claims her foolish mind can't comprehend the great king's profound wisdom, begging for enlightenment. But King Sejong shuts down her humble act instantly, coldly telling her that a girl who spoke so fearlessly earlier better not play dumb now. Forced to lay out her true analysis, Yunseo points out that Jenigan abandoned his sworn duty to protect the king, failing the ultimate test of loyalty. Second, he directly tarnished the dignity of the Crown Prince's Hall by bringing political filth inside royal grounds. And third, he dared to slander the Crown Prince's palace attendant and tried to have the royal grandchild's nanny murdered. Grip, she clenches her fist against the floorboards, feeling the burning weight of every line she's crossing right now. Commentary: the art detailing her trembling hand on the tatami mat really sells the intense stress. Desperate to survive the interrogation, Yunseo dramatically exclaims that she's given every reason her brain can process, praying inside that the king won't execute her since he already mentioned future plans. King Sejong suddenly raises his voice, sternly warning her that her quick tongue and dangerous charm are putting his entire lineage at risk. A striking silhouette vision flashes as Crown Prince Hyung draws his blade to shield Yunseo, proving how deeply she's managed to influence the future ruler. Leaning in with suffocating authority, His Majesty orders her to mark his words very carefully. Shiver! With a dark, chilling glare, the king warns that if she ever betrays the royal family, she will die by his own hand just like the disgraced eunuch did. Pushed to the brink, Yunso drops flat on the floor and delivers a fierce oath, declaring that just as the king loves his sons, she devotes her entire life to protecting little Prince Hangui. Looking straight up with blazing determination, she vows that if anyone tries to hurt the young prince, she will block them with her own body, even if it costs her life. A heavy, breathless silence hangs in the air as King Sejong stares down at the fearless courtmaid. Commentary: the dramatic pause here is absolute cinema. You could hear a pin drop. Smirk! Suddenly, the king breaks into a warm smile and erupts with praise, revealing that was the exact answer he was testing her for all along. He commands her to rise, telling her that the fiery vow she just swore to protect little Hongwi must be kept until her very last breath. Yunso's heart thumps wildly as she feels the cold shiver of receiving an absolute royal decree from the nation's highest authority. She bows her head low to acknowledge the weight of her new solemn duty. But then, King Sejong adds a bizarre condition, demanding that even if she bears her own children in the future, she must never break her oath to Hongwi. What? Yunso's jaw hits the floor as her brain completely short-circuits at the mention of her future kids. Chibi King Sejong smugly laughs at her shock, teasing that the whole palace already knows Crown Prince Yang is head over heels in love with her. Commentary: the sudden shift from terrifying tyrant to matchmaker dad is peak comedic gold. Softening his voice, the king explains how his overworked son carries the weight of the entire nation on his shoulders, gently asking Yunso not to make the poor prince suffer any extra heartbreak. As the golden sunset paints the palace roofs, Yunso formally bows and accepts the royal command, officially sealing her destiny as the future crown princess. Gong sound, defeated wobble. Yunseo stumbles out of the hall like a literal zombie, with black smoke practically puffing out of her exhausted soul. Attending eunuchs rush over in a panic, asking if she survived the king's famous wrath, while Yunseo barely manages a weak nod. Her soul leaves her body again as she internally screams about how an interrogation somehow turned into an officially mandated royal arranged marriage. Looking up at that breathtaking dusk sky, she sighs to herself that living in medieval Joseon is truly the ultimate survival horror game. Commentary: you gotta love how modern transmigrator slang slips right out when the stress gets too high. Patter, patter. Suddenly, little Prince Hongwi comes charging out with tiny open arms, shouting for his favorite nanny at the top of his lungs. Hug! The adorable toddler leaps straight into Yunso's arms, proudly boasting that he stayed super brave and didn't cry a single tear while waiting for her. Yunso smiles warmly, instantly forgetting all her palace trauma as she cuddles the sweet prince and promises to go fly kites with him right away. Patter, patter, tiny silk shoes sprint across the courtyard floor with total joyful energy. Golden sunlight bathes the palace yard as little Hongwi runs around holding his kite string high, shouting that he's flying like a bird while Yunso watches over him with a peaceful, protective smile. Imagine surviving a high-stakes interrogation with the legendary King Sejong, only to run straight out into the palace yard and find the sweetest little toddler giggling uncontrollably while flying his favorite kite under the golden sunset. Little Prince Hongwi is out here living his absolute best life without a single care in the world, while Yunso watches over him with the softest smile you've ever seen. Aw, just look at that motherly glow on Yunso's face! The artist honestly cooked with the emotional lighting in this panel, turning all that intense political drama into pure, heartwarming wholesomeness. Seeing Hongwi's innocent laughter makes Yunso realize that all the terrifying struggles she endured in this unfamiliar medieval world were totally worth it, because it allowed this precious child to grow up happy and healthy. She resolves right then and there that as long as she's by his side, she's ready to face the savage palace politics without ever thinking of running away. Gasp! Little Hongwi suddenly stops running and turns around, gazing up at her with those big, shiny eyes as he softly calls out for his favorite nanny. Pitter-patter, big, heavy teardrops begin overflowing from Yunso's eyes, shimmering against the warm twilight glow as all the overwhelming stress from her audience with the king finally spills out. Wiping her cheeks in surprise, she realizes she was crying without even noticing. Honestly, after taking a high-stakes verbal beatdown from the monarch, who wouldn't crumble the second the pressure drops?
Trot, trot! Little Hong Wei rushes right over and drops his kite reel onto the ground, looking up with genuine worry as he asks if his big bad grandpa gave her a harsh scolding inside. Yunso quickly wipes her face and reassures him that His Majesty is a wise ruler who would never pick on her. Raising his tiny arm as high as he can reach, the adorable toddler gently wipes the stray tears off her cheek and promises in his squeaky little voice that he's going to protect her from now on. Sniffle! Leaning into his tiny warm palm, Yunseo feels her heart melt into a puddle, realizing how much emotional comfort this little guy gives her whenever the palace gets too suffocating. She gently clasps his soft little hand in hers, silently deciding that it's time to stop surviving in fear and actually build a real, meaningful future here. Commentary: if this adorable duo doesn't get a happy ending after all this drama, I am personally filing a complaint with the webtoon author. Pulling the young prince into a tight, protective embrace under the golden sunset sky, Yunseo realizes that her dream life isn't just about protecting this child. It also involves the handsome crown prince who stole her heart. But her expression suddenly sharpens into dead seriousness as she recognizes the massive obstacle standing in her way. Before she can accept any romantic proposal, she has to come clean about her biggest secret. Her mind screams that a genuine relationship can never be built on a foundation of lies, so keeping her modern origin hidden from her future husband is no longer an option. Splish splash! Fast forward to bath time, and little Hong Wei is bobbing around in a hot wooden tub covered in fluffy white soap bubbles like the world's cutest bath toy. Commentary: the sudden genre shift from deep psychological romance to a baby shampoo commercial is absolute top-tier comedy. Rub rub? Yunseo gently lathers up Hong Wei's hair with her brand new invention, showing him how modern organic soap works while he giggles hysterically at the nice herbal scent. Looking down at the handmade herbal soap bar in her palm, Yunseo silently notes that while the medicinal herbs make it super soothing for delicate skin, she still needs to fix the soft texture. Behind her, the court maids are already scheming to sell these luxury camellia oil soap bars to wealthy nobles for astronomical profits, while Yunseo just smirks, totally fine with making a fortune as long as it keeps everyone's skin glowing. Giggle, giggle. Hong Wei splashes around and tickles Yunseo's hands, completely loving his luxurious spa day inside the royal quarters. Fast forward to late at night, little Hong Wei is fast asleep under cozy silk blankets, breathing softly as the quiet moonlight streams through the window lattice. Sitting quietly in the dim candlelight while holding a fine writing brush, Yunseo prepares a written confession, knowing she has to lay out the full truth before meeting the prince. Gulp. As the ink settles on the parchment, a cold surge of anxiety hits her, making her doubt whether revealing her true origin is actually a suicidal move. Gasp! A chilling nightmare vision flashes through her mind, imagining herself being branded an insane witch, exiled into dark, shadowy forests lined with sinister red spider lilies, while little Hong Wei is left completely helpless without her. Commentary: the artist really pulled out all the stops for this horror aesthetic panel, making her internal anxiety feel like a full-on survival game. She remembers how easily Crown Prince Yihong accepted her previous lie about the late princess appearing in a dream, tempting her to just keep playing along and maintain the status quo forever. Shaking her head under the glowing full moon, Yunseo rejects the easy way out, knowing that a lie can only hold for a few months before ruining the trust she shares with Yihong. Patter, patter. With firm determination in her step, she walks across the dark palace courtyard towards Chief Eunuch Yam, who is doing his nightly patrol with a glowing lantern. Halting the chief eunuch, Yunseo requests him to call Court Lady Park to guard Prince Hong Wei for the night, signaling she's heading out for a critical late-night meeting with the crown prince. Chief Yam bows respectfully and promises to handle it under His Majesty's strict orders, leading the way through the quiet royal corridors. Freeze! Yunseo suddenly stops dead in her tracks, her entire body tensing up under the chilly night air. Screech! Hearing her footsteps halt, Chief Yam turns around in confusion, wondering why she abruptly stopped in the dark alleyway. Grab! Out of nowhere, Yunseo lunges forward and forcefully grabs Chief Yam by his collar, her eyes burning with an intensely dangerous glare. Clank! As the lantern trembles in his hand, Yunseo drops a terrifying, murderous order, demanding that if anything fatal happens to her tonight, Chief Yam must execute Grand Prize Su Young at all costs to protect the throne. Commentary? Whoa, hold on. Talk about an absolute boss move. She's out here setting up preemptive assassination contingencies like a 4D chess grandmaster.
Shock! Chief Yam recoils in utter horror, stumbling back as his mind completely short-circuits at her treasonous demand. He frantically stammers that Grand Prince Suyang is royal blood, warning her in a hushed panic that talking about murdering high-ranking royals will literally get her head chopped off on the spot. But Yunseo just stands there silently, staring him down with a cold, ruthless gaze that radiated pure, dark authority under the moonlight. Gulp! Chief Yam swallows hard as a cold sweat breaks out across his neck, realizing this isn't a joke. This court maid is dead serious about taking down the future tyrant if necessary. Shaken to his core, Chief Yam finally bows his head under the bright moon, solemnly swearing that if it comes to that, he will spend decades meticulously planning Suyang's downfall. Standing tall as the night wind sweeps through her hanbok dress, Yunseo takes a deep breath, wondering how Crown Prince Yi Hyang will react when she lays down her ultimate confession. Inside the warmly lit palace chamber of the Crown Prince, an attendant's voice echoes out, announcing that Court Lady Kwan has arrived for her audience. Crown Prince Yi Hyang turns around holding a royal scroll, his face immediately lighting up with the most swoon-worthy, gentle smile as he greets his favorite court maid. Swish! Reaching out toward her with tender affection, Yi Hong warmly remarks that she looks like a single blooming flower tonight, expressing his immense relief that her audience with the king went smoothly. Flop! But instead of taking his hand, Yunseo suddenly drops flat onto the floorboards in a heavy, ultra-formal bow, declaring that she has an urgent truth he must hear immediately. Panic instantly flashes across Yi Hong's face as he bends down to pull her up, begging her not to hurt her knees on the cold floor and sit in a proper chair instead. Commentary: the Crown Prince's instant green flag energy is honestly top tier. Man doesn't care about royal etiquette, he just cares about her knees. Remaining firmly pressed against the floor, Yunseo solemnly asks him to hear her out completely before passing judgment on her secret. Clench. Hearing those heavy words, Yi Hong's heart drops into his stomach as his expression instantly darkens with profound heartbreak and fear. Completely misinterpreting her solemn vibe, the Crown Prince's jealousy flares up to maximum levels as he demands to know if she's rejecting him because of that mysterious man named Bogum she calls out for in her dreams. Baffled, Yunseo's jaw drops as Yi Hong stands over her like a dramatic, jealous boyfriend, reminding her how he heard her rambling about some ultra-handsome guy named Bogum back when they took her fingerprints. Poof! A hilarious chibi memory flashes in Yunseo's head as she remembers sleep talking about the legendary Korean superstar Park Bo-gum, complete with majestic glowing flowers around his gorgeous face. Flustered out of her mind, Yunseo frantically waves her arms in the air, trying to explain that Bogum is literally just an untouchable celebrity idol in a painting that she could never meet in real life. Trying to save her own skin, she blurted out that back then she literally said His Highness was way more handsome anyway, before realizing she just accidentally confessed her feelings mid-panic. Sparkle, sparkle. Hearing her call him far more handsome, Prince Yi Hang's face instantly turns beet red as he floats on cloud 9 with glowing flowers around him, while Yunseo buries her face in pure embarrassment. Commentary? I swear, going from a high-stakes assassination conspiracy to cute rom-com misunderstandings in 3 seconds is peak webtoon storytelling. Imagine dropping the most illegal, mind-blowing truth bomb in royal history, only for your handsome prince to just sit there staring at you like you've lost your mind. Sitting across from Crown Prince Yi Hang in his dimly lit study, Yunseo prepares to lay down the confession that could either seal their romantic future or end with their execution. Keeping her voice calm, Yunseo starts her high-stakes conversation not with treason, but with simple self-care advice, telling the hardworking prince that the very first thing he needs to do after finishing his royal duties is change out of those heavy, suffocating robes. Smiling gently, Yi Hong listens as she explains how she custom-formulated organic herbal soap just for him, begging him to wash regularly so he can nip any potential skin infections in the bud. Commentary? Honestly, turn from a high-stakes historical drama into a full-on skincare commercial in 2 seconds. But hey, self-care is universal. Gasp! But the mood instantly freezes when Yunseo drops a terrifyingly specific warning, explaining that unless he lets the royal physicians treat his skin issues early, he's destined to suffer a horrific, fatal outbreak of boils. Seeing his eyes widen in confusion, she takes a deep breath, knowing there's no turning back now. She recalls how everyone in the palace initially viewed her, just an illiterate, foolish court maid who couldn't even read basic Hanja, and did nothing but smile blindly at her superiors while doing manual labor.
Swish, holding up the newly invented Korean alphabet, Yunso points out how bizarre it was for an uneducated maid to suddenly claim that the late princess's ghost taught her future scripts and secret political prophecies just to move little Hongwi into the main palace. Shock! Unveiling the ultimate forbidden knowledge, Yunso directly addresses Yi Young as the future King Moonjong of Joseon, watching the color completely drain from his face as the sheer weight of her words hits him. Gory visual. Atmospheric dark energy swirls as she paints a horrifying picture of his historical fate, revealing that 9 years from now, when young Hongwi turns 12, the prince is recorded in the history books to die a painful, bloody death from massive boils spreading across his entire back. Commentary: the artist really didn't hold back on the blood and bandages here. This dark aesthetic makes her warning feel like a total survival game. Boom! Unable to process this insane madness, Yi Hong jumps out of his seat and screams at her to stop talking, his voice trembling with sheer disbelief and panic as he asks what kind of nonsense she's spouting. Gulp. The room drops to a suffocating silence as Yunseo steps into the dim moonlight, dropping all formal royal titles and calling him directly by his personal name, Yi Fiang. Raising her voice with absolute conviction, she drops the grand reveal, declaring that she is actually Kwon Yin Seo, a woman born more than 500 years in the future, and the 19th generation descendant of the late crown princess herself. Soft, nostalgic light fills the background as she describes her past life, explaining that back in the 21st century, she was 3 years older than him and worked professionally as a licensed psychological counselor dedicated to healing broken hearts. She recounts the exact day her life flipped upside down, finding an ancient royal ring in her family's attic on her parents' Memorial Day, hearing the late princess's spirit beg her to protect little Hongwi from Grand Prince Suyang, and waking up inside a poisoned courtmaid's body. Commentary: talk about an epic origin story. Most people just find dusty old holiday decorations in their attic, but she found a transmigrational ticket to royal drama. Slam! Shadowy aura explodes around the prince as he slammed his hand down, shouting at the top of his lungs for her to shut her mouth before her talk about Grand Prince Suyang destroying the royal family gets them both executed for high treason. Sniffle. Unbothered by his rage, Yunso's eyes soften with tragic sorrow as she whispers that right before her 28th birthday in the modern world, she lost both of her parents in a sudden, tragic accident. Crash! Flashback visuals take us to a cold hospital emergency room where a young Yunso collapses over a white sheet in tears, experiencing the soul-crushing agony of an unexpected farewell from the people she loved most. Connecting her modern trauma to her Joseon life, she explains that seeing little Hongwi mourning his late mother at such a tender age made her heart ache, driving her to embrace the orphan prince and shower him with genuine motherly affection. Tender touch? She recalls gently wiping the toddler's tears under the moonlight, realizing that protecting this child gave her a true purpose in a foreign world. Bowing her head softly, Yunso admits that over time, those protective feelings extended to Crown Prince Yi Hong as well, confessing that she came here tonight because she wanted to offer him completely honest, unreserved love. A glowing, dreamlike vision appears on screen, showing a heartwarming future where Yi Yang, Yunso, and little Hongwi sit together like a peaceful, loving family reading books under warm sunshine. Commentary: if the author doesn't make this exact wholesome panel canon by the end of the webtoon, we are rioting in the comments. Back in reality, the Crown Prince sits frozen in the dim study, his mind completely short-circuiting as he tries to connect her previous lie about ghost dreams to this wild claim of being a 21st-generation descendant from 5 centuries into the future. He looks back at memories of Yunseo smiling brightly while cradling newborn Hongwi, realizing how every single selfless action she took was purely meant to protect his family. Narrow glare, Yi Hong leans forward, his piercing dark eyes scanning her face intensely to catch even a sliver of deception or hesitation. But looking into her earnest, unwavering eyes filled with raw sincerity, his icy defenses completely melt, realizing deep down that he can't bring himself to doubt a single word she says. Taking a sharp breath to regain control, the prince assumes a serious demeanor, instructing her to answer strictly what he asks and demanding to know if she has ever shared this modern secret with anyone else in the kingdom. Whew! When Yunseo confirms that he is the sole person in existence who knows the truth, Yi Yang closes his eyes in relief, sternly ordering her to swear that this secret will follow her to the grave.
He then abruptly adds that she must never, under any circumstances, bring up her future origins or his historical death to him ever again, leaving Yunseo standing there looking completely dumbfounded. Waving his hand dismissively, the prince coolly states that he has zero intention of dying young from back boils, ordering her to hand over her herbal soaps to the royal physician while completely ignoring her time-traveling backstory. Poof! Yunso's jaw drops as she instantly transforms into a furious chibi character, screaming in panic about why on earth he's nonchalantly brushing off the fact that she's a literal time traveler from 500 years in the future. Poking her cheek, pointing aggressively at her own face, Yunsei fumes with rage, demanding to know if he somehow missed the entire point of her dramatic, life-altering confession. Commentary. The transition from deep, emotional romance to full-blown comedy chibi arguments is top-tier pacing. You gotta love her energy. Unleashing her pent-up modern frustration, Yunseo clenches her fists and yells that back in her world, there were no absolute monarchs or divine princes. Everyone was 100% equal under the law. She flexes her modern resume at him, boasting about attending the top national university, being praised by high-ranking professors, publishing academic research papers, and living in a civilized society where people even speak politely to children. Deadpan stare. Chibi Crown Prince sits there looking completely blank and confused as random future concepts like universities and research papers fly right over his head. Realizing she just screamed at the future king of Joseon, Yunseo inwardly sweats bullets, realizing that months of built-up frustration from being treated like a low-ranking courtmaid just exploded out of her mouth. Rubbing his neck in deep thought, Hee-young mulls over her strange modern terms, while Yunseo quickly realizes that in the game of romance, the person who falls deeper always holds the weaker position. Sweating chibi, Yi-hyang tries to wrap his head around her words, timidly asking if this mysterious future world is really a place without class status, where every single person respects each other equally. A bright flashback panel shows modern Yunsei posing with a peace sign and smartphone outside the grand gates of Gyeongbokgung Palace, explaining how King Sejong's creation of Hangul allowed modern citizens to live in a peaceful, educated democracy. Capitalizing on her momentum, Yunseo puffs up her chest and boldly requests that whenever the two of them are alone in private, His Highness must address her using polite, respectful honorifics. Mind blown! The Crown Prince stares at her in absolute shock as she delivers a full sociolinguistics lecture, arguing that language shapes human perception, so speaking down to her prevents them from ever truly being equal soulmates. Throwing his hands up in utter disbelief, Yi-young stammers at her ridiculous audacity, calling her an unhinged, hopeless romantic who has lost her mind. Commentary, seeing a solemn Joseon prince get completely verbally dismantled by a 21st century modern woman is absolute gold. Trembling, shaking with comedic rage, the prince listens as Yunseo smugly reminds him that while she chose to stay in the palace for Hongwi, she holds the power to break out and escape whenever she wants. Swish! Dramatically whipping her head back, Yunseo warns that if the palace politics ever get too toxic or dangerous, she will slip past the guards and vanish into thin air without leaving a single trace. Inwardly smirking, Yunseo notes that this isn't an empty threat. She already scouted secret escape routes through the palace walls alongside her trusty maid friend Megum. Heavy silence falls over the dimly lit chamber once more as the Crown Prince stands tall, staring down at her with a strangely quiet, intense gaze that sends chills down her spine. Massaging his forehead with a deep, exasperated sigh, Yi-young mutters her full name and tells her to listen very carefully, while Yunseo pouts her lips like a sassy, rebellious girlfriend. Sparkle, sparkle! Shifting on a dime into full sarcastic angel mode, Yunseo claps her hands together and brightly chirps that she will listen to his royal words with utmost respect. Thump, thump! Close up on the Crown Prince's face as his heart skips a massive beat, a soft blush spreading across his cheeks as he gets hit full force by her irresistible, chaotic charm. Fighting off his blush, Yi-hyung suddenly lowers his tone, dropping all casual affection as he sternly commands Kwon Yunseo to bow her head and receive a formal royal decree. Boom! Dark royal pressure radiates throughout the entire room as the Crown Prince lets out a booming authoritative roar that echoes off the wooden walls, demanding her complete obedience. Flop! Forced into submission by pure royal dominance, Yunseo drops flat into a formal floor bow, groaning inwardly as Yi-hang cold-bloodedly reminds her that regardless of where her soul came from, her body stands on Joseon soil, meaning she will obey the rules of his kingdom.
Commentary? Talk about an absolute power move to end the chapter. Just when she thought she won the debate, the prince reminded her who holds the ultimate crown.
Imagine risking execution just to drop massive history spoilers on a Joseon crown prince, only for him to yell at you to shut your mouth. Yoon-seo literally drops to her knees, flat out refusing to keep quiet about the court traitors who are set to launch a bloody coup. Desperate to save the future, Yoon-seo warns him that little Hong-wee will be in grave danger if Grand Prince Soo-yang isn't eliminated immediately. But Yi-hong cuts her off with an icy "enough," standing firm on his royal principles. Whoosh! Flames engulf the palace backdrop as the crown prince reminds her that a throne battle is just internal royal family drama, claiming it barely affects the common people or the loyalty of the subjects. Yoon-seo looks completely flabbergasted as he drops some cold political logic, arguing that if half of the kingdom's top scholars die in a purge, it just means the other half willing collaborated with the new regime anyway. Talk about a brutal reality check on Joseon court politics. Dun dun dun! Heavy dark mist swirls around the chamber as the prince's warning gets even darker, telling her that the second she starts naming specific traitors out loud, everything changes. With a fiery visual of him holding a sword in a burning palace, Yi-hong sternly points out that purging those future traitors right now means losing half the talented ministers he actually needs to run the country. Slam! He leaves her with a heavy question. How is preemptively executing half his brilliant scholars any different from losing them in an actual coup? Honestly, you gotta give it to the prince. His pragmatic brain is working in overtime mode. Staring at him in awe, Yoon-seo finally realizes why history books remembered King Moonjong as a wise and righteous ruler after King Sejong. This man doesn't just react with blind rage, he calculates every move for the realm. Clunk. Bowing her head flat against the floor, Yoon-seo accepts his absolute order, promising that whatever she read in 21st century history books will stay buried in her heart forever until the day she dies. Sitting low on the floor, Yoon-seo grumbles internally, scoffing at the whole concept of power and romance. Commentary: girl is over here analyzing power dynamics in the middle of a late-night royal interrogation. You have to respect her hustle. Gulp. Anxiety creeps up her neck as she looks at the silent, brooding prince above her, realizing that one wrong word could make him eliminate her just for knowing too much about the future. But the chilling tension shatters in a heartbeat when Yi-hong gently leans down, looking right into her eyes and calling her his wife, demanding that she look at him with pride rather than fear. Resting his chin on his hand with a mischievous smirk, the prince reminds her that she already knows what secret command King Sejong passed down to him. The room settles into a cozy, quiet atmosphere as the two of them sit across from each other in the dimly lit study, the former icy tension totally evaporating into thin air. Sparkle! Look at that soft, glowing smile! Yi-hang gazes at her with so much warmth that it's practically illegal. If looks could melt snow, Joseon would be experiencing a heat wave right now. Taking a deep breath, Yoon-seo looks back into his eyes and asks him to listen to one non-negotiable condition from her modern heart. Boom! Yoon-seo drops a modern romantic ultimatum, declaring that in her world, monogamy is the law, meaning if she becomes his wife, he has to be her husband alone with 0 side concubines. Yi-hong bursts out laughing, a red blush creeping across his face as he chuckles at her bold, unheard-of Joseon request. Thump, thump. Closing the distance, the crown prince drops his voice to a sultry whisper, confessing that he doesn't just want her heart, he wants her entire body, mind, and soul. Softly cupping her chin, he looks into her stunned eyes and confesses that having her completely all to himself is the exact thing he has always desired. Commentary: the art in this panel with the glowing pink hues is peak romance webtoon quality, absolutely breathtaking. Chirp, chirp! Morning light filters through the room as birds sing outside, and Yoon-seo slowly blinks her eyes open after a wild night of emotional confessions. Stretch! Yawning in her simple white robes, Yoon-seo sits up and rubs her sleepy eyes as the morning sun beams down on her room. Reading a sweet morning note from the prince, Yoon-seo giggles softly to herself, admitting that for a stern Joseon prince, he's secretly the biggest hopeless romantic in the entire kingdom. Tilt, Chibi Yoon-seo snuggles under her cozy blanket, suddenly getting a weird feeling that she completely forgot something super important. Ding! A light bulb explodes in her brain as little Hong-wee's squishy, cute face pops into her memory. She totally forgot her morning duties with the toddler. Flip! Screaming in pure panic, Yoon-seo dashes out of bed like a track athlete, grabbing her hanbok layers in a frantic hurry.
Slide! Bursting through the doors, Yunseo playfully sings out her arrival, sliding into the dining room to check on the little royal master. Sniffle! Sitting over his morning breakfast tray, adorable little Hongwei tears up with massive puppy eyes, crying that because she wasn't there when he woke up, his heart went thump and hurt all night. Squeal! Yunso clutches her face in absolute cuteness overload, swooning over how he picked up her modern slang word, thump, and used it to describe his toddler heartbreak. Patting his little head gently, Yunseo apologizes profusely, reassuring the tiny prince that she only got delayed because an urgent matter popped up last night. But as she looks around the room, her expressions darkens into a thoughtful, serious gaze. Bow! She notices all the court maids bowing extra low and acting super polite around her during breakfast, making her wonder if palace rumors have already spread that she's about to become an official concubine. Clinging tightly to the fabric of her skirt, little Hongwei nervously asks if she's going to pack up and leave him forever just like his old nanny did. A wave of sadness hits Yunso as she realizes why the poor kid has been acting so anxious and clingy all morning. Flashback! She realizes someone must have blabbed to the poor toddler, telling him that if she gets appointed as a royal concubine, they won't get to live together or play every day anymore. Since formal concubines are assigned their own private palaces far across the grounds, moving out would mean seeing little Hongwei would become practically impossible. Tight hug. Hugging the weeping toddler close to her chest, Yunseo resolves in her mind that no matter how much she loves Yi Hang, she refuses to become a concubine, yet if it means abandoning this innocent child. Clack! The sliding door opens as head court Lady Park enters the room, announcing that Her Majesty the Dowager Queen is requesting Lady Kwan's presence immediately. Noticing the young prince sniffling, Lady Park softens her expression, sweating nervously as she asks why the little master is crying so early in the morning. Thinking fast, Lady Park kindly invites little Hongwei to tag along and visit his grandmother together with Yunso, making the toddler's eyes instantly light up with joy. Nom nom. With 30 minutes to spare before the royal audience, Hongwei happily shovels rice into his mouth, chirping in cute baby talk while Yunseo watches fondly. But right as they finish, Lady Park gestures for Yunso to step outside into the hallway for a private, serious chat. Step, step. Lady Park leads her down a secluded palace corridor, constantly checking over her shoulder to make sure no sneaky eavesdroppers are lurking around the corner. Grab? Suddenly, Lady Park tightly grabs Yunso's hands with intense conviction, telling her to listen carefully and keep her head held high from now on. Urging her with fierce loyalty, Lady Park tells Yunso to flex how much the crown prince adores her in front of the Dowager Queen so she can secure the absolute highest concubine rank possible. Shade. Dark shadows of villainous palace women loom behind them as Lady Park warns her that in the inner court, low-ranking concubines get torn apart alive by jealous rivals. Flashback visual. To drive the terrifying point home, Lady Park recalls how even the late crown princess Hyundok was savagely beaten on her bare legs by a senior consort while pregnant, proving how cutthroat palace hierarchy truly is. Commentary. Yikes! Joseon court drama was no joke! Backstabbing and physical punishments left and right. Looking at Lady Park's genuine concern, Yunso takes a quiet breath and softly drops a bombshell, confessing that for Hongwei's sake, she has zero desire to become a concubine at all. Huh? Lady Park's face completely contorts in sheer jaw-dropping shock, gasping out a loud "what?" in total disbelief. Shaking her head in panic, Lady Park yells that it's way too late to back out now, pointing out that literally everyone in the palace is already gossiping about how head over heels in love the crown prince is with her. Ever wonder what happens when you wake up in Joseon-era Korea only to realize the palace has literally zero personal space? Yunso's out here practically steaming from embarrassment, wondering why every single breath she takes turns into instant palace gossip. Lady Park isn't having any of it, though, warning her that staying a simple nanny while the crown prince showers her with affection is just begging for people to call her a temporary plaything. But Yunso isn't some defenseless rookie. She smoothly counters that between teaching the queen literacy and drafting books for the princess, nobody can easily disrespect her status. Smirk! She points out the ultimate political reality. Rising to a high rank too fast puts a massive target on her back, triggering court intrigue that could derail everything. Commentary. Honestly, her political IQ is off the charts compared to most palace romance leads who just walk straight into traps. Gasp. Leaning in close with a dramatic shadow across her face, Yunseo lays out her long-term plan of staying a trusted court lady instead. Sparkle. She paints a cozy picture of the two of them retiring when they're older to travel the world together, leaving Lady Park completely stunned by her wild, futuristic retirement plan. Grab! Snapping back to reality, Lady Park tightly grabs Yunso's hands, realizing they need to act fast before the royal court turns upside down. Swoosh! Lady Park dashes forward, yelling that they need to stop Chief Eunuch Yem immediately because the Crown Prince has already started pushing to appoint her as Crown Princess. Commentary: the sheer panic on Yunso's face when she hears the prince is moving at light speed is pure comedy gold. Huh? Over with Chief Eunuch Am, the old man looks utterly baffled, complaining that rejecting the prince's promotion will delay her rising to a top-tier consort rank. Yunso realizes the eunuch just wants her promoted so she can act as a powerful shield for little Hongwei, but she already has a much smarter game plan. Leaning right into his ear, Yunso whispers a secret strategy, asking him if he's ever heard of playing the long game through masterclass patience. Whisper, she explains that a humble nanny who turns down power to protect the royal heir will never be seen as a threat to succession, making her practically untouchable in the political arena. Commentary: look at her playing 4D chess with the imperial court, turning humility into the ultimate political armor. Clenching her fist with determination, she asks him if this noble reputation isn't the strongest lifeline he could possibly ask for. Eunuch Yum strokes his chin, pondering her surprisingly brilliant tactical perspective. Pump! Satisfied with her logic, he agrees to report her request to the Crown Prince as soon as his daily meetings wrap up. Shine! He instructs her to head straight to the Dowager Queen's palace and demonstrate just how indispensable she is to the little prince. Tink, tink! Tiny royal shoes pitter-patter across the wooden walkway as a very special guest marches toward the Queen's quarters. Hand in hand, Yunso guides tiny Hongwei down the Grand Palace corridor, with the toddler skipping with pure excitement to go visit his grandmother. Yunso whispers a tiny mission to the little master, telling him to make sure he tells the Dowager Queen how much he wants to play with his favorite nanny every single day. Not! Clenching his tiny baby fists, Hongwei enthusiastically promises to carry out the mission like a true little knight. Commentary: Hongwei is hands down carrying the cuteness factor of this entire series. Nobody can resist that adorable face. Bam! The sliding doors open, and before the court attendant can even finish announcing their arrival, Hongwei goes sprinting inside like a tiny hurricane. Hug! The little prince dives straight into his grandmother's arms, squealing with joy as the Dowager Queen beams with pure royal affection. Hongwei smothers her cheek in a giant baby hug, enthusiastically shouting that he missed her so much his heart went thump. Giggle! When the amused queen asks where he picked up such funny words, Hongwei proudly admits that Nanny Quan taught him all about how hearts drop with excitement. Brightening up the whole room, the little guy chirps that he wants to bring Nanny Quan along every day so they can all play together. Sitting modestly in a deep bow, Yunso keeps her composure while the royal family shares their sweet reunion. Glint. But as the queen holds her grandson, her sharp eyes lock onto Yunso with a heavy, calculating stare. Flashback, the queen recalls a past conversation with the king, who praised Yunso's intelligence but warned that affection for a royal child can often hide ambitious motives. Shadows fall. The king had cautioned her to watch Yunso closely before deciding what royal position she truly deserved. Commentary? The court politics here are subtle but deadly. Even genuine love gets scrutinized under a microscope. Bowing low on the floor, Yunso can feel the heavy atmosphere while the queen ponders how her usually cautious son became so head over heels that he'd break all traditions for a maid. Dun dun dun! The Dowager Queen steals her resolve, deciding that today will be the ultimate test to determine Yunso's true rank and place in the palace. Turning to the toddler, the queen gently asks if he still enjoys playing with fishing rods, and Hongwei excitedly mentions how Nanny Quan built one just for him. Gaze? The queen's eyes narrow slightly as she mentions the rear garden pond hidden behind the royal pavilions. Splash! Bright golden koi fish swirl gracefully through crystal clear water as the queen offers to take Hongwei fishing right now. Pause. But when she tells the young prince that she needs to speak with Nanny Quan alone, Hongwei's playful smile instantly vanishes into anxiety. Clinging tight to his grandmother's dress, the little prince turns around with teary eyes, whimpering softly for his nanny. Watching the toddler freeze in panic, Yunso's heart hurts, wondering which big mouth in the palace fed the poor kid rumors that she was going to abandon him. Commentary. Seriously, whoever is stressing out this innocent toddler in the palace needs a stern talking to ASAP. Warm smile. Yunseo opens her arms wide, giving the little guy the warmest, most reassuring look to let him know she isn't going anywhere. Pitter-patter, Hongwi immediately breaks away and toddles right back into Yunso's safe embrace. Snuggle. As the toddler buries his face in her lap, Yunso smoothly suggests to the queen that they all head outside together so Her Majesty can relax while watching Hongwi play with the fish. Breeze? Accepting the suggestion, the queen agrees to take a stroll through the sunlit garden, surrounded by lush green mountains and peaceful pavilions. Ripple. Under the bright sunlight, the sparkling pond reflects every hidden detail, symbolizing how true intentions always come to light under scrutiny. Swish! Little Hongwi happily swings his makeshift fishing twig near the water, enthusiastically hunting for fish without a single care in the world. Standing high on the wooden bridge, Yunso and the Dowager Queen silently observe the energetic prince playing below. Gaze. The queen turns her head toward Yunso, asking in a quiet tone if the child really enjoys her presence that much. Commentary: the art transition from bright outdoor fun to intense psychological tension on the bridge is insanely well executed. Her expression hardens as she directly questions why Yunso made a point to bring the child along for this private audience today. The queen pushes further, asking if Hongwi has become so attached and anxious that he refuses to go anywhere without his nanny by his side. Thud! Falling to her knees on the wooden bridge, Yunso bows her head low, declaring firmly that her only wish is to stay as the young master's nanny, and nothing more. Silence. The Dowager Queen looks down at her bowed figure, carefully judging whether her words stem from genuine humility or clever calculation. Shadows swirl. Yunso firmly explains that if she were elevated to a concubine, putting the royal child in her palace would spark intense political jealousy and put Hongwi in constant danger from rival factions. Dropping right into the high-stakes palace drama, Yunso knows one wrong move could destroy the innocent little prince, warning that if court politics turn toxic, all the collateral damage lands on poor Hongwi. Commentary: imagine navigating a royal court where your every breath can trigger a multi-faction civil war. No pressure at all. Kneeling on the wooden bridge under the scorching sun, Yunso lays her heart bare before the Dowager Queen, swearing that she has zero ambitions to climb the ranks as a concubine or claim the crown prince's throne. Ripples swirl in the clear garden pond as the queen gazes down, quietly pressing her to confirm if she truly wants to spend her life as a humble nanny. Looking up with unwavering eyes, Yunso firmly confirms her answer, declaring that remaining by the young master's side is her sole desire in this cutthroat palace. Gloom falls. Deep in thought, the queen reflects on her decades in power, remembering the endless string of nannies who passed through these halls while raising nearly 10 royal children. Commentary: you can tell the queen has seen every fake smile and hidden motive under the sun. She's basically a human lie detector at this point. In past memories, most court servants only cared about protecting their own necks, treating royal children like terrifying liabilities rather than kids who needed genuine love. Soft glow. But looking at Yunso gently holding baby Hongwi, the queen sees something entirely different, a bond built on genuine warmth and devotion. Memories of innocent laughter fade into the background, reminding her of simpler days before palace politics suffocated the royal household. Standing atop the tranquil footbridge, the queen sighs soft words into the garden breeze, admitting how long it's been since authentic children's laughter echoed through her courtyard. Commentary: the soft water reflections and vibrant green foliage in this panel really build up such a peaceful yet emotional atmosphere. She admits that while all royal offspring are precious, none bring light to her heart quite like little Hongwi does. Yunso quietly observes the monarch's softened expression, realizing the former queen had to swallow endless personal grief in silence just to maintain her flawless, benevolent image. Nod. Giving her official royal nod, the queen yields to Yunso's plea, promising to use her supreme authority to keep her as the child's permanent nanny. Sparkle! Yunso's eyes light up with pure relief and excitement, though the queen silently watches her reaction to see if this joy is truly genuine. Commentary: Yunso literally glowing like an anime protagonist while the queen plays mind chess is peak manhwa comedy. Thud! Hitting the floor in a deep bow, Yunso gushes with heartfelt gratitude, promising to fulfill her duties with total loyalty. Smirking with subtle amusement, the queen strokes her chin, already planning her next move in this royal game. She turns to her attendant with a calm command, ordering the royal medical staff to immediately inspect Yunso's health and prepare a special tonic. Leaning in with a sly grin, the queen teases that since the crown prince is so passionately enamored with her, she'll need all the stamina medicine she can get to survive his late-night visits. Blush! Yoon-so's jaw drops as her entire face flushes bright red, screaming in total panic that royal court rumors are moving at absolute light speed. Commentary: the queen giving unsolicited relationship stamina advice to a court lady is top-tier savage energy. Chuckling softly on the bridge, the queen remarks that with Yi Hang's intense personality, he'd gladly hand over the entire world just to make her happy. Her tone shifts into deadly seriousness as she poses a critical test. What will Yoon-so do if the future king insists on naming her his royal consort? Yoon-so confidently answers that she would cite royal propriety and beg him to reconsider, but the queen instantly shoots her down with a stern refusal. Narrowing her eyes, the queen warns her that directly rejecting a monarch's affection using rigid rules is the most dangerous mistake anyone can make. Roar! A dark tiger spirit looms in the shadows as the queen cautions her that an absolute ruler is an easily provoked beast when denied their heart's desire. Commentary: check out that tiger visual backdrop. The artist really nailed the oppressive, terrifying aura of imperial power. Swoosh! Wielding total power over life and death, a king becomes furious when his gifts are rejected, or when forced to grant things beyond his reach. Above all, nothing enrages a sovereign more than someone who fails to respect his emotions, regardless of how noble their excuses might sound. Gloom. Pink cherry blossoms flutter around a chilling warning. Standing in the way of his desire to crown her will only trigger catastrophic consequences. A heavy chill hits Yoon-seo as she connects the dots, realizing that pushing back blindly will end up getting innocent allies like Eunuch Yem caught in the crossfire. Bowing low, Yoon-so thanks the queen for her life-saving advice, deciding to approach the headstrong crown prince directly before things spiral out of hand. Pitter-patter, breaking the tense mood, Princess Youngwi arrives alongside her young son, who boisterously greets the dowager queen with full enthusiasm. Dash! Young An Yetel charges over to Hongwi, cheering for a fun playdate while the toddlers splash around the garden bridge. Commentary: little Hongwi finding a playmate is the wholesome content we all desperately needed after that heavy political lecture. Bowing politely to the royal newcomer, Yoon-seo greets the princess, who playfully jokes about what official title she should even use for the prince's favorite lady. Giggle! Leaning in with a mischievous grin, the princess teases Yoon-se about her brother's fiery passion, asking if she's losing sleep over his relentless attention. Sweat drop, with palace gossip spreading like wildfire, Yoon-seo hurriedly changes the subject, begging the princess to focus on structuring their upcoming childcare manuscript instead. Escorting the princess toward the inner study, Yoon-seo walks with a quiet, heavy heart as the sun begins to set over the palace walls. Shadows fall. Her mind races with intense anxiety, weighing every strategic choice needed to survive the upcoming storm. Meanwhile, in the royal study, Crown Prince Yi Hang calmly reviews official documents, unaware that Yoon-seo is preparing for the ultimate showdown of wills. Commentary: they're calm before the romantic storm. Yi Hang looks so peaceful reading here, completely oblivious to what's coming. Dun dun dun! A heavy atmosphere settles over the palace grounds as dusk turns the sky into a burning sea of crimson and gold. Striding down the sunset-drenched corridors, Yoon-seo desperately searches historical records in her head, analyzing King Moonjong's past actions to predict Yi Hang's mindset. Stopping in her tracks, she notices high-ranking scholars strolling around without their heavy ceremonial robes, looking surprisingly casual.
Chief Eunuch Eom explains that the crown prince ordered lighter attire to beat the stifling heat, prompting court officials to follow his relaxed dress code.
Yoon-seo smiles at the progressive shift, realizing how a simple wardrobe change naturally reshapes palace hierarchy and lightens the burden on lower-ranking attendants. Spotting the royal study ahead, her heart skips a beat as Yi Hang turns around, his face instantly lighting up the moment he catches sight of her. Tap, tap, tap. Prince Yeheng practically sprints down the steps to greet her, while Yoon-seo bows low, urgently attempting to deliver her crucial message. Grab! Before she can even finish her sentence, his warm hands firmly grasp her shoulders, completely cutting off her formal speech. Smooch! Under the golden glow of twilight, the prince pulls her in tight and plants a sweet, unprompted kiss right on her cheek. Commentary: bro did not hesitate for even a microsecond. He saw his girl and immediately went for the physical affection. Court rules be damned. Steam! Yoon-seo's entire face turns bright red as she shrieks in shock, pointing out that court servants and eunuchs are literally standing right there watching them. Slap! As the prince leans in for an even deeper kiss, Yoon-seo panics and slaps both hands over his mouth, desperately shutting down the public display of affection. Slam! Muscle memory taking over, she aggressively shoves the crown prince backward into his private chambers, shouting that they need to talk privately while stunned attendants watch from outside. Glancing nervously back toward the door, Yunso tries to regain her composure after delivering a full-blown assault on the future king of Joseon. Giggle! Outside the sliding doors, the court ladies cover their mouths in uncontrollable laughter, utterly delighted by the chaotic romance unfolding right before their eyes. Commentary. The court ladies giggling outside is literally all of us reading this chapter. What an incredible ending to this intense episode. Ever thought you could outsmart a royal crown prince using 21st century economics, only to end up backed against a sliding door hyperventilating? Because that's exactly where Yoon-seo finds herself as the palace politics crank up to absolute maximum pressure. Digging deep into historical records, Yoon-seo recalls how King Moonjong never officially gave a new crown princess the grand wedding ceremony after losing his first wife. Commentary? Honestly, historical foreshadowing in manhwa always gives me chills. It's like reading a cheat code for survival. Realizing the prince's sudden rush to name her crown princess is actually a clever play to secure her as a top-tier concubine. She knows he's really after her modern intellectual cheat sheet. Deep breath. Yoon-seo prepares her ultimate pitch to convince Prince Yi-hyang that her brain is way too valuable to be wasted in the royal harem, but life comes at you fast. Squeeze! Before she can even open her mouth, Yi-hyang pulls her into a tight embrace on the floor, ignoring her desperate pleas to stay focused. Commentary? Bro has zero chill. You try giving a slide deck presentation while a super handsome prince nuzzles your neck. Flustered beyond belief, she tries to pull away while Yi-hyang whispers that he remembers every single word she says, so she shouldn't hold back. Sweat drop. Yoon-seo internally screams that despite his smooth intellectual reputation, he's totally inherited his father's overly affectionate playboy DNA. Trapped in his tight grasp, Yoon-seo clears her throat and asks if he wouldn't prefer having an all-around modern genius as his strategic advisor instead. She passionately argues that after 15 whole years of rigorous modern education, making her a standard concubine would be the biggest waste of national talent in Joseon history. Commentary: pitching your college degree as a national defense asset to a historical monarch is peak modern transmigrator energy. Ye-hang pauses, looking into her eyes with a dangerous glint, asking point blank if she's really rejecting the chance to be his concubine. Panicking as the sunset glows through the paper doors, Yoon-seo stammers out an excuse, claiming that moving to separate concubine quarters means they wouldn't see each other every day like this. Sparkle! Yi-hyang's face instantly softens, leaning forehead to forehead as he smirks, convinced she's just confessing her burning love for him. Commentary: the sheer delusional optimism of male leads in romance manhwa never fails to amaze me. He completely flipped her defense into a confession. Chuckling warmly, he holds her hands and asks what kind of advisor she wants to be, while Yoon-seo internally cries over how insanely skilled he is at flustered mind games. Shifting back to business, Yoon-seo asks if he knows the real economic reason why Joseon's attempt at paper currency collapsed so miserably. Flashbacks reveal how past rulers tried replacing rice currency with paper notes called jaehwa, only for the entire financial system to crumble into dust. Glint? Yi-hyang's eyes lock onto her, admitting that fixing the nation's failed currency was his father's biggest dream and something he's been obsessing over. Commentary: look at that art switch. The dynamic focus on his eyes instantly turns the scene from romantic comedy to high-stakes political thriller. Pointing to trade records, Yoon-seo explains that paper money requires intrinsic trust, which is why other nations use solid silver ingots as standard currency. She breaks down how the collapse of the Yuan dynasty's paper bills left the public scarred and completely unwilling to trust unbacked paper notes. Leaning forward, she drops the harsh truth. The government itself refused to accept paper money for taxes, so how could the common people trust a currency their own king doubted? Flatter, blown away by her economic genius, Yi-hyang snaps out of his romantic mood, scrambling around the room, shouting that they need to talk serious business right now. Commentary: suddenly the romance is canceled because macroeconomic tax reform just dropped. You gotta love a nerd prince. Thud! He practically tosses her onto a proper seating cushion, leaving chibi Yoon-seo sitting there in utter disbelief at how fast his mood flipped. Rummage! Yi-hyang enthusiastically digs through his treasure chests and official documents, completely hooked on her futuristic insights. Sitting back comfortably, Yoon-seo smirks to herself, relieved that her big brain play finally captured his full attention. Unrolling state reports, she critiques his upcoming 9-degree land tax assessment, pointing out all the hidden bureaucratic flaws that will ruin its execution. Commentary, modern university students explaining Joseon tax policy to the future king is top-tier flex. Pointing her finger with absolute confidence, she introduces him to the Uniform Land Tax Law, declaring it the absolute pinnacle of tax reform. She casually mentions how a controversial future king gains massive historical credit just for enforcing this exact law, warning him to take detailed notes. As candlelight flickers into the late night, Yi Hong stares at her in pure awe, asking if everyone in her modern world receives such insane high-level schooling. Proudly puffing out her chest, Yun Seo explains how modern society guarantees 9 years of compulsory education for every citizen, followed by higher learning at universities. Shock! Chibi Yihong gasps in disbelief that even low-class citizens get educated, while Yunso happily explains that modern law views everyone as equal. Resting his chin in deep reflection, the prince absorbs the revolutionary concept of a fluid, classless society where status isn't fixed by birth. Commentary, you can literally see the cogs spinning in his head. She's casually introducing democracy to a feudal monarchy over tea. Nodding thoughtfully, Yi Hong finally agrees that a genius with her knowledge is definitely not suited to be locked away as a mere concubine. Nod, he immediately drafts an insane new schedule, assigning her to teach foundational knowledge to Princess Pyeongchang and Young Hongwi every single day. Chibi chaos. He keeps adding duties, making her his private late-night advisor, state consultant for struggling ministers, and matching her salary to top royal scholars. Sweat drop. Yunso's jaw hits the floor. She realizes she's now tutoring, counseling, writing books, making medical ointments, and running state strategy, completely destroying her work-life balance. Commentary, girl negotiated her way out of being a concubine only to become an overworked corporate middle manager in the 15th century. Leaning in with a sly smirk, Yi Hong promises to personally repay her exhaustion by giving his absolute best performance in bed every single night. Yunso freezes in absolute horror as the romantic double entendre hits her like a freight train. Giggle! Outside the sliding doors, the court ladies cover their mouths in snickering laughter, overhearing the entire scandalous conversation. Taking a deep breath, Yoon Seo drops to her knees in formal court etiquette, asking if her future knowledge will truly help him govern the country. Russell. As Yi Hong praises her as a priceless blessing, she stands up with a cold, serious expression that instantly catches him off guard. Remembering his unprompted public kiss from earlier, Yoon Seo acknowledges that his actions stem from the highest form of royal affection he could show. Commentary. The transition here from comedy to raw emotional boundary setting is so masterfully written. She's not playing games anymore. Holding her hand over her heart, she firmly declares that true love requires mutual consent and respect, not public displays of dominance that put her on display for court gossip. Looking up with tear-filled, resolute eyes, she tells him flat out that being forced into these public romantic situations makes her feel completely humiliated. Bowing low before his desk, she demands that if he truly values her unmatched future knowledge, he must treat her with proper dignity and professional respect. A heavy silence fills the chamber as Yae-hyung listens silently, his pride taking a massive hit from her direct rejection. Squeeze! He tightly closes his eyes, processing a harsh reality of her words as his expression turns dark and pained. Slowly turning to face her, Yi Hong drops a bombshell, revealing that his flashy public affection was completely deliberate from the start. Dark metaphorical visions swirl as he explains that in this cutthroat palace, the woman he loves is technically just a low-ranking maid with zero political backing. Roar! A terrifying tiger spirit looms over a helpless rabbit in the shadows as he explains why he marked her so aggressively, to warn the ruthless palace wolves that touching her means war. Commentary. That tiger aura visual background is absolute art goals. The artist went so hard depicting royal protection. Gasp! Yoon Seo's eyes widen in shock as she realizes his reckless public kiss was actually an aggressive shield designed to protect her from court assassins and political enemies. Clutching his chest in genuine heartache, Prince Yi Hong looks at her with raw vulnerability, asking if his protective love was really nothing more than an insult to her. Ever felt the heart-wrenching pain of realizing you completely misread the intentions of someone who would burn the world down just to keep you safe? That's the exact existential nightmare hitting Yoon-seo right now, as Prince Yi Hang looks at her with wounded, heartbroken eyes, softly asking if his intense, desperate love felt like nothing more than a cheap insult to her. Gasp! A heavy silence drops over the chamber like a ton of bricks as Yoon-so's eyes widen in sheer horror at what she's just done. Commentary, honestly, watching her internal panic set in is so painful. She really thought she was laying down healthy boundaries, but instead, she just stomped all over the crown prince's delicate feelings. Looking at Yi Hong sitting there with his shoulders slumped and his royal pride crushed, Yoon-so suffers a massive reality check. She realizes that while he was pouring his entire soul out to protect her from lethal court intrigue, she was trapped up on her high horse, judging him through the cozy lens of 21st century modern ethics. Thud! Without hesitating for another second, Yoon-so drops straight to the floor, pressing her forehead against the wooden planks in a full, humble bow. She desperately apologizes to His Highness, admitting that she was completely out of line to measure his actions by the standards of her modern world. Remaining flat on her stomach, she vows that she'll never misinterpret his true feelings or judge his motives through her own selfish worldview ever again. Commentary, you've got to hand it to Yoon-so. When she realizes she messed up, she doesn't make excuses. She takes 100% accountability right on the spot. A heavy breath escapes Yi Hong's lips as he closes his eyes in quiet reflection, the quiet night sky hanging over the palace as he processes her sudden, dramatic apology. Sitting back up, Yoon-so's mind races as she remembers the ultimate lingering question hanging between them. If she actually had the magical gold ring that could instantly transport her back to her modern life, what would she actually choose to do? The air in the room grows razor thin as a literal rift of silence divides them, with Yoon-so stammering under the weight of his gaze, completely frozen and unable to give him a straight answer. Glint. Yi Hong's dark, sharp eyes lock onto her hesitation, reading every bit of uncertainty flickering across her face. Commentary? Wow, the dramatic tension in this panel is so thick you could slice it with a Joseon ceremonial sword. The artist really knows how to capture pure heartbreak. Waving his hand with a bittersweet, forced calm, the prince tells her not to bother answering, gently admitting that he clearly asked a question that was far too unfair and difficult for her to tackle right now. Facepalm! Yoon-seo internally screams in frustration at herself, realizing she had fully intended to abandon all thoughts of returning home when she chose to give him her allegiance. But when put on the spot, her tongue completely tied itself into knots. She tightly clutches the silk fabric of her skirt, her fingers trembling as she beats herself up for freezing at the absolute worst possible moment. Sensing her inner distress, Yi Hong's expression softens back into a gentle, reassuring warmth as he tells her that he's heard her apology loud and clear, and now it's his turn to lay all his cards on the table. Commentary? See, this is why Yi Hong is elite male lead material. He never lets his ego get in the way of communicating like a mature adult. Watching him shift the mood so effortlessly, Yoon-seo feels a surge of guilt, marveling at how incredibly patient and considerate he's trying to be for her sake, while she's still stumbling through her feelings. Ahem! Suddenly breaking the heavy atmosphere, Yi Hong clears his throat with a fake cough, turning his head away as an adorable chibi blush creeps up his neck while he tries to find the right words. Seeing the formidable crown prince get so delightfully flustered brings a soft, genuine smile to Yoon-so's face as she softly chuckles, agreeing that spilling your heart out really is the hardest thing in the world. Russell, gathering her full skirts, Yoon-so shifts her posture with renewed purpose, reminding him that back in her modern life, her entire job and duty was healing broken minds and wounded hearts through professional counseling. Commentary. Pitching herself as the royal court therapist to smooth over their romantic awkwardness is such a high IQ modern move. Slide. With an overhead view of the room, Yi Hong raises an eyebrow in curiosity as Yoon-seo drags her seating cushion across the floor, casually asking why she's changing seats all of a sudden. Setting herself up at a professional distance, Yoon-so gently explains that because he's been groomed to be the supreme ruler since childhood, he's probably never had a single soul in his life he could truly open up to without fear. Sitting directly across from him, she mentally notes that this clinical distance allows her to observe his micro-expressions and body language completely objectively, without romantic static getting in the way. Flashback vision. A faint phantom of her modern counselor self in a sharp blazer appears behind her as she takes a deep breath and asks His Highness to tell her what specific troubles have weighed on his heart the absolute most. Commentary: the subtle overlay of her 21st century modern suit self behind her traditional hanbok is such a cool visual reminder of her double life. Grip: clenching his royal robes tightly, Yi Hong looks down as the heavy shadow of his past creeps back in, confessing that as crown prince, he was forced to study from dawn until midnight under the crushing pressure to become a perfect sage king, all while living in constant terror of being replaced. Yunso nods in deep understanding, noting that with historical figures like King Taejong previously stripping other crown princes of their titles, living alongside so many brilliantly gifted royal brothers must have felt like walking on thin ice every single day. Memory fade? Yi Hyung reveals the darkest chapter of his youth, how after 19 long years as heir apparent and enduring 2 failed political marriages, he still had no male heir, right when Prince Suyang's wife gave birth to little Prince Doan. Suyang's wife broke palace rules by giving birth inside the royal grounds, yet the king rejoiced as if his own crowned grandchild was born, personally naming the child and causing the entire court to treat Suyang like the true heir apparent. Commentary: royal family favoritism is ruthless. Imagine waiting 2 decades for a throne only to get side-eyed because your brother had a baby first. Shadows swirl. Because of this shift in political power, when young Hongwei was finally born late, he had 0 allies, leaving him completely exposed as Suyang's scheming faction openly looked down on the young boy. Looking at a vision of young Hongwei standing small in the dark, Yi Hyung grimly admits that in this snake pit of a palace, both he and his son were treated as completely expendable placeholders. Looking at him with deep, heartfelt compassion, Yunso's heart breaks for the crushing emotional burden he's had to carry all by himself for decades. Soft breath. Yi Hyung's tense face relaxes as her empathetic words sink in, his dark eyes shimmering with genuine relief. Commentary: you can literally feel the tension draining out of his shoulders. Having somebody finally validate your trauma is worth more than gold. Sparkle. Looking up at Yunso as if she were surrounded by a heavenly halo, Yi Hyung whispers that right in the dark depths of that hopeless political war, she suddenly appeared in his life like a miracle. He reminds her how a low-ranking palace maid with absolutely no family power or political backing stood up fearlessly to the king and queen just to shield little Hongwei from harm. Clutch? Placing his hand over his beating heart with a soft blush, Yi Hyung asks her how on earth he could possibly keep himself from falling deeply, unconditionally in love with the woman who risked her life for his child. Touch! Reaching across the low wooden table, his long fingers gently wrap around her hand, locking them together in a warm, solid grip. Panic. As magical atmospheric light sparkles around them, Yunso's professional inner counselor siren starts blaring at full volume, warning her that the strict line between therapist and client has completely disintegrated. Commentary: girl, professional ethics went out the window 5 panels ago. You are in a historical romance manhwa, not a therapy seminar. Backtracking with an embarrassed cough, Yi Hyung sheepishly admits he got way too impatient because she was the first woman to ever truly capture his heart, promising to slow down and listen calmly. Staring at him with wide, emotional eyes, Yunso finally drops all her defensive walls, admitting out loud that she was completely wrong to judge his actions through her modern standards. Yi Yang pauses, a soft, incredibly tender smile forming on his lips as he prepares to drop the ultimate green flag confession. Glow! Surrounded by a soft, rosy pink aura, the crown prince gently looks at her and declares that he will never force, command, or beg her to stay against her own will. Leaning closer with absolute sincerity, he promises that if the day ever comes where she finds a way back to her original world and her loved ones, he won't hold her back. With the most selfless, loving expression imaginable, Yi Hyung promises that he will gladly let her go and send her back home with all his love intact. Commentary: okay, who is cutting onions in here? This man just offered to let go of his soulmate if it means her happiness. He is the absolute standard. Tears, big glossy tears, well up in Yunso's eyes as his unconditional devotion hits her straight in the soul, melting away every single fear she ever held. Memory void. Reflecting on her past life, Yunseo remembers how after her parents passed away, she worked herself to the bone to survive alone, yet could never fill the agonizing empty void left by her family's lost love. Looking at the radiant, noble man sitting right before her, her heart swells with absolute certainty as she realizes she's finally found the person who can become her true home and sanctuary.
thud. Bowing down once more in formal court etiquette, Yoon-seo takes a massive leap of faith and makes her final unshakable decision. Grasp. Springing forward, she tightly snatches Yi Hong's hands in hers, boldly declaring that she's going to throw away her hidden portal ring and promises to never, ever leave his side by her own choice. Blushing furiously, she hurriedly adds one quick condition, that little Hongwi is still way too young and needs her as his nanny, asking if His Highness can please be patient and wait just a little longer for her. Commentary: negotiating a delayed romance timeline so you can finish nanny duties first is peak Yinso logic. We love a responsible queen. Yi Hong bursts into a hearty, uninhibited laugh, his entire face lighting up with absolute joy at her adorable, stubborn terms. Squeeze! Surrounded by floating cherry blossom petals, Yi Hong tenderly cups her face in his hands, gazing into her eyes as he whispers that now that she's finally completely his, he would happily wait a lifetime for her. Step, step. Later that night, under the bright glow of the full moon, Yoon-seo quietly walks through the quiet palace courtyard toward an old stone water well. Sparkle! Reaching into her sleeve, she pulls out the magical golden ring that holds her ticket back to the 21st century, determined to hurl it into the deep water, only for her eyes to widen in shock as the ring suddenly starts glowing with an unearthly light. Commentary? Wait, what? Don't tell me the ring is reacting on its own right when she's about to toss it. Talk about a massive cliffhanger. Just when you think she's about to yeet that magical ring into the abyss and lock in her happily ever after, the universe hits the emergency brake. Yoon-seo stands frozen in the moonlight as the ring literally glues itself to her hands, refusing to budge an inch. Glancing over her shoulder in complete disbelief, her jaw drops as she realizes the universe isn't done playing with her destiny just yet, because fate clearly loves a plot twist. Fast forward 3 whole days later, and we transition from midnight crisis to absolute cuteness overload. Little Prince Hongwi is sitting cross-legged on the floor, proudly pointing at his calligraphy scroll while begging his royal grandmother to check his work. It turns out Yoon-seo managed to negotiate a delay on her official concubine status after her deep heart-to-heart with Yi Hang, letting her stay right where she wants to be as the ultimate royal nanny. Commentary? Honestly, dodging palace politics while keeping your dream job is a 10 out of 10 power move. When the Queen Dowager marvels at how insanely fast little Hongwi picks up his lessons just by observing, the toddler literally puffs his tiny chest out and declares he did it with pure dedication and deep concentration. Squish! The sheer, unadulterated cuteness in the room instantly obliterates all political tension as both Yoon-seo and the Queen Dowager go full fangirl, squishing his chubby little cheeks until he looks like a squishy dumpling. But of course, peaceful moments in a Joseon palace last about 5 seconds before the heavy sliding doors creak open, with a court lady formally announcing the arrival of Prince Do-won and his mother. Gasp! Yoon-seo's internal radar instantly pings with red flags as she pauses her brushwork, wondering why on earth Grand Prince Soo-young's scheming wife is making an unannounced grand entrance. Gliding into the pavilion like she owns the place, Lady Yoon strutted in alongside her young son Hyundong, bearing lavish gifts of fine Ming silk to butter up the Queen Dowager. Commentary: whenever someone brings unprompted expensive gifts to court, you know a passive-aggressive storm is brewing. Turning her attention toward little Hongwi, Lady Yoon puts on her fake auntie-voice, offering a polite greeting that hides a subtle layer of condescension. Bow? Not picking up on the viper energy in the room? Our innocent little prince bows his head cutely and greets his aunt back with zero fear. Meanwhile, young Hyundong steps forward with a smirk that practically screams, "I'm better than you," offering his own calculated greeting to his younger cousin. Dropping a total shade bomb right out of nowhere, Hyundong smugly questions if Hongwi plans on stuttering with that babyish pronunciation during his upcoming official investiture ceremony. Little Hongwi's eyes widen as a cold drop of sweat rolls down his neck, realizing he's just been put on the spot in front of the entire royal audience. Sitting right in the back, Yoon-seo clenches her fist tightly in an eager cheerleading stance, silently praying for her precious toddler pupil to deliver a killer comeback. Snort. Crossing his tiny arms over his colorful handbook, Hongwi takes a deep breath, remembering the exact piece of wisdom his favorite nanny taught him. Sparkle! With absolute confidence radiating off his tiny frame, Hongwi proudly announces that since he's still just a toddler, speaking with flawless pronunciation would make him look like a creepy, overly crafty baby. The room explodes into uncontrollable laughter as the Queen Dowager wheezes from pure joy, totally agreeing that a toddler shouldn't sound like a 60-year-old scholar anyway. Commentary:
Outsmarting your toxic cousin with toddler logic is legendary behavior. Turning the tables right back, the Queen Dowager chuckles and reminds young Hyundong that he was tripping over his words at that exact same age, leaving the arrogant boy standing there completely speechless and red-faced. Shiver? Just as Yunso exhales a sigh of relief thinking they dodged a bullet, a terrifyingly cold, pitch-black aura suddenly washes over the room as Lady Yoon fixates her gaze right on her. The temperature drops to below zero as Yunseo turns around only to lock eyes with a gaze full of pure, unadulterated venom, practically feeling the murderous intent radiating off Seong's wife. Flashback vision. Yunso's mind flashes to future historical records, remembering how this very woman would eventually take absolute power as regent, crowning her own grandson Seongjong before her own son's body was even cold. Emerging from the dark shadows of history, Lady Yoon was notorious for being a ruthless, cold-blooded political mastermind who crushed anyone standing in her family's path to the throne. Grip! Pressing her hands firmly against the wooden floor, Yunso's eyes burn with fierce determination, realizing that to protect little Hongwi from these palace monsters, she has to become just as sharp and unyielding. Disguising her murderous rage beneath a sweet, compliant smile, Lady Yoon bows gracefully as the Queen Dowager cordially invites her to sit down for tea. Commentary: the fake smiles in royal court scenes are scarier than any horror movie jump scare. As warm sunlight filters through the pavilion screen, the Queen Dowager changes the topic to lighter matters, asking the two young princes what kind of sweet treats they'd like to enjoy while waiting for the princess. Hyundong tries to act like a mature, stoic young prince by saying seeing his grandmother is treat enough, while Hongwi throws his hands in the air and screams that he wants candy and honey snacks right now. Twitch, seizing the petty moment to strike, Lady Yoon glares back at Yunso with a judgy side-eye, asking out loud how she's raising the crown prince's son to be so greedy for sweets. Yunso bows her head in formal apology while internally rolling her eyes into another dimension, muttering to herself about how unfair it is when she's literally been strict about his sugar intake. Picking up on his nanny getting targeted, Hongwi immediately waddles over to his grandmother's lap, loudly announcing that he wants to go eat his snacks outside while playing a fun game of fishing. Gasp! Yunso's face lights up like a Christmas tree as she sees her golden ticket out of this awkward tea party, jumping up to volunteer to take the prince outside for playtime. Block! But Lady Yoon shuts down the escape plan instantly, interjecting with a subtle smirk that they still have important palace matters to discuss together. With a patronizing tilt of her head, Lady Yoon suggests another maid take Hongwei outside instead, while Yunseo prays to every deity in existence that Hongwei insists on staying with her. Crash! Hongwei enthusiastically shouts yes to going with another maid, leaving Yunseo's soul floating right out of her body in dramatic chibi despair. Commentary? Top 10 anime betrayals right here. He threw his beloved nanny under the bus for some outdoor playtime. Step, step. Without a single second thought, the tiny prince trots right over toward his cousin Hyundan, totally unbothered by the dramatic heartbreak he just caused behind him. Looking up at the stiff young prince, Hongwi cheerfully beams and invites his older cousin to come go fishing together in the royal gardens. Tug, tug! Grabbing Hyundong's dark blue robes with his tiny hands, Hongwi's wholesome enthusiasm completely melts the older boy's cold defense as he stammers out an embarrassed agreement. Watching from the doorway, Yunso's jaw literally drops in utter astonishment, realizing that little Hongwi, who used to tremble in fear at Prince Doan, just effortlessly turned his rival cousin into a playmate. Roar of laughter. The entire room bursts into chuckles as the Queen Dowager teases Lady Yoon, pointing out how wonderfully bright, mischievous Hongwi has become while Lady Yoon sits there fuming behind a fake polite smile. As fresh, juicy Sarawan peaches are served alongside hot tea, the conversation shifts to the severe drought gripping the country and the rising concerns over the year's harvest. The Queen Dowager turns to Yunso, mentioning that Crown Prince Yihyang is currently swamped with preparing the official rain-calling rituals, urging her to take extra special care of his health. Flashback scene. A vision of Yi Haiyang appears, diligently reviewing modern documents and future knowledge under candlelight, while strictly eating a plain vegetarian diet to pray for rain, causing him to visibly lose weight. Sensing a prime vulnerability, Lady Yun leans in with a snake-like grin, passive-aggressively bringing up rumors that Court Lady Quan can no longer personally attend to the Crown Prince's intimate needs. She smoothly continues her verbal assault, bragging about how her own household cooks special nutritious meals for Suyang during his simple diet, casting doubt on Yeonso's ability to care for Yiha. Zoom in. With a sinister, triumphant smirk, Lady Yun delivers her real poison, suggesting they send a higher-ranked, highly skilled concubine named Hong Sing-hui to take over caring for the Crown Prince instead. The atmospheric pressure in the room shoots through the roof as the Queen Dowager looks down at Yun-so, asking if what Lady Yun says about the distance between them is true. Keeping her composure cool and collected, Yun-so analyzes the situation like a grandmaster chess player, knowing that Yi Yang only distanced himself out of deep respect for her request, not because his love faded. Lady Yun puts on a masterclass of fake sympathy, dramatically sighing and pretending to weep for Yun-so's supposedly distressing situation as a neglected woman of the court. Weep! She goes full theater mode, claiming she prayed at the temple for Yun-so to bear a royal child, only for the prince to become distant. Yun-so just gives her a deadpan chibi side-eye, seeing right through the fake tears. Flashback advice echoes in Yun-so's mind. In the deadly game of royal women's politics, never strike wildly with brute force. Couch your lethal strikes in elegant, polite words and strike back with absolute precision. If you ever think office politics are brutal, imagine stepping into a Joseon palace where every single whisper can get you executed, and your best weapon is using the softest, most graceful words to completely destroy your enemies. Flipping the script on arrivals, Yoon-seo drops down into a deep, formal bow right in front of the Queen Dowager, overflowing with humble gratitude before anyone can accuse her of disrespect. She smoothly addresses the ongoing rumors about the Crown Prince's cold behavior, explaining that the extreme nationwide drought forced him to practice strict abstinence so he can dedicate himself entirely to praying for rain. Talk about a masterclass in spin control. Maintaining her sweet demeanor, Yeon-seo reassures Her Majesty that keeping his mind and body pure for the rain-calling ceremony is a holy duty, subtly shutting down Lady Yun's malicious gossip in one clean move. Giggle! To drive the point home and leave no doubt about their romance, Yoon-seo puts on an adorable blushing act, claiming she just can't stop missing the Crown Prince and writes him passionate love letters every single day. Commentary: watching a modern court lady fake a high-stakes romance to outsmart toxic palace snakes is absolute top-tier cinema. Hearing this, the Queen Dowager bursts into giggles, proudly revealing that Yi Hong was just gushing about how much cuter Yoon-seo gets every time he sees her, leaving Lady Yun standing there completely speechless and fuming. Internally, Yoon-seo sweats a little knowing those love letters were actually high-level strategic intelligence reports on historical warfare, but hey, as long as it keeps the court ladies off her back, she'll take the win. Wrapping up her performance, Yoon-seo politely urges Lady Yun not to lose heart and to keep serving the royal family, delivering a subtle passive-aggressive burn wrapped in velvet etiquette. Lady Yun forces out a fake, strain-filled smile, nodding along because she physically can't tar back without looking like the bitter villain in front of the Queen Dowager. The two women settle down for tea, putting on the world's most tense fake-friendly chit-chat while sipping warm tea under the pavilion light. Clack! Knowing she can't give her opponent room to breathe, Yoon-seo suddenly switches gears, bowing deeply and requesting permission to return to the Eastern Palace immediately on urgent business. Commentary: the art direction whenever Yoon-seo goes into serious mode is phenomenal. Her sharp gaze completely dominates the frame. The Queen Dowager looks completely taken aback, questioning why she's rushing off so suddenly before Princess Jonghi even arrives. With a cold, resolute expression, Yoon-seo drops the hammer, stating she must personally return to enforce strict discipline among the court ladies in the Eastern Palace. She reminds the room of the strict palace law. Once a court lady enters the royal grounds, she is strictly forbidden from leaving or sharing confidential court business with outsiders. Bombshell. The ambient lighting turns pitch black as Yoon-seo openly declares that private matters from the Crown Prince's bedchamber are somehow leaking straight out into the palace streets. Looking right toward Lady Yun, Yoon-seo points out that low-ranking maids couldn't have leaked intimate Eastern Palace secrets unless someone influential was pulling the strings, begging Her Majesty to let her catch the traitor. Gasp! The tension in the room freezes as the accusation hangs heavy in the air, catching everyone completely off guard. Yeon-seo stands her ground unflinchingly, letting the uncomfortable silence force the culprit into a defensive corner. Commentary: seeing an arrogant schemer get exposed in broad daylight by their own sloppy intel network is ridiculously satisfying.
Stuttering in pure panic, Lady Yun tries to stammer out an excuse, but as she turns around, she meets the Queen Dowager's terrifyingly cold, suspicious glare. Click! The puzzle pieces instantly connect in the Queen Dowager's mind, realizing that Lady Yun, who resides outside the palace walls, was somehow holding intimate knowledge of the Eastern Palace and blatantly meddling in royal affairs. Crash! The terrifying realization hits Her Majesty like a freight train. This isn't just innocent gossip, it's the exact same bloody power play that tore the royal family apart during her darkest memories. Overwhelmed by sudden horror, the Queen Dowager clutches her head in agony, hyperventilating as tears stream down her face in a full-blown traumatic breakdown. The entire pavilion erupts into chaos as court ladies panic, screaming for physicians while Her Majesty collapses onto the wooden floor. Realizing the Queen Dowager is relapsing into past trauma, Yunso doesn't hesitate for a second, knocking over tea sets as she vaults across the room to reach her. Commentary: Yunso going from strategic mastermind to compassionate lifesaver in 2 seconds flat shows why she's the absolute best protagonist. Tap, tap. Gently taking Her Majesty's trembling hands into her own, Yunseo speaks with calm, steady authority, urging her to focus on the physical touch and ground herself in reality. She whispers comforting words, letting the traumatized queen know that her hidden pain is understood and that she doesn't have to suffer through the past alone anymore. Reminding her of what truly matters, Yunseo paints a picture of the present, where her son rules safely and little Hongwei grows up bright, happy, and full of love. Wrapped in a warm, protective embrace, the Queen Dowager's erratic breathing finally slows down as the phantom shadows of her past dissolve into the sunlight. Watching this touching moment from the side, Lady Yun's eyes flash with furious arrogance, inwardly fuming over a mere court lady daring to lay hands on the Queen of Joseon. Glowering, Lady Yun prepares to bark in order to pull Yunso away, her face contorting in ugly rage. But before she can open her mouth, Yunseo turns around with an icy glare, formally ordering Lady Yun to pack up her things and get out immediately so the queen can rest. Commentary: throwing a high-ranking noblewoman out of the room using royal protocol as a weapon? Yunseo's aura level is off the charts. Left with zero leverage and completely disgraced, Lady Yun stands frozen in disbelief while the court maids scramble to usher her away from the pavilion. As she gets escorted out, Lady Yun's dark thoughts spiral into pure paranoia, convinced that Yunso used some kind of hypnotic charm to entrance the queen. Grin. A sinister smirk spreads across her face as she remembers how the previous crown princess was deposed over dark sorcery accusations, realizing she can frame Yunseo for the exact same crime. Stepping out into the court alley, Lady Yun immediately summons her private spy maid, Jo Jeon, to carry out the next phase of her twisted plan. She verifies the spy's report, confirming that Yunseo sits up every night writing mysterious notes, tearing them up, and carefully hiding the scraps inside a red silk pouch. Moo ha ha ha. Misunderstanding standard modern note-taking for forbidden witchcraft rituals, Lady Yun cackles in villainous glee, convinced she holds the ultimate evidence to destroy her rival. Commentary: imagine taking modern research notes and having your enemy think it's black magic. Historical ignorance is wild. Knowing she can't throw the punch directly without raising suspicion, Lady Yun decides to hand the stolen evidence over to another concubine, Hong Sang-hui, to act as her puppet. Inside her private quarters, Hong Sang-hui gasps in terror as her cousin pitches the insane plan to accuse Nanny Kwan of practicing dark sorcery on the crown prince. Lady Yun snaps at her cowardice, towering over her with fierce pressure and claiming that Yunso's magic is actively threatening the entire royal bloodline. Slapping the stolen red silk pouch down, Lady Yun proudly declares that she personally secured the physical evidence from Yunso's private quarters. Her face contorts into a terrifying display of manipulation, unleashing an overwhelming dark aura to crush her cousin's resolve. Dangling the red pouch right in front of Sunhui's eyes, Lady Yun maliciously plays on her deepest insecurities, reminding her that the king has never truly favored her or offered her the crown princess position. Commentary: Lady Yun's gaslighting skills deserve an award. She knows exactly which emotional buttons to push. She delivers the final ultimatum, warns Sunhui that if Yunseo bears the prince a child first, her chances of ever rising in status will be ruined forever. Grab. Driven by desperation and ambition, Sunhui reaches out and snatches the red silk pouch straight from Lady Yun's hand. A triumphant grin breaks across Lady Yun's face as her pawn swallows the bait whole, pledging to deliver the evidence to the higher authorities.
Clutching the pouch tight to her chest, Sunghui rationalizes her betrayal, convincing herself that she's saving the crown prince from a wicked sorceress. Russell, meanwhile, inside the royal study, smooth hands carefully unfold a set of intricate papers covered in dense, organized handwriting. Sitting upon his grand throne, King Sejong himself stares at the documents in utter fascination, marveling at the genius child-rearing theories written in the draft manual. Pondering. But as the wise king examines the modern educational concepts and peculiar phrasing closer, his sharp eyes narrow with deep curiosity, sensing that there's something very unusual about this court lady's mind. Talk about a high-stakes brain battle! King Sejong is staring down at these mysterious papers, realizing that Kwan isn't just writing basic notes. She's holding back a whole ocean of modern knowledge, intentionally dropping only bits and pieces. Before Sejong can even process this intellectual mystery, an attendant interrupts with frantic news. Concubine Hong Sung-hui is begging for an urgent audience right in the middle of state affairs. Commentary? Honestly, bad timing is an art form in court dramas, and Sung-hui just unlocked the Grand Master achievement. Clack, clack. The king steps down from his throne to find Swingwi collapsed on the floor, trembling like a leaf in a hurricane, as he coldly demands to know what's going on. Sunghui stammers out her words in pure panic, which only makes Sejong compare her internally to Kwan, who didn't break composure even when her life was directly threatened. Glower. Sejong's eyes narrow with sheer disdain, silently questioning how a high-ranking royal concubine can lack this much backbone compared to a mere court lady. Commentary? Imagine getting roasted by the king in his internal monologue before you even finish your sentence. Absolute rip. Barking with royal authority, Sejong commands her to stop shaking like a coward and state her business properly. Gasp! Out of sheer desperation, Sunghui screams at the top of her lungs that Court Lady Kwan is practicing forbidden black magic inside the royal palace. The ambient noise dies down instantly as Sejong's eye flashes with icy precision, demanding every single detail of this ridiculous claim. An eunuch steps forward holding a red silk pouch on a tray while Sunghui claims it contained cursed spells found right inside the royal grandson's room. Commentary. Placing cursed papers near the royal baby is the classic Joseon villain playbook, but using torn research notes? That's hilarious. Sunghui rambles on, claiming Kwan has been sending daily spell-infused notes to bewitch Crown Prince Yihong at Byung Hall because he's been keeping his distance lately. Thud. Sunghui dramatically begs for justice, but Sejong looks completely unbothered as he orders guards to drag her back to her quarters. Looking at the weeping concubine getting escorted away, Sejong internally chuckles at Kwan's fearless nature, realizing she's playing a much bigger game than these palace snakes can even comprehend. Russell. Sejong reaches into the pouch and pulls out a tiny scrap of torn paper, noting that Kwan shredded her documents into microscopic pieces before hiding them. Calling over his royal scholars, Sejong orders them to assemble the puzzle, scoffing internally at the magic accusations, because if true knowledge could be summoned by sorcery, he'd be doing it himself. Commentary: Sejong being the ultimate pragmatic king is why he's a fan-favorite hero in every historical manhwa. Connect the dots. Sejong remembers rumors about daily secret notes being sent to the crown prince, knowing Kwan is way too smart to send sappy love letters. Hash! His eyes snap wide open as a sudden wave of genius realization hits his brain like a thunderbolt. Sejong realizes Kwan has been quietly leaking revolutionary theories, like that genius child-rearing manual, exclusively to Crown Prince Yihong. In a hilarious internal moment, Chibi Sejong rubs his chin in pure jealousy, wishing he could pull king privilege just to read his son's love letters. Commentary: seeing a legendary historical king act like an envious nerd wanting to steal research papers is top-tier comedy. The royal scholar returns with bad news, informing the king that piecing together the shredded paper will take at least 5 full days. Sejong smirks with intriguing anticipation, deciding that 5 days of waiting is a small price to pay to get his hands on futuristic strategic intel. Swish! As the sun sets over the palace roofs, deep crimson light washes over the courtyard, signaling that a fresh storm is brewing. Over in the Eastern Palace, Yoon-so gasps in total shock as she hears the horrifying news. Court Lady Choi was found dead from poison. Her informant whispers the dark details. Lady Choi left a fake suicide note claiming she gave the sorcery pouch to Sing-hui before swallowing lethal poison. Yoon-so clutches her head in absolute frustration, realizing Lady Yoon sacrificed a pawn to turn her private modern notes into a full-blown treason charge. Commentary: the villains in this story really don't hesitate to drop bodies just to frame a rival. The toxicity is off the charts. In a quick flashback, we see Yoon-seo sitting on the floor at night, carefully shredding her modern research notes and stashing them in a red pouch to keep her timeline knowledge secret.
Turning to the eunuch, Yoon-seo frantically explains that her notes are purely educational thoughts, absolutely not sorcery. The eunuch urges her to stay calm, advising her to meet Crown Prince Yi-hang immediately so they can formulate a unified strategy before the king inspects the papers. Nodding in resolve, Yun-seo rushes out. Meanwhile, Yi-hang turns away from his desk, determined to shield her from the oncoming political storm. As Yun-seo enters his study, Yi-hang turns around with a worried look, asking what urgent crisis brought her here during state meetings. Whisper, whisper. The eunuch quickly leans in and delivers the grave report about the suicide note and the sorcery charge straight to Yi-hang's ear. Yoon-seo stands frozen in the dimly lit hall, her heart pounding as she waits for the prince's reaction. Swoosh! Without a second thought, Yi-hang steps forward and pulls Yoon-seo into a passionate, protective embrace surrounded by golden glowing flowers. Commentary: the artist really pulled out all the romantic lighting effects for this hug. Romance fans are eating good today. Looking deeply into her eyes, Yi-hyang promises with absolute conviction that no matter what is written on those papers, he will keep her completely safe. Instantly switching into decisive military leader mode, Yi-hang barks orders to trace Lady Choi's secret contacts and lock down Senghui's quarters. He then adds a gentle order to ensure Senghui's sickly daughter, Gyama, is cared for, a child who historically dies at just 4 years old. In a touching memory, we see Yi-hang gently spoon-feeding little Gyama, proving that his kindness extends even to the children of his political rivals. Watching him from behind, Yoon-seo feels a bittersweet pang in her chest as the harsh reality of historical royal polygamy hits her for the first time. Commentary: that subtle look of angst on Yoon-seo's face, realizing her crush has a whole household back home. Oof, reality hurts. Shaking off her jealousy, Yoon-seo appreciates his noble heart while Yi-hang warns that they must prepare a cover story before the king deciphers her notes. Walking toward the council chamber, Yi-hang suggests waiting outside, but the attendant mentions the meeting is still underway. Grab. With a smirk, Yi-hang reaches down and grabs Yoon-seo's hand firmly, deciding to use this crisis as the perfect opportunity to introduce her to the kingdom's top ministers. Step, step, he proudly pulls a blushing Yoon-seo down the hall, declaring that securing the backing of the king's favorite ministers will guarantee her safety. Peeking out from behind his broad shoulders, Yoon-seo's inner history nerd kicks in as she wonders which legendary historical figure she's about to meet. Ta-da! Yi-hyang proudly presents her to Lord Kim Jong-seo and Lord Jang In-ji, formally introducing her as the woman he cherishes most. Gasp! Yoon-seo's eyes widen in utter shock as she recognizes Kim Jong-seo, the famous loyal general destined to be assassinated first during the violent Gaeyu coup. She turns to Jang In-ji, who smiles politely while her mind races remembering his dark future of betraying Kim Jong-seo to steal his family as slaves? Commentary? Knowing the future grim destiny of historical figures while standing in front of them smiling? Talk about an awkward tea party. Taking her seat at the table, Yoon-seo marvels at the crazy twist of fate, watching two future mortal enemies calmly drinking tea together in the same room. Yi-hyang proudly tells the ministers that Court Lady Kwan was the mastermind behind introducing silver currency, while Yoon-seo offers a polite greeting. Looking at the two veteran politicians glaring back with skeptical sour faces, Yoon-seo chuckles internally, knowing she'd doubt a young court lady taking credit for economic policy, too. Creak! Later that night, Yi-hang steps out onto the quiet veranda of his quarters, sliding open the door to look up at the dark sky. Staring at the clear full moon lacking a rain halo, Yi-hyang sighs deeply, calculating that the brutal nationwide drought will rage on until the end of summer. Imagine having to play a high-stakes game of political chess while being forced into a temporary long-distance relationship with your royal crush. Crown Prince Yi-hang looks back with a heavy sigh, breaking the news that court rules mean they'll have to stay apart for at least another 2 months. Heartthrob smile active, leaning in close, Yi-hang teases her with a smirk, pointing out that every time a drought hits Joseon, the court demands total abstinence, so she's just gonna have to keep longing for him. Smack! Chibi Yoon-seo immediately slaps his teasing hands away with a red face, shouting that they need to figure out how to handle the shredded paper scandal before flirting. Commentary: honestly, Yoon-seo resetting his romantic mood with a swift reality check is the funniest dynamic in this entire palace. Dim candlelight flickering. Sitting across from him in the quiet room, Yoon-seo grows dead serious, reminding Yi-hang that her reincarnated soul from the future must remain an absolute secret between them. With a grave look, she explains that while King Sejong is thrilled by her modern knowledge right now, any monarch who thinks too far ahead will eventually view someone who knows the future as a massive threat to the crown. Nodding in agreement, Yehong strokes his chin, knowing they need to scrub every dangerous detail from her notes, especially references to future legends like Admiral Yi Sun-sin and upcoming Joseon tyrants. Commentary: can you imagine King Sejong finding a spoiler hit list for future kings? That would literally rewrite history in an afternoon. Sweat drop moment, Yi-hyung cheekily suggests that to avoid suspicion from court spies, she should replace her secret research notes with actual daily love letters, leaving Yoon-seo internally groaning at her own karma. Dramatic zoom on her eyes. But just as Yi-hyung asks about the personal notes found inside the red pouch, Yoon-seo's eyes sharpen with a subtle, mischievous glint. Fast forward 6 full days, little toddler royal grandson Hongwi tilts his adorable head, asking Court Lady Kwan if she's heading out to an important meeting today. Chibi cheer! Yoon-seo gently informs the little prince that he'll be visiting his royal grandmother solo today, making the cute kid bounce in excitement at the promise of luxury palace snacks. Gentle head pat, watching Hongwi smile fearlessly, Yoon-seo takes pride in how much calmer and braver the young prince has become under her careful nurture. Commentary: seeing this tiny future king thrive instead of being traumatized by palace politics is pure heartwarming content. Whisper in the corridor, a court lady rushes up, delivering a secret warning straight from the queen. King Sejong is starting to harbor deep doubts, so Yoon-seo must bow low and play apologetic if questioned. Gulping down her anxiety, Yoon-seo keeps her composure completely intact, knowing every single word she speaks today will determine whether she survives or gets executed. Sunlight piercing through the clouds. Looking up at the bright sky above the palace roofs, she steels her heart for the ultimate confrontation with the king. Step by step through the golden gates, the moment of truth has arrived as Yoon-seo marches into the main hall to explain the contents of the infamous torn paper pouch to King Sejong himself. Gulp! Stepping into the grand audience chamber, the heavy pressure of King Sejong's presence fills the room, but Yoon-seo reminds herself that she already laid the ultimate trap. Commentary: the art detail on the traditional gold leaf painted screens behind the throne is honestly jaw-dropping. Rustle of old parchment, King Sejong places his hand over the reconstructed shredded papers, his razor-sharp gaze locking onto her as he demands to know if she wrote these words. Bowing her forehead straight to the floor, Yoon-seo puts on a masterclass performance of deep remorse, claiming she only wrote down her lonely frustrations with zero bad intent. Flipping through the pages, Sejong presses further, asking if every single detail written in these secret notes is absolute fact, and Yoon-seo confirms without hesitation. Boom! King Sejong slams the papers down in pure outrage, roaring with indignation over how terribly his young grandson has been treated. Flashback reveal. In a brilliant twist, Yoon-seo reveals her genius strategy. She knew spies were snooping, so she burned her actual future notes on freedom and equality and replaced the diary with detailed records of palace abuse. Commentary: she literally set a trap using her own enemies' greed against them. This is 200 IQ Grandmaster chess. By swapping the notes with damning evidence of how concubines Lady Yoon and Lady Hong mistreated little Hongwi, she turned a treason charge into a brutal exposure of palace cruelty. Tense silence shatters. Sejong's beard quivers with wrath as he reads the appalling details of neglect, ready to rain fire on the guilty concubines. Scoff! Sejong chuckles bitterly, realizing the so-called cursed magic pouch was just a dedicated wet nurse keeping a diary of royal mistreatment, making her accusers look like complete fools. Sly internal smirk. Lowering her head, Yoon-seo inwardly celebrates her victory, knowing Lady Yoon and Swangwi just dug their own political graves. Commentary: watching villains walk directly into a trap they built themselves is easily the most satisfying feeling in fiction. Bam! The atmosphere instantly freezes. King Sejong's eyes darken as a chill fills the hall, dropping a terrifying question. If you were the king, what would you think reading this? Slam! Sejong taps the table firmly, pointing out the suspicious flaw. How could someone as ridiculously sharp as Court Lady Kwan be so sloppy as to leave damning papers lying around? Shadowed under dark, dramatic lighting, the king notes the eerie convenience. The exact people who found her secret pouch ended up destroying their own reputations in the process. Sweat dripping down. The tension hits sub-zero as Sejong zeroes in on the truth, asking if she orchestrated this entire scandal from start to finish. Commentary: King Sejong's mind-reading abilities are actually terrifying. You simply cannot play a player. Flashback to Yi Hung seeking her counsel on economic reforms, asking how to convince common folk who distrust the new silver currency. A sudden light bulb moment. Realizing her escape route, Yoon Xiao remembers Yi Hang's words and formulates an instant cover story to deflect the king's suspicion. She proposes a revolutionary tax incentive, offering a 5-pun tax break whenever tribute is paid in paper currency instead of heavy grain. Mind blown! The veteran ministers gasp in pure astonishment, instantly recognizing that tax cuts will force the entire population to adopt paper money overnight. Commentary: look at those old ministers' faces. They look like they just saw modern macroeconomics for the first time. The scholars shower her with praise, calling her an indispensable political genius, while Crown Prince Yi Yang beams with pride. Robeful moment. Back in his private room, Yi Hang bursts into uncontrollable laughter after hearing she claimed she was sending him multiple daily love letters out of extreme lovesickness. Snap back to the royal hall. Sejong leans forward on his throne, barking at Yoon-so to confess if she deliberately used the concubine's greed to flip the court dynamic. Heart pounding like a drum, Yoon-so's hands tremble violently as cold sweat drips onto the woven floor mats under Sejong's suffocating aura. Pressing her forehead to the carpet, she cries out that she was simply consumed by righteous anger over the toddler prince's suffering, begging for mercy and claiming she deserves death. Paper rustling in the quiet hall, Sejong gazes back down at the detailed records of Hungwee's mistreatment with a heavy, contemplative sigh. Sejong reveals that his personal intelligence network confirmed every single incident of abuse was 100 real, asking her how he should punish the perpetrators. Inner panic screaming. Yoon-so's mind races in complete agony, wondering why the king keeps baiting a simple court lady to weigh in on royal punishments. Commentary: King Sejong is literally giving her a high-stakes pop quiz where one wrong word equals decapitation. Sejong cocks an eyebrow, pressing her on whether she genuinely believes a lower-ranking court lady shouldn't voice her mind to the sovereign. With wide, panicked eyes, Yoon-so stammers in confusion as the king questions if her humble obedience is just a polite mask covering her massive ambitions. Gasp! Her eyes widen in total shock as the realization hits her like a freight train. Realizing the king is delivering a stern warning never to overstep her boundaries or try to play him again, Yoon-so immediately vows to strictly stay in her lane. Heavy, agonizing silence. King Sejong remains motionless, letting the thick silence hang over the hall like an executioner's blade. Flashback 2 days prior. King Sejong bursts into the queen's private chamber with hurried footsteps, calling out to his beloved wife. Seeing the queen resting in her inner robes, Sejong urgently inquires about what truly transpired between her and Court Lady Kwan during her illness. Gentle touch in the dark, the queen softly reveals that during her horrific seizure, Court Lady Kwan stayed by her side, gently tapping her hand and guiding her eye movements to restore her breathing. With tears of relief, the queen confesses that Kwan's modern medical technique finally cured her years of trauma and panic attacks, making her feel truly saved for the very first time. Commentary: that emotional payoff. Yoon-so didn't just save herself with clever tricks. Her genuine kindness earned her the ultimate royal protection. Just when you thought the emotional drama couldn't peak higher, we cut back to King Sejong holding the queen in a deeply tender embrace as she quietly weeps with a newfound sense of peace. King Sejong can barely wrap his head around the sudden miracle, realizing that years of constant prayers failed to help her, yet one single interaction completely turned her condition around. Standing alone in front of the sacred shrine, the king wrestles with intense doubts, remembering how the queen used to lose her mind whenever her past trauma was mentioned, making him seriously question if dark magic was involved. Under the quiet moonlight, the queen warmly reassures him that for the first time in years, she wakes up feeling genuine joy and tranquility instead of suffocating fear. Commentary? Honestly, seeing the queen finally get some emotional relief after all that palace drama is so wholesome. But of course, Sejong is overthinking it like a true mastermind. Sejong stares out into the night, acknowledging that while Court Lady Kwan is fiercely devoted to the crown prince and little Hongwi, her fearlessness and bold moves make it painfully obvious she's hiding a massive secret. We then see adorable flashback of Crown Prince Yi Hyung holding a beaming toddler Hongwi, proving just how much happier and livelier the little boy has grown thanks to Yoon-so's modern childcare methods.
Cut back to the high-stakes audience hall where Yunso remains bowed flat on the floor before the king, waiting on edge for his final judgment. Gulp. King Sejong sits in absolute silence atop his throne, radiating a suffocating royal authority that could crush anyone's spirits in a split second. Commentary. Look at that stoic poker face. Sejong could literally be deciding whether to grant her a medal or send her to the executioner, and you wouldn't be able to tell. Breaking the intense quiet, the king delivers a stern warning, declaring that he'll be keeping a hawk-like eye on her from now on and demanding she strictly stay in her place. With a sharp snap in his voice, Sejong demands a clear verbal answer, prompting Yunso to bow even lower and promise total compliance without hesitation. Boom! King Sejong immediately calls for Chief Yem, barking orders to strip Lady Hong of her rank, demote her, and throw her into prison for making false treason charges against the young prince. Huge sigh of relief. Chibi Yunseo internally collapses in joy, clutching her heart while thanking her lucky stars that her head is still firmly attached to her neck. Commentary, watching her go from absolute terror to cute chibi relief in 2 seconds flat is peak comedic gold. But just as the tension clears, Yunso pauses mid-breath, her sharp eyes lighting up as she realizes she can't stop her strategic play just yet. Stepping right back into the danger zone, Yunso carefully asks if she may make one difficult request to the king, and Sejong grants her permission to speak. She boldly begs the monarch to show royal grace toward Lady Hong so that the fallen concubine can at least stay behind to care for young Gima, leaving Sejong visibly surprised. Pressing her hands against her chest, Yunso explains her motherly concern with pure sincerity, doing everything she can to safeguard the innocent child's future. Commentary. Yunso's emotional intelligence is off the charts. She knows exactly how to play on Sejong's deep love for family to secure her goals. Sejong grants the request, but Yunso internally worries as she realizes the king remains completely silent about Lady Yun, meaning he still wants to shield Grand Prince Suyang and his family. Looking down at the bowed court lady, King Sejong shifts the mood back to absolute ice, suddenly bringing up a whole new line of questioning. Bam! Sejong looks her dead in the eye and bluntly asks what kind of dark sorcery she used to heal the queen, causing Chibi Yunso to completely freak out in pure shock. Waving her hands frantically in total panic, Yunseo screams that it's definitely not magic, but rather a revolutionary psychological technique meant to treat heavy emotional trauma. Commentary. Imagine trying to explain modern clinical psychology to a 15th century monarch without sounding like a medieval witch. Talk about playing life on extreme difficulty. We get a quick modern flashback explaining EMDR, eye movement desensitization and reprocessing, a breakthrough therapy used to process severe PTSD and mental shock. Chibi Yunso cheekily claims she randomly discovered the technique herself while dealing with pain, mentally apologizing to Francine Shapiro for taking full credit in the past. Regaining her composure, Yunso extends her hand and casually suggests that since it's such a simple exercise, the king should try it out right now to test its effects. Guiding him step by step, she instructs Sejong to close his eyes, shift his gaze side to side, and focus entirely on a painful memory he's been suppressing for years. Surrounded by a quiet aura, King Sejong actually closes his eyes and dives deep into his innermost mental palace to follow her instructions. Commentary. The artistic lighting in this meditation panel is so peaceful, it really sells the idea of a powerful king confronting his hidden grief. As the seconds tick by in absolute silence, Yunso stands watching him closely, feeling the heavy weight of time dragging in the room. Staring at the bowed king, Yunso solemnly reflects that despite his legendary status as a ruler, Sejong is ultimately just a grieving human being who suffered immense loss. Opening his eyes with a thoughtful look, Sejong acknowledges the method's potential and asks for the science behind it, but Yunso humbly claims she only knows its practical results. Sejong nods slowly, processing the surprisingly effective results of this mysterious modern technique. Turning back to business, the king orders her to answer his remaining questions and finalize the draft for the palace child-rearing manual as soon as possible. Yunso bows in acceptance, but her eyes narrow with intense focus as she ponders the king's hidden motivations. Commentary. The close-up panel on her eyes here is stunning. You can literally see the gears turning in her modern brain. A dramatic image of Sejong leading young Suyang through flames flashes across her mind, reminding her that Sejong's blind affection as a father will eventually blind him to Suyang's bloody usurpation in history. Clutching her dress tightly, Yunso steels her resolve, knowing that if the king won't stop Suyang, she has to take matters into her own hands to alter the tragic future. Speaking up boldly once again, Yoon-so changes the subject to the current famine and the deadly plague sweeping through the impoverished commoners outside the palace. Passionately pitching her modern hygiene solutions, she requests royal permission to go out to Haiminguk, the government medical bureau, to treat the sick with her specialized soap and ointments. Gasp! Sejong stares at her in pure disbelief, completely caught off guard by a court lady asking to jump straight into a dangerous plague outbreak. Commentary, Yoon-so really doesn't know how to take a day off. She literally just survived a treason accusation and instantly volunteered for epidemic duty. Internalizing her incredible bravery and strange medical knowledge, Sejong approves the mission in the name of the Eastern Palace, but adds a massive condition. Boom! Sejong drops the ultimate bomb, declaring that she must work directly alongside Grand Prince Sooyoung on this medical relief effort, making Yoon-so internally scream in utter horror. What? Unable to hold it in, Yoon-seo stammers out loud, questioning why on earth she has to collaborate with her ultimate political enemy. Sejong calmly explains that since she's just a court lady, assigning a senior royal family member to supervisor will suppress any court rumors or political backlash. Leaning forward with a razor-sharp smirk, Sejong adds that an intelligent woman like her should easily understand his true intent, leaving Yoon-so completely cornered. Commentary, King Sejong is playing 4D chess while everyone else is playing checkers. He's keeping his ambitious son busy while testing Yoon-so's limits at the exact same time. Realizing she has zero room to refuse a direct royal command, Yoon-seo reluctantly bows and promises to do her absolute best to run the medical bureau with Soo-yao. Walking down the grand palace corridor afterward, Yoon-so slumps her shoulders in pure exhaustion, feeling the crushing weight of her new assignment. Chibi court ladies and eunuchs nag inside her head, teasing her that she should have just become a concubine if she wanted direct political power instead of running around as a court lady. Strolling through the sunset-lit palace grounds, Yoon-seo worries that Sejong's attempt to fairly divide power among his sons will inevitably trigger a bloody civil war down the line. We cut over to the crown prince's quarters, where Yi-hyung is happily feeding little Hongwi when a servant suddenly announces that Yoon-so has returned. Yi-hyung immediately orders another bowl of soup and rice to be brought in, demanding that all the serving staff clear the room so they can be alone. When the head court lady hesitates and argues that leaving them unmonitored breaks royal protocol, Yi-hong drops his gentle persona and strictly commands her to obey at once. Commentary. Gentle Crown Prince Yi-hong flexing his royal authority to clear the room for his girl? We absolutely love to see it. Shooting a fierce side-eye glare full of suspicion back at Yoon-so, the disgruntled court lady slowly backs out of the room. Left alone in the dining room with the crown prince and little Hongwi, Yoon-seo nervously steps forward, reminding Yi-hong with a blush that this private setting is completely improper. Ever tried having a cozy romantic dinner while trying to avoid getting your head chopped off by historical politics? Crown Prince Yi-young warmly offers Yoon-seo a seat, gently reminding her that after surviving a high-stakes interrogation with the king, she definitely deserves a hearty meal alongside little Hongwi. Recognizing the massive scandal it would cause if anyone caught a court lady breaking royal dining etiquette, Yi-hong makes sure to clear the room, insisting this private feast is strictly a one-time secret between them. Looking at the delicious spread in front of her, Yoon-seo blushes and humbly accepts his gesture, moved by how deeply the handsome prince cares for her well-being despite all the chaos. Yi-hong gives her a soft, understanding nod, letting out a satisfied sigh as the mood in the room finally shifts from terrifying court drama to total warmth. Commentary, look at that soft prince smile. Man is head over heels and isn't even trying to hide it anymore. Clatter! With the quiet sound of chopsticks tapping against porcelain, they dive into the feast, enjoying a rare, peaceful evening inside the royal palace. Chewing on her food, Yoon-seo can't help but reflect on the terrifying reality of Joseon, realizing that no matter how powerful someone seems, a monarch's word is ultimate law. She recalls how even a crown prince is completely powerless to directly defy the king's harsh decrees, remembering the sheer terror of Sejong's absolute authority. Commentary. Joseon politics is basically walking on a tightrope over a pit of hungry tigers. One bad mood from the king and it's over for everyone. Picking at her rice bowl, Yoon-seo realizes that while Yi-hyung adores her, his royal title alone won't protect her from every viper lurking in the court shadows. Her serious train of thought is hilariously cut short when she glances up to see little Hongwi stuffing his face so enthusiastically that he's got rice stuck all over his cute cheeks. Catching Yi-hong smiling adoringly at the toddler, Yoon-seo's heart melts, chuckling softly at how utterly wholesome this little makeshift family looks together.
Taking another bite, she comes to a profound realization about her crazy journey through time and all the life-threatening schemes she's had to dodge. She decides that if fighting through dangerous palace intrigues means protecting these sweet, quiet moments of happiness, then risking her life is completely worth it. Commentary: honestly, Yoonso's character growth is top tier. She went from just trying to survive to actively choosing to protect her loved ones. Surrounded by a warm, golden glow, the three of them quietly share their meal, creating a temporary oasis of peace in the middle of a ruthless royal court. Birds chirping, the sun rises brightly over the palace the very next morning, bringing a brand new wave of intense political maneuvering to the imperial grounds. FUD. Queen Sohan immediately gets to work on Sejong's order to restore strict discipline in the inner court, forcing high-ranking women to bow in shame and apologize for past messes. Sitting atop her elevated seat with Yoonso by her side, Queen So-hyun radiates absolute authority as she cracks down on the concubines and court ladies to prevent further treasonous plots. Commentary: Queen So-hyun taking charge of the inner court is so satisfying to watch. She's not taking any nonsense from anyone anymore. Trying to wriggle her way out of trouble, the cunning Lady Yun bows dramatically on the floor, claiming she only knew about the prince's palace details out of pure family concern.
In a total tear-jerking performance, Lady Yun recounts how she was merely offering auntly comfort to the lonely Lady Hong, who allegedly poured her heart out during secret visits.
Pushing her fake innocence to the limit, Lady Yun insists she just happened to be a sympathetic listener who stumbled upon crucial details by complete accident. She even claims that on the day the suspicious pouch was reported, Lady Hong had frantically called her aside, desperate for emotional advice. Commentary: give this woman an Oscar right now. The way Lady Yun can spin a blatant cover-up with a straight face is almost impressive. Watching this masterclass in political snake behavior, Yoonso internally rolls her eyes, amazed at how effortlessly Lady Yun sidesteps direct blame. Dabbing fake tears with her sleeve, Lady Yun falls flat on her face, crying that her only crime was being too soft-hearted on her niece and begging the queen for mercy. Queen Sohan remains unswayed, sternly pointing out that Lady Yun personally prepared special health tonics for her grandniece every single season, a statement that instantly sets off alarm bells in Yoonso's mind. Yoonso's eyes widen as she connects the dots, suspecting that those mystery herbal tonics might actually be the real reason young Gima suffers from delayed development and lethargy. Meanwhile, Lady Yun lowers her head with a dark, calculating look, quietly resolving to investigate whatever medical secrets Lady Hong might have blabbed about. Commentary: wait, poisoning a child's health just for political leverage? Lady Yun is officially crossing into pure villain territory here. Bowing humbly, Lady Yun promises to lock herself away in self-reflection and stay far away from the prince's quarters, earning a stern warning from Queen So-haeon. But just as she's about to be dismissed, Lady Yun pauses and meekly asks if she may raise one last critical concern before taking her leave. Queen So-hyun glances down at her with a heavy gaze, granting her permission to speak her mind. Lady Yun smoothly pivots the conversation, claiming that all the concubines are in chaos and that without a primary ruler in the crown prince's palace, petty rivalry will only skyrocket. She cunningly brings up the fact that the mourning period for the late consort Hundok has ended and that the marriage ban has already been lifted. Dropping her ultimate trap card, Lady Yun suggests it's time to select a proper highborn noblewoman to become the new crown princess, sending a shockwave through Yoonso in the background. Commentary: look at Yoonso's face in the back. She just realized Lady Yun is trying to import a brand new rival specifically to crush her. Yoonso instantly decodes the strategy. Since Lady Yun can't attack her directly right now, she wants to bring in a powerful noble faction to permanently keep Yoonso in check. Silence fills the room. Queen So-hyun rests her chin in thought before turning her sharp gaze straight toward Yoonso, directly asking for her opinion on the matter. Knowing that showing even a hint of ambition in front of the queen would be lethal, Yoonso immediately plays modest, emphasizing her humble commoner background. Bowing low to the floor, Yoonso apologizes profusely, stating that a simple court lady like her could never presume to speak on royal marriage matters. Deep down, Yoonso grimly acknowledges that even though Yi Hang loves her, Joseon's rigid class system makes her position extremely fragile. Commentary: the harsh reality check hits so hard here. In a feudal world, romance alone can't beat noble bloodlines without real political power. Clenching her hands tightly against her dress, she knows that their lives and romance can easily be derailed by the scheming nobles manipulating things from behind the scenes. Queen Sohyun listens quietly to her response, measuring every single word and gesture coming from the sharp young court lady. Keeping her crown composure, Yoonso adds that her affection for the crown prince is too deep for her to interfere or offer selfish advice that could harm his future. Lady Yoon snaps in anger, barking that a low-born court lady using the word love is utterly shameless, while Queen Sohon sits back with an amused, knowing smirk. Queen Sohon realizes that the bond between Yihong and Yoonso is far too strong, and throwing a new crown princess into the mix right now would only cause total disaster. Sternly addressing both women, the queen warns Yensei that love alone won't protect someone in the royal court, ordering her to remember this harsh reality. Commentary? Queen Sohan is low-key giving Yensei top-tier life advice disguised as a royal scolding. She's definitely testing if Yensei has what it takes. Yunseo bows in deep respect and agrees, while Lady Yin smirks off to the side, believing she managed to deliver a psychological blow. Stepping out into the hallway, Yinso realizes that on top of managing her public medical mission at Haemonsaeo, she desperately needs to build her own political faction inside the palace. Suddenly, a sinister dark shadow looms right behind her as Lady Yoon's creepy, venomous face appears in the darkness. Lady Yoon whispers a horrifying threat, promising to expose Yoonseo's modern sorcery and drag her down until she's crying and begging for mercy. Commentary, yikes, Lady Yoon is given full anime villain jump scare energy right now. Somebody get this woman a Snickers. Without flinching, Yoonseo slowly turns her eyes back, giving her enemy a razor-sharp glare that shows zero trace of fear. Stopping in the deserted palace courtyard, Yoonseo internally scoffs, realizing Lady Yoon cornered her alone just to vent her petty frustration behind the queen's back. Lady Yoon arrogantly smirks, mocking Yoonseo for getting cocky over a minor victory and warning her that things won't go according to her plans. Leaning in with supreme confidence and an absolute boss stance, Yoonseo hits back with a cold counter-threat, telling Lady Yoon to watch closely and see who actually ends up destroyed in the end. Imagine standing face-to-face with the most dangerous villain in the court and casually tossing out a smug, disrespectful smile while thanking her for walking right into your trap. Lady Yoon literally turns purple with rage, her eyes bulging and veins popping like crazy as her blood pressure skyrockets into the stratosphere. Screams. In a complete fit of unhinged fury, Lady Yoon shrieks at the top of her lungs, accusing our heroine of daring the threatener in broad daylight. But Yoonso instantly switches into full innocent pawn mode, gasping dramatically with her hands over her mouth and acting like a helpless court lady who couldn't hurt a fly. Commentary, the sheer audacity of her gaslighting here is top tier. She went from cold-blooded threat to victim in 0.2 seconds. Totally losing her mind, Lady Yoon starts barking orders for the royal guards to rush in and arrest this disrespectful girl on the spot. Crickets chirping, the camera pans out to reveal a completely empty, deserted courtyard where literally no one is around to hear her crazy shouting. Panic sets in as Lady Yoon realizes she was completely set up. Yoonso picked this exact private spot, knowing no witnesses were around to back up her claims. Horrified, the old viper comes to the grim realization that if she complains to the queen now, everyone will just think she's a paranoid lunatic attacking a humble servant. Commentary, look at Yoonso stepping closer with that menacing aura. The hunter has officially become the hunted, and I am here for it. Stepping right up to her enemy, Yoonso gently pats Lady Yoon on the shoulder, offering mock health advice about how getting worked up causes serious damage to her well-being. With a polite bow, our girl casually takes her leave, leaving the villain stranded in the dust with a totally crushed ego. Deep breath, striding down the corridor, Yoonso stretches her arms out with supreme satisfaction, feeling totally refreshed after finally putting that toxic lady in her place. But as she walks along the palace walls, the harsh reality of Lady Yoon's earlier schemes starts sinking in. They're really pushing for a new crown princess selection decree. Commentary, manhwa villains always lose the battle, but try to win the war with court bureaucracy. It's so petty. Clenching her fists, Yoonso starts stressing over what happens if the queen actually picks a highborn noblewoman to take over the crown prince's palace. In full chibi panic mode, she crumples under the weight of feudal class oppression, remembering that in Joseon, a low-ranking court lady has zero rights if the king decides to hand out a marriage decree. Shake, shake. She violently shakes her head to slap herself back to reality, realizing she's spiraling into crazy doom scenarios that haven't even happened yet.
Holding her forehead in total embarrassment, Youngso internally diagnoses herself with severe acute overthinking, admitting her brain is completely outside the normal psychological range. Commentary: honestly, having a modern medical brain in a historical drama is both a blessing and a curse. She's out here self-diagnosing her own anxiety. Please consult a healthcare professional for any health concerns. This is not medical advice. With a spark in her eyes, she realizes the ultimate modern cure for a spiraling mind. It's time to burn off that pent-up stress with some intense workout. Flashback time! In her past life, Yoonso was an absolute fitness fanatic, sprinting through parks and swimming laps like a pro athlete. Splashing through the water like a majestic seal, modern Yoonso wipes her goggles with a huge grin, recalling how exercise boosts dopamine and clears out negative vibes instantly. Sigh. Reality hits hard when she looks down at her heavy historical dress, realizing a Josian court lady is expected to just sit quietly on the floor for 12 hours a day. Commentary: imagine going from CrossFit and lap swimming to sitting crisscross applesauce all day. No wonder her sanity's slipping. Walking back to her quarters under the bright sky, she decides to take it easy for the evening and focus on getting some proper rest instead. That night, Yoonso chills inside her room with little Hongwi, feeling relieved that she didn't run into Lee-hyung while her mind was in such a chaotic state. Slide! Suddenly, the sliding door pops open and Prince Yi-hong peeks his head in with a dazzling smile, catching her completely off guard like a sneaky ninja. Hongwi immediately runs over to show his dad his adorable cat drawing, while Yoonso sits on the floor looking super flustered. Commentary: Yi-hong's radar for finding Yoonso is unreal. The man has a built-in GPS specifically tuned to her presence. Realizing she's only wearing her thin, relaxed night robes, Yoonso blushes furiously and tries to cover herself up. She quickly scrambles to adjust her dress and put on proper court attire, but Yi-hang gently tells her to relax and stay comfortable since it's already late. Leaning in with a super smooth, handsome smirk, the prince teasingly whispers that he's already seen her in far more casual states anyway. Angry toddler noises. Little Hongwi immediately steps in like a miniature bodyguard, scolding his own father for teasing court lady Kwan. Commentary: Hongwi defending Yenseo against his own dad is the most wholesome thing on the internet today. Give this kid a raise. Yi-hyung chuckles warmly and gathers his cute son into his arms, explaining that he just wants their favorite court lady to get some well-deserved rest. Lifting Hongwi up into the air as the toddler giggles with joy, Yi-hang radiates ultimate wholesome dad energy, leaving Yoonseo wondering how he'd react if he knew about the queen's marriage plans. Head shaking, Yoonso violently shakes her head again, muttering that her gloomy thoughts are definitely proof that her body is starved of physical exercise. Later that evening, after putting Hongwi to sleep, the two lovers step out onto the quiet veranda under the bright full moon, sitting side by side in the cool night air. Looking closely at her under the moonlight, Yi-hong's handsome face turns deeply serious as he senses her lingering anxiety. He gently asks if her troubled expression is because she's worried about working alongside Grand Prince Soo-young on their upcoming project. Commentary: the art direction in these nighttime outdoor panels is so gorgeous. The blue moonlight gives their dynamic such an intimate vibe. Yoonso scoffs internally at the mention of Soo-yang, but decides to take advantage of the moment to make an official request for her medical work. Placing her hand over her heart, she requests a team of top-tier, highly skilled royal physicians to aid her research at Haiminso. Yi-hang immediately agrees to grant her as many top doctors as she needs, but his sharp eyes notice that something else is clearly troubling her mind. He leans in closer, asking her softly why she won't be honest with him about what's really weighing on her heart. Yoonso panics internally, realizing she can't just blurt out that her muscle tissues are screaming for a high-intensity cardio workout. Sparkle! Reaching out with gentle hands, Yi-hang cradles her jaw and looks deep into her eyes, confessing that whenever she pulls away, he fears she'll break her promise and leave him forever. Commentary: hold on, Prince Charming is actually showing his vulnerable side here. His fear of losing her hits right in the feels. Softly stroking her cheek, the Crown Prince admits that even though he promised to let her return to her original world if she wanted, he's terrified she'll vanish from his life now that she's finally agreed to be his woman. Yoonso's heart skips a beat as she realizes his sudden visit and private feast tonight were all just a desperate attempt to reassure his anxious heart. Feeling both embarrassed and deeply moved, she comes to the shocking realization that they've both been spiraling over complete misunderstandings this whole time. Looking up at the starry sky, Yoonso softens her gaze, realizing that since her prince is being so transparent with his feelings, she needs to drop her walls and tell him the absolute truth. Commentary. Here it comes, the big emotional confession we've all been waiting for. Or is it? Boom! A dramatic, explosive text bubble shatters the romantic atmosphere with her true, unfiltered desire. Clenching her fists at her chest, Yoon-seo screams at the top of her lungs that all she really wants in this world is to go out and exercise. Standing tall with intense passion, she boasts about how in her past life she used to sprint every single morning and literally swim across raging rivers. Yi-hang sits there completely stunned with a sweat drop on his forehead as Yoon-seo dramatically flails her arms, complaining that her fortune lacks the water element and her soul is literally drying up without a daily swim. Commentary: the transition from hyper-romantic historical K-drama to absolute unhinged comedy in 3 seconds flat is pure comedic genius. Putting her hands together under her chin, Yoon-seo unleashes the ultimate, irresistible puppy dog eyes, begging her royal prince to take her anywhere with a river so she can go for a refreshing swim. Looking at her adorable, desperate expression, Yi-hong lets out a defeated sigh, completely unable to say no to his crazy, beloved court lady as he agrees to grant her wildest request. Imagine dropping a complete bombshell on a literal royal crown prince and watching his brain completely short-circuit in real time. Yi-hong just stands there, totally stunned, barely able to process the unhinged request that just came out of Yoon-seo's mouth. Looking down at her like she's lost her mind, the prince asks if she can actually swim across the massive Han River, probably wondering if his future bride is secretly a mythical water creature. With zero hesitation, Yoon-seo proudly brags about her past life mini triathlon flex, completely ignoring the fact that Joseon royalty has no idea what a triathlon even is. Commentary. Honestly, flex on him, girl. Showing off modern athletic achievements to a 15th century prince is top-tier main character energy. Blink, blink. Realizing she's dead serious, Yi-hong immediately switches into problem-solving mode, ordering his staff to watch over little Hong-wee while Yoon-seo gets dressed for a secret late-night excursion. Gallop, gallop. Under the cover of a pitch-black night, horse hooves thunder against the stone courtyard as the secret royal entourage sneaks out of the palace gates. The palace guards are out here gossiping in the dark, whispering about how the prince is allegedly sneaking out to conduct a sacred rainmaking ritual. Meanwhile, Yi-hang is actually riding through the night with Yoon-seo clinging tightly to his waist. Dressed in slick, dark guard robes with her hair tied back, Yoon-seo's eyes light up with absolute excitement, looking like a kid getting the ultimate midnight adventure pass. Gasp! Standing on the riverbank, she gapes at the pristine Joseon-era Han River, marveling at how crystal clear and vast it looks compared to modern Seoul, immediately trying to dive headfirst into the water before Yi-hung grabs her. Commentary. Look at her running toward the water like an over-enthusiastic golden retriever. The prince is basically babysitting a professional athlete at this point. Holding her back with a smirk, Yi-hang reminds her that they need to complete their official cover story first, setting up the sacred Chimhodo rain ritual to keep up appearances for the court. Historically, these rituals involve placing a tiger's head into the river to invoke the rain dragons. Talk about intense dark fantasy vibes right next to a romantic date. But instead of a bloody tiger head, Yi-hang secures a sturdy safety rope around Yoon-seo's waist, personally making sure his precious modern girl doesn't get swept away by the current. Splash! The moment her bare toes touch the cool water, Yoon-seo leaps right into the river with pure bliss, creating a sparkling spray under the moonlight. Sinking beneath the surface, she glides through the deep blue water, letting out a long, cathartic sigh as all her built-up palace dress instantly melts away. Standing on the shore in his noble black robes, Yi-hang calls out over the water, watching her swim with a mixture of awe and fond amusement. Splish splash! Yoon-seo pops her head above the surface and waves back with a massive grin, shouting that she can finally breathe again after months of feudal decorum choking her sanity. Commentary? Manhwa artists really pull out all the stops for water lighting. The glowing blue palette in this scene is absolute eye candy. Thump, thump. Watching her radiant smile under the starry sky, Yi-hang's hands fly to his chest as his heart starts pounding like crazy, totally captivated by how free she looks. Flustered to his absolute core, the crown prince stammers out a warning for her to stay safe, looking like a shy high school boy on his first date. Gurgle, as the calm river ripples beneath the moonlit sky, Yi Han gazes out into the deep blue expanse, heavy thoughts settling over his mind. Looking at her aquatic antics, he quietly reflects on how she truly belongs to another era, filled with a sudden wave of quiet dread over whether he could survive in this court without her. Clenching his fist over his robes, his knuckles turn pale as he wrestles with the crushing reality of his royal burden. Standing alone on the shore like a solemn silhouette, he realizes that losing her would leave his heart forever hollow, reduced to nothing more than a puppet for royal duties. Commentary? The angst shift here is insane. 1 second we're laughing at swimming hijinks, and the next, Yi Hyung is giving us a masterclass in tragic devotion. Ripples. The dark water glistens beneath the stars, reflecting his inner fears of a bleak, lonely future without his soulmate. Whoosh! Unaware of his intense inner monologue, Yunseo dives deeper into the aquatic abyss, kicking her legs like a seasoned dolphin. Gliding effortlessly through the illuminated water, she looks entirely in her element, enjoying the weightless freedom of the river. Snap! Suddenly, the safety rope around her waist pulls taut, snapping her back to reality as she hits the physical limit of her tether. Bursting back through the surface with a splash, she gasps for air, realizing that even in the open river, she's still tied down by a string. Floating on her back beneath the glowing sky, a soothing sense of peace washes over her as she marvels at the absolute tranquility of the night. But as the dark water cradles her, a dangerous thought pops into her head. If she ever wanted to escape the deadly Joseon court politics forever, isn't this river her absolute best chance? Looking up at the full moon, she thinks about how her modern skills and survival instincts could easily build a better life outside the toxic palace walls. Splash! Suddenly, a desperate voice breaks through the silence, calling her name across the dark waters and shattering her dark train of thought. Out on the river, a wooden boat cuts through the waves with Yi-hang standing at the bow, frantically shining a lantern into the night as he searches for her. Seeing the sheer terror and devotion in his eyes as he shouts her name, Yunso's heart softens instantly, feeling a wave of warmth wash over her soul. Commentary? Look at that gentle smile on her face. She realized in 2 seconds flat that she could never actually abandon this man. Watching the boat pull closer under the bright moonlight, she realizes that running away was never really an option when her heart was already anchored to him. Swimming closer to the boat, she makes her final internal choice. Her initial arrival in Joseon might have been an accident, but staying by his side is 100% her own choice now. Splash, splash! Yi Hong breathes a massive sigh of relief as Yunso surfaces near the hole, her voice breaking through his panic. Leaning over the edge, the prince reaches out with trembling hands, scolding her for making him think she got swept away by the treacherous river current. But instead of apologizing, Yunseo points up at the sky with a smirk, prompting Yi Hang to look up in total confusion. Rumble. Dark, stormy clouds roll across the sky, completely swallowing up the bright moonlight in a matter of seconds. Sitting in the boat, Yi Han gapes in disbelief as the rain-making ritual actually appears to work, bringing heavy storm clouds directly over the Han River. Reaching down, he urges her to climb back into the boat before the downpour starts, but Yunso just laughs and insists on squeezing out every last second of swim time. Splash! With a dramatic flip, she dives right back under the water, leaving the crown prince completely flabbergasted once again. Deadpan stare. Sitting awkwardly on the small wooden boat, Yi Hong deadpans to his eunuch, sarcastically suggesting they hire Yunso to train the entire Joseon naval fleet. Commentary? The chibi art style here is peak comedy. Yi Hong looks so utterly defeated by his girlfriend's endless stamina. Pitter-patter. Soon enough, the sky opens up and heavy rain pours over the riverbank, forcing the two lovers to take shelter beneath the picturesque wooden pavilion. Sitting close together away from the downpour, Yi Hang takes a soft, dry cloth and tenderly wipes the water drops from her face and wet hair. Closing her eyes beneath his gentle touch, Yunseo leans into his hand, reaffirming to herself that choosing to stay with him is the best decision she's ever made. Looking up at him with a mischievous spark in her eyes, she asks if they can finally ditch the formal court titles now that the official ritual is over. She suggests just using their first names when they're alone. Ooh, flirty. Glow, wrapped in his warm outer cloak, she cradles her cheek and gives him an insanely sweet, romantic gaze, admitting that she wants to keep him all to herself. As the rain drips off the pavilion roof, Yi Hang leans in with a smoldering, heavy-lidded look, asking her if she'll take full responsibility for drying his body when they return.
Ripples, water drops splash rhythmically into the puddles outside, echoing the romantic electric tension building between them under the shelter. Trot, trot, as morning dawns with golden sunlight breaking through the clouds, the two lovers ride back to the palace on horseback, completely rejuvenated and head over heels in love. Riding back under the morning sun, Yi-hang turns to Yoon-seo with a warm smile, curious about the strange melody she's softly humming behind him on the horse. Yoon-seo giggles, teasingly asking if history books lied about him hating music, but the prince smoothly counters that he'll gladly listen to anything as long as it's his future bride singing it. Clinging tightly to his waist, Yoon-seo jokes that he'd better keep her singing a total secret unless he wants to mess around with 21st century copyright laws in 15th century Joseon. Yi-hang just laughs softly, letting the serene morning breeze blow over them as he thoroughly enjoys the sweet modern love song echoing in his ears. Commentary. Honestly, watching a medieval crown prince fall head over heels for a time-traveling pop song enthusiast is peak main character energy. Resting her cheek against his back, Yoon-seo sings IU's Through the Night with pure affection, while official history records that on May 17th of King Sejong's 25th year, rain finally fell and the rituals were called off. Sunlight breaks through the dispersing storm clouds as royal decrees order all rain-making ceremonies across the kingdom to cease immediately. But while the kingdom celebrates the sudden downpour, dark rumors begin silently spreading through the palace corridors regarding what really happened during the secret ritual. Whispers circulate about the mysterious court lady who dove into the river with a rope around her waist, catching the sharp attention of powerful royals lurking in the shadows. Commentary? The dramatic contrast between Yoon-seo literally living her best life swimming and the royal court plotting treason is why I love this manhwa. Inside the royal chambers, King Sejong sits solemnly in his red dragon robes when an attendant announces the arrival of Grand Prince Soo-young. Heavy, deliberate footsteps echo across the wooden floor as a tall, imposing figure steps into the king's presence with an unnervingly calm demeanor. Enter Grand Prince Soo-young, the ambitious royal brother who historically went down as the 7th king of Joseon after pulling off one of the bloodiest coups in history. Soo-young bows low before his royal father, respectfully stating that he has come to receive the king's official orders regarding state affairs. But beneath his polite smile, Soo-young's eyes flash with irritation as he questions why on earth he's being ordered to act as a subordinate supervisor to a mere court lady. Commentary. Look at Soo-young trying so hard to hide his fragile ego, he's already fuming inside over being assigned to work with a woman. King Sejong calmly reminds his ambitious son that Court Lady Kwan holds the key to the Crown Prince's future, suggesting that working together at the Hemenseo Medical Institute would benefit everyone. Suppressing his pride, Soo-young lowers his head and promises to oversee the project with utmost dedication, though his clenched fists say otherwise. Shortly after, Soo-young stalks through a dense forest alone, carrying a hunting bow while letting his frustration fester under the summer heat. Tension rises as he notches an arrow onto his bowstring. Soo-young bitterly vents about how degrading it feels to be lumped into the same category as a lowly palace maid. In the bushes nearby, a tiny, harmless rabbit twitches its ears, completely unaware that it's sitting right in front of a deeply insecure prince questioning Yoon-seo's true influence. Commentary? Poor little rabbit is out here just eating grass and about to pay the price for royal family trauma. Thwack! With ruthless precision, Soo-young releases the arrow, impaling the innocent creature instantly as a twisted display of his bottled-up rage. Lowering his bow in the quiet woods, Soo-young resolves to keep a close, silent watch on Court Lady Kwan to see what tricks she's really hiding up her sleeve. A few days pass under a clear blue sky following the successful rainmaking ceremony, with operations shifting to the palace medical facilities. In a super cute chibi moment, Yi-hang sternly lectures Yoon-seo, warning her that wandering around outside without proper rank will only invite unnecessary danger. Stepping into her assigned workspace under the bright morning sun, Yoon-seo suddenly realizes with a cringe that she made a massive historical mix-up in her planning. Staring blankly at her surroundings, Yoon-seo thinks back to historic K-dramas where famous doctors treated starving commoners, realizing her current setup is way too fancy.
Commentary: the classic time traveler struggle of confusing historic government agencies. Honestly, can you blame her when Joseon administrative names all sound identical? Gazing around the grand, pristine room packed with top-shelf ingredients and gilded medicinal jars, Yunseo stands frozen alongside her assistant. Facepalm, she internally screams after realizing she mistook Heyman-seo for Hua-lin-seo, meaning she ended up in the elite medical branch instead of the public charity clinic. Shaking off her embarrassing blunder, Yunseo reminds herself that developing an effective cure for royal boils is still the main objective anyway. Her new head assistant steps forward with a polite bow, formally introducing himself as Jeon Sunui, the royal physician assigned to aid her research. Boom! Yunso's head explodes with rage as she remembers history. In her past timeline, Jeon Sunui was famous for intentionally feeding toxic pheasant meat to worsen the king's boils. Commentary: imagine getting assigned a partner and instantly recognizing him from your history textbook as the ultimate medical assassin? Her face is hilarious. Flashing back to Lee Hyung's words, the prince had argued that a true monarch utilizes all talents, instructing her not to judge people for crimes they haven't committed yet in this timeline. Crossing her arms in frustration, Yunseo accepts the logic, though she resolves to keep a hawk-like eye on the sly doctor at all times. Unaware of her intense inner alarm, Jeon Sunui bows eagerly, offering to start the medical experiments the exact second she gives the command. Watching him fawn over her authority, Yunseo snorts to herself, confirming the historical records that this guy will literally do anything to suck up to whoever holds power. Stepping into the bustling pharmacy room filled with hanging herbal bundles, Yunseo decides to start their groundbreaking research with the most fundamental element. Drip, drip! Gazing at a steady stream of liquid from a ceramic vessel, she orders the immediate distillation of high-proof liquor to produce pure medical alcohol. Staring at a sharp surgical probe, she reflects on how historical records link King Moonjong's fatal downfall directly to acute sepsis caused by infected wound incisions. Commentary: Yunseo bringing modern germ theory and medical sterilization into 15th century Joseon is pure genius. Picturing a doctor sanitizing hands and wearing a face mask, Yunseo determines that introducing palace-wide disinfection protocols is far more crucial than just mixing topical ointments. Turning back to her work, Yunseo suddenly remembers her assigned co-supervisor and casually asks Jeon Sunui when Grand Prince Suyang is supposed to arrive. Her eyes narrow in suspicion as Jeon Sunui admits that Suyang claimed to have urgent business and skipped out, making her wonder if the prince is deliberately dodging her. Shrugging off his absence for now, Yunseo instructs her team to proceed with extracting active herbs for topical wound care as the sun shines outside. Late that night, under a glowing half moon, Yunseo sits alone in her room, dipping a traditional calligraphy brush into black ink to draft a secret profile. Scratch, scratch. On the parchment, she writes a deep psychological analysis, noting that Grand Prince Suyang's core driving force is a massive inferiority complex. She visualizes Suyang's childhood, growing up in the shade of his brilliant older brother and constantly battling feelings of intellectual inadequacy. Commentary: breaking down the villain's tragic childhood trauma to predict his future political moves, Yunseo isn't just surviving, she's playing 4D chess. A flashback shows young Suyang standing alone at the threshold, deeply alienated from his brothers who were raised inside the opulent royal palace while he was sent away. His eyes glow with dark ambition in the shadows as Yunseo notes that unlike standard political power struggles, Suyang's future rebellion stems from a deeply personal vendetta. Crimson flames. She envisions the tragic future history, the palace burning down as Suyang's ruthless coup slaughters loyal scholars and treats former colleagues' families like spoils of war. Setting her brush down thoughtfully, Yunseo realizes that Sejo's reign ultimately stripped Joseon of its noble ideals, reducing the court to greedy, profit-driven corruption. Looking over at little Prince Hongwei sleeping soundly under a cozy blanket, Yunseo's eyes soften with fierce resolve as she vows to shield the child from Suyang's clutches. Gazing out the window into the deep blue, star-filled night sky, Yunseo finally accepts that since she's choosing to stay in this era forever, she must take charge of her destiny. As the night wind whispers through the trees beneath the moonlight, Yunseo asks herself the ultimate question: just what kind of Joseon is she going to build with her own two hands? Ever wonder what happens when a time traveler tries to fix a ruthless dictator before he even gains power? Welcome back, because work shifts at the Yemenseo Clinic are now running every 3 days under a bright, deceptively calm Joseon sky. Yoon-soo is taking full charge of her medical squad, gathering her assistant female physicians to roll out new clinical protocols like a total boss. She patiently explains that they need to meticulously record treatment progress for every single herbal formula to find the most effective cure for the king's boils. Suddenly, the room falls dead silent as a heavy presence looms at the door. Grand Prince Soo-young himself has officially arrived on the scene. Dun dun dun! Soo-young stands tall in his shadowy dark robes, towering over Yoon-soo, while the palace assistants shrink back in intimidation. Putting on the most dazzling, innocent fake smile in history, Yoon-soo bows and chirps how thrilled she is to finally meet the esteemed Grand Prince. Plot twist! While her face says pure angel, her inner voice is screaming bloody murder, vowing that if this future usurper touches a single hair on little Hongwee's head, she'll end him without a shred of mercy. Commentary: the contrast between her sugary smile and absolute hitman internal monologue is pure comedy gold. Soo-young flashes a slick, handsome smile of his own and casually rests his hand on her shoulder, praising her supposed medical skills. Wanting no unwanted witnesses, Soo-young smoothly orders all the assistants to clear out of the room so they can converse in total privacy. Tension fills the room. The door clicks shut, leaving just the two of them standing face to face, surrounded by shells of drying medical herbs. Stepping closer, Soo-young lowers his tone and announces that before they get to business, he has an important personal matter to address first. In a shocking move, the Grand Prince lowers his head into a deep, formal bow, admitting that his wife made an unfortunate mistake regarding her schemes against Yoon-soo. Commentary? Wait, a royal prince bowing to a court lady? That's how you know he's playing 4D chess to cover his tracks. Yoon-soo is totally caught off guard as he offers a formal apology on his wife's behalf, internally questioning what game he's playing. Her mind instantly flashes back to her previous deep conversation about the psychological concept of a self-fulfilling prophecy. Crown Prince Yi-hong had warned her that treating someone like a criminal before they commit a crime might actually drive them directly into becoming that villain. Soo-young continues talking smoothly about human nature and how hard it is to change a person's core temperament. Gasp. Yoon-soo realizes that Yi-hong's warning was right. Her own hostility towards Soo-young could accidentally spark the very rebellion she's trying to stop. Commentary. Talk about mind games. Trying not to push the local future tyrant over the edge while maintaining a straight face must be exhausting. Looking at Soo-young's calm demeanor, a bold idea strikes her. What if she can actively guide him onto a righteous path instead? She wonders if steering his intense drive toward positive goals could completely rewrite history and prevent the bloodbath of the future coup. Dramatic pause. Shadows swirl as the heavy weight of fate hangs in the balance between altering history or falling into its trap. Soo-young keeps up his pleasant facade, smirking politely while closing his eyes in a show of complete composure. But as his eyes narrow, Yoon-soo feels a sharp chill run down her spine, sensing that beneath his polite smile, he's trying to pierce right through her soul. Commentary, y'all, the tension in this room is so thick you couldn't cut it with a Joseon broadsword. Deep down, Soo-young compares himself to King Taejong, the ruthless ruler who helped found Joseon by wiping out anyone in his way. Slash. A crimson visual shows Taejong standing on a blood-soaked floor holding a dripping sword, establishing power through absolute violence. Soo-young smugly reminds himself that unlike his soft-hearted brother, he already has powerful political allies waiting in the wings to back his rise. Clink! Wine cups clash as corrupt noblemen toast to their mutual greed, forming a secret pact to secure wealth and power. Soo-young knows these greedy aristocrats would gladly put him on the throne over his reformist brother just to line their own pockets with gold. Commentary, classic villain math. Why rule with honor when you can bribe your way to the top with corrupt court officials? He visualizes the historical precedent of removing royal heirs by force, seeing the bloody blade that cleared the path to the crown. Dark aura intensifies. All he needs is a single golden opportunity to strike down every obstacle in his path to supreme rule. In his dark daydream, he stands triumphant over the fallen crowned prince, ready to claim Joseon for himself. Coming back to reality, Soo-young glares sideways at Yoon-soo, suspecting this humble court lady is actively plotting to block his royal destiny. Playing humble, Yoon-soo bows low and apologizes for any clumsiness regarding palace etiquette, smoothly shifting the atmosphere. She then drops a sudden invitation, asking if the Grand Prince would join her to inspect a delicate patient staying at the clinic's detached villa. Soo-young raises an eyebrow in surprise, knowing the detached villa is reserved strictly for high-ranking male patients undergoing treatment. As they walk past royal guards standing at attention with tall spears, Soo-young questions why a female physician would dare step into the men's quarters. Commentary: Soo-young trying to play the morality police while literally planning a bloody coup is the peak of hypocrisy. Yoon-seo remains completely unbothered, assuring him with a calm smile that everything will make perfect sense the second he sees what's inside. Creak. The door slides open to reveal a total mess of discarded clothing and robes scattered across the floor in complete disarray. Soo-young freezes in place, staring at the scandalous sight with absolute shock, while Yoon-seo stands quietly behind him. In Joseon, female physicians were often treated as low-born staff, making them constant targets for harassment from corrupt patients. Because of this harsh system, some clinic workers would engage in secret affairs, hoping to escape their lowly status as rich men's concubines. Turning to Soo-young, Yoon-seo formally requests that the Grand Prince use his absolute authority to kick these corrupt freeloaders out of Haemin-seo for good. Flashback. A young Soo-young secretly watches Queen So-han crying in distress over King Sejong's constant romantic affairs with court women. Commentary: whoa, hitting him right in his childhood trauma? Yoon-seo really did a research on his psychological weaknesses. Because of his mother's pain, Soo-young holds a deep personal hatred for men who abuse their power to engage in sordid extramarital scandals. Boom! Yoon-seo's weaponized psychology works perfectly. Soo-young explodes with righteous fury, screaming for guards to drag out the offenders instantly. Crash! The guards burst into the room and throw a shirtless man and a scandalized woman straight onto the courtyard dirt as they plead for mercy. Soo-young marches down to inspect the culprits, but as he catches a glimpse of their faces, his eyes widen in total horror. What? The shivering guy on the floor is actually one of the gang enforcers hired secretly by Soo-young's own wife to frame Yoon-seo? Commentary: ooh, imagine setting up a trap for someone else and falling headfirst into your own wife's illegal side hustle. Cursing his wife's reckless stupidity under his breath, Soo-young hastily orders the guards to gag the thugs and lock him away in the storehouse before anyone notices. Sweat pours down Soo-young's face as he glances back at Yoon-seo, suddenly realizing with utter horror that she set up this entire situation on purpose. Checkmate. Yoon-seo gives him a cold, victorious smirk as Soo-young fumes in defeat, realizing he just got completely outsmarted by the very girl he thought he was hunting. Commentary: watching a historical mastermind get completely played by modern psychology is top-tier satisfaction. Ever wondered what happens when an ancient shaman drops a cryptic prophecy that completely turns royal political schemes upside down? Welcome back, because Shaman Mugai is currently shaking up the entire court by revealing that a massive crossroads of destiny is going down today. Ringing her ritual bells, the shaman warns that choosing short-term revenge will only end in complete mutual destruction, while stepping back and playing the long game will guarantee ultimate victory. Commentary: honestly, shamans in historical manhwas have a 100% success rate with these apocalyptic warnings, so someone better start listening. She bows deeply, declaring that the stars themselves have abruptly shifted and advising everyone involved to keep a low profile until the storm passes. Following that tense divine warning, Grand Prince Soo-young formally lowers his head in front of Yoon-seo, offering a surprisingly sincere apology for bringing such petty drama to her clinic. Dramatic pulse. Looking at the prince's bowing head, Yoon-seo's mind races as she debates whether to trigger a total scandal that would ruin him right now or save her trump card for later. Choosing cold strategy over instant gratification, Yoon-seo demands that the Eastern Palace take full responsibility for Haemin-seo's female medical staff and fund the training of talented young recruits. Soo-young glares sideways with a dangerous smirk, silently acknowledging just how dangerously clever Yoon-seo is for using this crisis to build her own personal faction, but he agrees to her terms anyway. Commentary: Soo-young thinking he's the ultimate chess master while getting slowly backed into a corner by a modern medical mind is top-tier satisfaction. Stepping closer with an unshakable gaze, Yoon-seo whispers that the only reason she's covering up his wife's messy scheme is out of respect for the crown prince's deep affection for him. Chills down the spine. Her eyes flash with a deadly threat as she warns him that this is his final free pass, so he better keep his brother's trust if he values his life. Swoosh! Later that day, under a fiery golden sunset, Soo-young officially submits a royal petition, requesting that the corrupt scoundrels who disgraced the clinic be sent off as government slaves to the harsh northern border.
Back in private quarters, the senior court lady practically explodes with frustration, screaming that a ruthless snake like Su Yang won't feel grateful, he'll just feel humiliated for getting outsmarted. Commentary? Auntie isn't wrong, though. Sparing a future tyrant's ego is basically asking for a round two. Yunso trudges away looking totally deflated after getting chewed out, mentally acknowledging that taming a power-hungry prince while staying at the bottom of the palace food chain is an absolute nightmare. Smirk activate, but her gloom instantly vanishes into a sly grin as she remembers that her new medical recruits at Hymencio will soon become her eyes and ears across the entire capital. Breeze rustles through the courtyard. Basked in warm sunlight, Yunso gazes up at the sky, filled with newfound determination as she takes her first real step toward changing the destiny of Joseon. Pop! Suddenly, a super cute little voice cuts through the atmosphere as little Prince Hongwei pops out of nowhere, yelling at everyone to freeze right in their tracks. Tug, tug! The adorable little prince drags his nursemaid along the dirt path, practically flying with excitement because he can't wait another second. Arms spread wide open in pure toddler joy, Hongwei rushes towards Yunso while shouting at the top of his lungs about how much he missed his favorite big sister. Commentary: protect this precious baby at all costs. Seriously, Hongwei's cute energy could cure literal clinical depression. Thud. Hongwei dashes past the courtyard toward the inner palace halls, heading straight toward his older sister, Princess Pyeongchang, who just returned to court. There stands Princess Pyeongchang looking super elegant and composed, while little Hongwei immediately buries his face into her side in an affectionate hug. Hongwei rambles non-stop with big sparkling eyes, boasting about mastering his classical readings, growing taller, and introducing his pretty nursemaid, Lady Kwan. Lady Kwan bows with utmost respect and politeness, formally greeting the young princess after being away for so long. Whoosh! The atmosphere instantly drops to freezing temperatures as Princess Pyeongchang turns her back with a cold, distant expression, barely uttering a word. Yunso narrows her eyes in confusion, sensing that something is seriously off with the young princess's chilly attitude. Commentary: y'all know that classic teenage royal angst when you come home after years and feel like an outsider in your own family? A sweet, nostalgic flashback shows a younger Princess Pyeongchang happily giving little Hongwei piggyback rides under a bright, sunny sky. Trot, trot! Back in reality, the Queen Mother warmly opens her arms as little Hongwei comes running up to greet his beloved grandmother. The Queen smothers the little prince with praise and promises of sweet honey snacks, while Princess Pyeongchang stands alone in the shadows, completely isolated from the family joy. Watching the silent tension unfold, the light bulb finally goes off in Yunso's head as she realizes why the princess is acting so icy. Tears glisten. She realizes that after being sent away following her mother's passing, coming back to find everyone bonding without her made the poor girl feel totally abandoned. Princess Pyeongchang stares down with a pained, envious glint in her eyes as the royals continue showering Hongwei with all the attention. The queen cheerfully invites her granddaughter Huya to join them to greet her father and grandfather over delicious tea pastries. Commentary: royal family communication skills are so broken. The queen thinks she's being welcoming, but the kid is feeling totally alienated. Lowering her head in a stiff, formal bow, Princess Pyeongchang gives a robotic response, accepting a royal command like a soldier rather than a child. The queen flashes a gentle smile, assuring them that a grand feast of royal refreshments is on its way. Once the children step aside, the queen lets out a heavy sigh, opening up to Yunso about how worried she is regarding the princess's distant behavior. She explains that ever since Princess Pyeongchang arrived, she hasn't smiled once and just sits quietly like a cold stone statue during family gatherings. Yunso gently offers her modern psychological insight, explaining that young kids often process grief and sudden environment changes very differently from adults. Gloom hovers over the hallway. She points out that even if the princess logically knows she was sent away for safety, her emotional heart still felt the sting of being cast aside. Clasp! Moved to tears, the queen takes Yunso's hands into her own, holding them tight with deep sincerity. Looking at Yunso with desperate hope, the queen begs her to use her gentle touch to bring a smile back to young Huya's face. Sparkle. Yunso's eyes light up with unshakable confidence as she gives a firm, reassuring nod, promising to heal the young princess's heart. Commentary: modern therapy techniques coming straight to Joseon. Yunso is literally about to run a child psychology masterclass in the palace. Squee! Cut to the next scene where little Hongwei is striking the most hilarious cute pose while holding onto his oversized hat. Laughter echoes, running around like a wildly energetic toddler. Hongwei happily announces that Lady Quan taught him that babies gotta play hard to grow big and strong, making King Sejong and the Queen burst into hearty laughter. Crown Prince Yihong leans in with a proud, loving grin beside Yunso, asking what other adorable wisdom his little son has picked up recently. Hop hop. Pretending to be a tiny bunny, Hongwei hops all over the wooden pavilion deck while King Sejong watches with the biggest grandfatherly smile in existence. The little guy gets so out of breath from hopping around that his cheeks turn bright pink.
Flop! Exhausted, Hongwei completely collapses right onto King Sejong's lap,
Whining that his tiny legs hurt too much to continue. Patting the toddler, King Sejong looks over at Princess Pyeongchang with warm eyes, kindly inviting his granddaughter Huia to come sit on his knee as well. Shuffle. Hesitant at first, Princess Pyeongchang timidly walks over and sits softly right next to her grandfather, breaking down her emotional walls bit by bit. Commentary: King Sejong being a wholesome, doting granddad is honestly the most heartwarming thing ever after all that political backstabbing. Seeing the subtle shift, the Queen watches closely with a mix of relief and lingering concern, noticing how Hongwei has blossomed while praying Huia follows suit. Clink! A gorgeous spread of traditional tea and golden honey pastries is served at the table, with the Queen enthusiastically inviting her sweet grandbabies to dig in. As the royal family walks off into the courtyard together, surrounded by warmth, Yunseo watches from behind with a gentle, satisfied smile, knowing her mission to protect this family's future is officially working.
Talk about dropping a truth bomb on royalty. Yunseo literally brings modern parenting theories into the royal court, explaining that young kids need unconditional support, empathy, and love to thrive. King Sejong strokes his beard with a super intriguing look, wondering if this wild new logic is the exact reason little Prince Hongwei transformed from a quiet kid into a total bundle of joy. Looking up at the bright blue sky above the palace, Yunso admits that the young prince was previously suffering from a complete lack of emotional stability and secure attachment. Chop chop! A flashback shows tiny Hongwei happily stuffing his face with sweet rice cakes, proving that quality time and genuine affection beat rigid royal discipline every single time. Commentary: honestly, solving historical palace trauma with modern attachment theory and snacks is peak genius. Crown Prince Yi Yong lowers his head with a super heavy expression, blaming himself for Princess Pyeongchang's icy attitude and assuming he failed as a father. Pat pat, Yunseo gently pats Yi Hong's back, reassuring him that the princess showing her low mood is actually a very healthy sign of psychological development. Gazing over at Princess Pyeongchang sitting quietly on the deck, Yunseo notes that knowing how to express true emotions means she was raised with genuine love from the start. Clack! As tea is served, Yinsei advises against rushing things, warning the royal family not to expect the young princess to open up all at once. She points out that for now, giving the princess undivided affection without forcing her to interact with the baby prince is the smartest move forward. Sparkle! Yunso suddenly suggests bringing in a cute little puppy, knowing that bonding with fluffy animals is the ultimate cure for a closed, guarded heart. Commentary: using pet therapy in 15th century Joseon, Yunso is literally running a full psychological clinic in the palace deck. King Sejong leans forward with a fascinated glint in his eye, asking if he and the queen should handle this whole puppy affection strategy themselves. Sweat drop. Yunso glances over nervously, realizing the king just wants to personally verify whether her modern parenting guide actually works. Nodding solemnly in his grand dragon robes, Sejong declares that if this theory holds true, he'll distribute it to all his people alongside his brand new alphabet. Watching the king speak with such vision, Yunso's heart swells with respect, recognizing that Sejong truly is a leader who cares about his people's happiness. Gulp! Suddenly, King Sejong turns his sharp gaze directly toward Yunso, completely shifting the entire mood of the courtyard. With an intimidatingly intense glare, Sejong asks if Grand Prince Suyang living away from the palace as a child caused him to develop deep emotional flaws as well. Commentary: wow, the vibe flipped from cute puppy therapy to a high-stakes political interrogation in 0.2 seconds flat. Bam! When Yi Hong jumps in to defend her, King Sejong snaps at his own son to shut it because he asked Yunso, not him. Sitting frozen on the floor in dark shadows, Yunso panics internally, wondering if hiding the clinic drama was a massive tactical mistake. Gloom hovers. She knows Sejong prioritized family harmony above all else, meaning if she became the seed of discord, he wouldn't hesitate to remove her.
chirp! Looking up at baby swallows hatching in a nest, Yoon-seo bravely explains that every human is born with a primal desire for recognition and validation. She breaks down how Princess Pyeongchang acted out for attention while feeling completely sidelined as adult focus shifted entirely to her younger brother.
Yoon-seo points out that Grand Prince Soo-young suffered that exact same pain, watching his need for family recognition get thwarted over and over again.
Yi-hong listens intently as Yoon-seo explains that being surrounded by exceptionally brilliant brothers made Soo-young's inferiority complex spiral out of control. Heavy silence. Looking down at the king in his bright red robes, she warns that when suppressed envy gets distorted, it turns into dangerous rebellion. Commentary, dissecting a future tyrant's villain origin story right to his royal father's face. Talk about absolute madness. King Sejong peers down coldly, asking if she's predicting that Soo-young will eventually betray the crown and trigger a bloody tragedy. Thud! Yoon-seo slams her head to the floor in a deep bow, backpedaling fast, while Sejong scoffs at how bold she was just a second ago. Stepping up with total conviction, Yi-hyang defends Yoon-seo, explaining that she only prepares for worst-case scenarios out of love for little Hongwi. Yi-hyang flatters his father, claiming Soo-young would never dare act while the king remains strong, making Sejong internally roll his eyes at the shameless buttering. Commentary, Yi-hyang laying on the heavy flattery to protect his girl is top-tier husband material. Bow! Yu-hong and Yoon-seo bow down in unison, chanting for the king to live 10,000 years so peace stays intact across Joseon. Sighing softly, King Sejong gives his final command, ordering Yoon-seo to use her medical wisdom to guide Haemin-seo and keep Soo-young's ambitions on the right track. Yoon-seo looks back at the queen, cuddling her grandchild, deeply touched by how much love and forgiveness restored this broken family. Gaze down. She humbly admits that modern psychology didn't work this miracle alone. It was Sejong's sincerity and the queen's big heart that saved the day. Accepting the royal command, Yoon-seo seizes the moment to request full royal backing to train female court doctors into legitimate, full-fledged physicians. Sweat? King Sejong grants it without hesitation, leaving Chibi Yoon-seo collapsed against Yi-yang in pure relief after surviving the interrogation. Commentary? She came in facing execution and walked out securing women's medical rights. Talk about an absolute political masterclass. Shock. Just when she thinks she's safe, Sejong hits her with a lethal question, demanding to know where on earth she learned this psychology knowledge. Gulp. Yoon-seo's eye twitches in absolute terror as cold sweat drips down her face, realizing she accidentally used 21st century jargon in front of the king. Crown Prince Yi-hang gives a sharp, nervous nod, silently signaling that it's time to trigger their pre-planned excuse. A hilarious chibi break shows tiny Hongwi stuffing cookies into his mouth, breaking the crushing tension for just a brief second. King Sejong strokes his beard, recalling how Yi-hang mentioned that the auspicious star Jinsong shone brightly on a key day. Yi-hyang stands tall beside Yoon-seo, confirming the story with total confidence while Yoon-seo hides behind his massive dragon sleeve. Phew! Yoon-seo lets out a massive sigh of relief, thanking her lucky stars that she prepped a bogus cover story with Yi-hyang beforehand. Flip? A flashback reveals the mysterious story Yoon-seo fed to the king regarding her supernatural knowledge. Glow. She claimed that when she ate poisoned rice cakes and hovered at death's door, a near-death vision bestowed divine knowledge upon her. Commentary? Blaming near-death cosmic visions for modern psychological science? Classic time traveler excuse. 10 out of 10. Yoon-seo looks at Sejong's back, realizing the king totally bought it because he's deeply obsessed with astronomical omens anyway. Starry sky! Cosmic energy surrounds the queen's constellation as Sejong explains that Jinsong represents both the queen and the royal heir. Sejong breaks down the celestial balance. When Jinsong shines, fortune flourishes, but when it dims, the queen and prince face grave danger. Gaze upward. Pointing to the night sky, Sejong explains the movement of the 5 stars, proving that fate must be read across all constellations together. Yoon-seo resolves to study Joseon astronomy ASAP, realizing her arrival coincided with Jinsong's glow and isn't just a random accident. Gasp! Suddenly, Yi-hong blabs to the king that Yoon-seo swam across the Han River to summon rain, leaving Yoon-seo screaming internally at his big mouth. Yi-hang casually suggests teaching Yoon-seo's modern swimming techniques to the Joseon Navy, while Yoon-seo panics over how a conservative king will react. Commentary: Yi-hang trying to turn his modern girlfriend into a naval drill instructor is equal parts hilarious and chaotic. Imagine pitching a casual wellness idea to an ancient monarch, only for him to immediately turn it into a national military doctrine. King Sejong nods thoughtfully, declaring that Yoon Seo will first train the palace eunuchs so they can pass modern swimming techniques straight to the navy. Poor Yoon Seo stands there completely flabbergasted, wondering how a basic conversation about health spiraled into standardizing naval combat tactics. Desperate to escape her new military duties, Yoon Seo facepalms in pure despair, while the king cheerfully asks for her expert opinion. Honestly, watching a 21st century time traveler surrender to the sheer speed of Joseon governance is peak comedy. Seeing her panic, Crown Prince Yi Hyang smoothly steps in, bowing deeply alongside her to support the plan. He agrees that aquatic exercise is an absolute game changer, especially for royals suffering from joint pain without straining their bodies.
Yi Hong gently points out that the upper-class nobility constantly suffer from skin boils simply because they refuse to exercise and despise bathing. Imagine being so rich and elite that basic hygiene is treated like a punishment. Nobility back then really needed a reality check. Pitching her next big move, Yoon Seo playfully suggests teaching the young royals how to swim too. She internally worries she's pushing her luck, but her mind is already picturing cute little princes splashing around safely in the water. With the bright sun shining over the palace, King Sejong leans in with intense curiosity when Yoon Seo drops the term swimming pool. Intrigued by this foreign concept, the king instantly calls for paper and a brush to get the full blueprints. Yoon Seo nervously starts sketching on the paper, showing how they can dig a deep trench and line it with waterproof bricks. Look, her medical skills might be top tier, but the artist making her drawing skills look like a toddler's doodle is hilariously relatable. Both the king and Yi Hong stare at the drawing in awe as Yoon Seo explains how heating the water would transform it into an all-weather pool. Sejong's eyes light up as he realizes they could build their very own heated hot spring right inside the palace grounds. Rolling with the momentum, Yoon Seo casually drops another modern marvel into the conversation, explaining the concept of a Scandinavian-style sauna. Sejong is practically bouncing with excitement, ready to turn the entire royal residence into a luxury wellness resort. Holding the schematic papers with a bright, radiant smile, King Sejong gasps in pure wonder. The king looks like a kid who just received the ultimate present. And frankly, who wouldn't want a heated palace pool in the 1400s? King Sejong jokingly pouts at his son, complaining that Yi Hong was hoarding Yoon Seo's mind-blowing modern knowledge all to himself. Meanwhile, poor Yoon Seo collapses sideways against Yi Hong, groaning as her soul literally exits her body from sheer overwork exhaustion. Pulling her close with a smooth, handsome grin, Yi Hyang proudly boasts that Yoon Seo is his woman after all. Yoon Seo lies there completely drained, barely able to process his shameless riz while her brain reboots. The debate quickly turns to bath schedules, with the king and prince arguing over whether bathing once every 3 days is too frequent. Yoon Seo fumes internally at these stubborn men, realizing that getting the Devil royals to bathe regularly is a full-time battle. Fired up with anger, Chibi Yoon Seo erupts, demanding a massive pay raise if they expect her to run a full research, teaching, and wellness program on top of her court duties. Taking her side instantly, King Sejong scolds Yi Hong for being an underpaying, old-fashioned boss. Getting the king himself to roast your boyfriend for low wages is the ultimate career move. Yoon Seo knows how to negotiate. Sejong officially orders her monthly salary doubled compared to a chief court lady, adding premium royal ginseng to boost her health. Yoon Seo beams with pure joy, surrounded by floating flowers as the sweet taste of corporate victory hits. Just as she's celebrating, King Sejong casually announces the next item on their endless agenda. Shock lightning zaps Yoon Seo as she realizes the meeting isn't even close to being over. As the red sunset paints the sky, Yoon Seo internally weeps, realizing why scholars in Sejong's era were famous for working to the bone. The king is the ultimate historical CEO who gives you a $100 raise just to hand you $500 more work. Later that evening, quiet shadows fall over the royal quarters as Yoon Seo sits alone, unable to shake off King Sejong's cryptic words about the Jinsong star. Gazing out the window at the shimmering night sky, she whispers her worries to Yi Hong, noting that unlike the steady sun, starlight flickers unpredictably, just like their fragile fates.
Warm steam rises through the room with a soothing splash as the sound of water fills the private bathhouse. A jaw-dropping view reveals a shirtless, ridiculously muscular Yi Yang turning around in the bath, asking with a smoldering look if his wife is admiring his back. Hold on a second. When did the Crown Prince hide a full 8-pack under those formal dragon robes? The visual upgrade here is insane.
Yi Yang chuckles softly, reassuring her that he bathes every single day after archery practice now, so she doesn't need to worry about his hygiene anymore. Reaching out with gentle fingers, Yi Yang softly tugs on her ribbon tie, whispering that it's finally her turn to join him in the water. Instead of a romance scene, Chibi Yunso instantly pushes his face away, bluntly reminding him that Queen Hyundok's divine protection might fade depending on celestial omens. Talk about completely killing the mood with historical anxiety. Yunso's focus is 100% on survival. Straightening up, Yunso explains that the more uncertain things feel, the more vigilant they must remain to protect little Prince Hongwei from upcoming threats. She earnestly requests that Hongwei's future education avoid high-stress, rigid memorization exams like the upcoming Sechek Rai ceremony. The Sechek Rai is a brutal traditional Confucian rite where young students must close their books and recite entire texts from memory in front of a strict audience. Resting his chin on his arm in the warm water, Yi Hyang listens intently as Yunso explains how high-pressure testing completely kills a child's natural passion for learning. Yunso envisions a happier future for little Hongwei, where he studies out of curiosity rather than fear of Confucian scholars. She firmly believes that if the young prince learns to think independently, he can take control of his own destiny, regardless of dark political omens. Touched by her deep devotion, Yi Hyang gently cradles Yunso's cheek, promising that he will personally design a customized curriculum for their little prince. The water sways softly as Yi Yang's voice drops to a tender whisper, calling her name. Holding her tenderly in the dimly lit pavilion, Yi Hyang asks if she'll listen to something extremely important he needs to tell her in private. The romantic lighting and bamboo backdrop in this panel create such an incredible suspenseful mood. A few days later, the scene shifts to a sunny courtyard where a ridiculously fluffy, round white puppy pants happily on the dirt floor. Princess Pyeongchang stands over the innocent puppy, staring down with an intensely cold, intimidating glare that could freeze fire. The queen steps forward holding the adorable fur ball, gently asking the stubborn princess if she will help raise the gift Yunso brought specifically for her. Pouting angrily, the princess turns her back and sits on the ground, stubbornly declaring that she refuses to trust anyone associated with Yunso. The oblivious fluffy puppy waddles right over, flopping its tiny body directly against her dress with a soft puppy whine. The puppy begins gently licking her small hand with unconditional affection. The princess's eyes widening sheer shock, a deep blush spreading across her cheeks as her icy defensive walls crumble in less than 2 seconds. Weaponized cuteness strikes again. Nobody, not even a grumpy Joseon princess, can resist a fluffy puppy. Panic mode engaged, the chibi princess spins around wildly, checking every corner to make sure no court ladies are looking. Dropping to her knees, she wraps her arms around the puppy, tenderly petting its soft fur while officially naming her new best friend Mong Mong. Meanwhile, news spreads across the palace that King Sejong transformed the minor Sechek Rai ceremony into a massive, grand royal banquet for all imperial relatives. This grand celebration was a calculated move by the king to crush malicious court rumors about Crown Prince Yi Hang's tragic romantic history and bad omens. Dozens of court ladies sprint back and forth across the yard carrying huge food trays as chaos erupts over the massive event preparations. Deep inside a dimly lit room, a shadowy figure sits watching the commotion, bitterly muttering Yunso's court name under her breath. A ruthless senior court lady harshly yells at Lady Yun, demanding why she's slacking off just because Yunso got promoted to chief court lady. Turning her head slowly with a dark, chilling stare, Lady Yun asks Lady Chief Park for clarification on palace laws. Lightning strikes as Lady Yun realizes a crucial loophole, that once a woman becomes a chief court lady, she can no longer legally become the prince's concubine. Wow, talk about a massive plot twist. Lady Yun thinks she just found the ultimate trap to ruin Yunso's future with Yi Hong. Talk about a high-stakes legal nightmare. Before Yunso can even enjoy her promotion, the cold reality of Joseon law comes crashing down. Once Hongwei is officially named crown grandson, her temporary status as chief wet nurse expires, threatening to separate them forever.
Distraught by the news, Chibi Yunseo bursts into tears while the senior court lady breaks down the harsh palace reality. From next year onward, staying by the little prince's side won't be nearly as simple. Drops of sweat roll down as the senior court lady reveals the hilarious historical backstory. Apparently, King Sejong himself set the strict court rule against chief court ladies becoming concubines because he used to flirt with all of them back in his younger days. Whack! The senior court lady starts smacking Chibi Yunseo across the shoulders. Poor Yunseo cowers in panic, squeaking out an apology that she only fell head over heels for Crown Prince Yihong recently. Honestly, watching palace elders beat romance sense into time travelers is absolute comedy gold. Narrowing her eyes with zero mercy, the senior court lady bluntly roasts her, pointing out that Yunseo was looking at the crown prince with hard eyes long before she admits it. Calming down, the elder court lady offers a glimmer of hope, reassuring Yunseo that they can approach the queen to navigate a loophole and secure her an official concubine rank down the line. Pointing toward the bright sky, she sternly orders Yunseo to stay on everyone's good side for now and focus entirely on prepping little Hongwi for his massive Sechek Rai exam. Swoosh! The scene shifts to the magnificent sunlit court grounds as the long-awaited day finally arrives. The high-pressure Sechek Rai ceremony is officially underway. Entering the hall with a dead serious expression, the legendary scholar Seong Sa-moon takes his place as the main examiner. The tension in the air instantly skyrockets. Looking down at tiny Hongwi dressed in his vibrant royal garb, Yunseo remembers King Sejong boasting that Hongwi's public presentation today would literally set the standard for future royal parenting guides. No pressure at all, right? Gulp! Yunseo nervously grips Hongwi's hand, internally panicking that she feels 10 times more anxious right now than when she sat for her modern college entrance exams. Squeezing a small hand, Yunseo gently tells the prince that she'll be waiting off to the side, instructing him to look right at her if his nerves get the best of him. But instead of clinging to her, little Hongwi bravely lets go of her fingers and marches up the grand stone steps entirely on his own. Look at this confident little guy go. Turning back with a bright, fearless grin, Hongwi teasingly tells her that he's completely fine and that she's actually the one whose hands are shaking. Talk about the student comforting the teacher. Creak! The massive golden doors swing open, bathing the threshold in blinding sunlight as the tiny prince prepares to face the entire royal court. Glowing under the radiant light, Hongwi stands tall with unwavering determination as the court herald officially announces the start of the royal grandnephew's recitation rite. Scholar Seong Sa-moon stares down with an intense, unreadable gaze, ready to evaluate every single syllable the toddler utters. Without flinching, Hongwi drops to his knees on the red carpet and bows with flawless imperial etiquette to his honorable teacher. Settling back up, the little prince clasps his hands, awaiting the cue to begin the grueling memory test. Hoof! Hongwi takes a giant breath, opening his cute little mouth as the entire room falls dead silent. He blasts off, reciting classic Confucian verses at maximum volume. Standing nearby, Yunseo and the court ladies watch with bated breath as the toddler powers through the text. With crisp, loud pronunciation, Hongwi recites the famous 1,000-character classic lines about the cosmos and Earth, leaving the surrounding nobles visibly shocked by his poise. Drip! Sweat starts glistening on his brow as he pushes deeper into the dense, complex philosophical passages under the majestic dragon-carved ceiling. Pushing his lungs to the limit, the tiny prince keeps going, determined not to let down his beloved tutor or his father. Noticing his voice wavering slightly, Yunseo feels her heart sink as she realizes the toddler is tiring out, his pronunciation growing slurred under the grueling endurance test. Pant! Hongwi's face flushes bright red, gasping for air as his tiny energy bar hits rock bottom in real time. The physical toll of memorization at age 4, is no joke. Breaking form, Hongwi turns around toward the side aisle and adorably calls out that he's thirsty, directly asking Court Lady Quan for a drink. Murmur! Gasps echo through the hall as Yunseo gracefully glides forward carrying a ceramic teapot. Whispering nobles can't help but notice how incredibly close and natural the bond between them looks. Glug glug! Hongwi eagerly downs the water straight from the bowl, gulping like a cute little baby bird while Yunseo holds the dish with infinite tenderness.
Tears well up in Yunseo's eyes as an overwhelming surge of maternal affection hits her chest. Seeing this tiny boy work so hard breaks her heart in the sweetest way possible.
Look at those tiny, chubby hands clutching the bowl. The artist pulled out all the stops to make this wholesome moment look like a high-budget anime climax.
A heartwarming flashback flashes before Yunso's eyes, recalling every single late night spent playing, laughing, and gently teaching the orphan prince in her arms. Smiling warmly with teary eyes, Yunso softly praises him, reassuring him that he's doing an absolutely amazing job. Reinvigorated by her words, Hongwei gives a proud, cute nod back. Thud! Standing back up with renewed energy, Hongwei loudly announces to the full court that he is ready to resume his recitation. Watching from the royal gallery, high-ranking noblewomen whisper in utter amazement, realizing the court rumors about Yunso being the prince's true emotional anchor weren't exaggerated at all. Scholar Xiang Sanmun smirks with quiet satisfaction as Hongwei flawlessly dives straight into the trickiest grammatical particles of the lesson. King Sejong and the queen exchange delighted, beaming smiles from the throne. Getting a proud grandpa reaction from historical royalty is the ultimate flex. Softening his usual stoic look, Crown Prince Yi Hong watches his son with a deeply proud, affectionate smile. They're finally free. A glowing montage reveals Yunso's modern teaching secret. Instead of scary drill sergeant exams, she turned ancient Chinese particle grammar into fun musical storytelling games. Ta-da! With a radiant, beaming smile, Hongwei shouts out the final tricky particle sentence with absolute perfection. Plop! The moment he finishes, Hongwei's legs give out and he flops right onto the carpet as thunderous cheers and applause erupt across the entire palace hall. Yunso rushes over to his side, beaming with uncontrollable joy as she praises her brilliant little champion for crushing the exam. Tears stream down Yunso's face as she looks at him, pure, unfiltered maternal pride overflowing from her heart. Blink? Exhausted beyond belief, little Hongwei gives her a sleepy, adorable chuckle as his eyelids grow heavy. Cuddle! The tiny prince completely passes out, resting his weary head right on Yunso's lap. That battery drained from 100 to 0 instantly. Chirp! The scene shifts to the serene palace grounds under bright blue skies as the formal ceremony transitions into a grand celebratory banquet. Dancers spin gracefully with flowing, colorful banners as the imperial guests split into separate halls for the feast. Over at the women's banquet table, Princess Pyeongchang sits staring silently at a plate of freshly prepared tender royal fish, completely unbothered by the court festivities. Sneak! Scooping up a prime piece of meat into a small wooden bowl, the tsundere princess secretly plans her tactical food theft. Marched out to the sunny courtyard, Princess Pyeongchang happily calls out for Mong Mong, bringing the delicious skewered meat straight to her beloved new puppy. It turns out nobody can stay cold when weaponized puppy love is involved. Ever wonder what happens when a 4-year-old princess decides to pull off a high-stakes political heist just to save her favorite tutor? Welcome back to the palace, where even the pets are getting dragged into imperial drama as Princess Pyeongchang gently pets her ridiculously fluffy puppy. Carrying her squishy companion along the peaceful stone walkway, the princess suddenly freezes as sneaky whispers start echoing from behind the courtyard wall. Peeking around the corner, 2 shady court ladies are huddled up, gossiping trash about Lady Kwan's flashy appearance at the recent royal recitation exam. Squish! Holding her puppy tight, the princess narrows her eyes, her internal drama radar instantly spiking into red alert. The scheming snakes plot to drag Lady Kwan down a notch, completely unaware that a royal toddler is overhearing every single word of their pathetic little coup. Honestly, palace gossips really need to start checking behind corners before launching slander campaigns. Gasp! Realizing a full-blown plot is brewing against her favorite court lady, Princess Pyeongchang knows she has to act fast before these haters ruin everything. The lead gossip insists that since Lady Kwan wore chief court lady robes without an official edict, she's practically begging to be destroyed. Step, hearing enough of their garbage, the princess marches around the wall with maximum boss energy, ready to take total control of the room. Whack! Out of nowhere, the tiny princess delivers a thunderous slap right across Lady Kwan's face. Talk about an absolute plot twist that nobody saw coming. Hit so hard she tumbles onto the dirt, Lady Kwan holds her stinging cheek in complete shock as the dust settles around them. Gasp! The gossiping court ladies freeze in sheer horror. Did a literal child princess just publicly assault a senior court lady? Man, the artist drew their bug-eyed reaction so dramatically it's pure comedic gold. A senior elder court lady comes charging in, panicking at the top of her lungs, asking what in the world Her Highness is doing. Standing tall like an absolute miniature tyrant, the princess roars at maximum volume, scolding Lady Kwan for daring to act superior. Pointing a stern little finger, she aggressively roasts her for strutting around in official chief robes when she hasn't even received the formal appointment edict yet. But under her breath, the princess urgently whispers for Lady Kwan to get up and play along right now before everyone realizes it's a staged rescue. Click! Catching on to the brilliant deception, Lady Kwan instantly drops into a dramatic bow, loudly begging for forgiveness for her foolish greed. Talk about top-tier improvisation. Nanny? The senior court lady's jaw practically hits the floor as the entire power dynamic flips upside down in 2 seconds flat. Storming forward, the elder court lady directs all her fury at Lady Kwan, angrily reprimanding her for breaking palace protocol regarding high-status attire. As the surrounding court ladies whisper in realization, the elder scolds Lady Kwan for letting her ego get the better of her. Bowing low to the ground, Lady Kwan takes full accountability, while the princess secretly smirks knowing her chaotic slap just completely erased the conspirators' leverage. Sunlight beams through the courtyard trees as the senior elder issues a final stern warning that another slip-up will result in severe punishment. With the crowd finally dispersing, Lady Kwan and Princess Pyeongchang are left standing together on the quiet stone steps. Tilting her head with a gentle smile, Lady Kwan asks why the princess went out of her way to save her when she thought the princess genuinely hated her. Crossing her arms with a pout, the princess honestly admits that she used to suspect Lady Kwan was just a fake, calculating opportunist scheming for status. A warm, glowing memory flashes back, recalling the pure, unconditional love Lady Kwan poured into hugging little Prince Hongwei. Softening her tone, the princess reveals that seeing Lady Kwan cherish Hongwei like a real mother touched her heart, especially since the orphan prince never got to know his birth mom. Seriously, this character development it's right in the feels. Looking away with a quiet gaze, the princess admits that no matter what haters say, the tender look in Lady Kwan's eyes was 100% genuine. Sunbeams dance across the wooden walkway as the two share an unspoken bond of mutual trust amidst the dangerous court environment. Realizing the ruthless nature of palace life, the princess knows that if Lady Kwan truly wants to protect Hongwei, she's gonna need serious political muscle to back it up. Smiling softly, Lady Kwan listens as the princess warns her that without power, Hongwei will eventually be pushed aside just like every other motherless prince in history. Creak! The heavy golden doors slide open into the grand imperial reception hall of the Queen Mother. Sitting high on her throne with an intimidating royal glare, the Queen Mother sternly demands to know what kind of disgraceful scene caused such an uproar outside. Bowing low on the floor, Lady Kwan prepares to take the hit, but Princess Pyeongchang suddenly steps right up beside her. Narrowing her eyes with intense authority, the Queen Mother coldly warns the little girl that an official court tribunal is no place for toddlers to interrupt. Gulp! Flinching under the terrifying pressure of imperial aura, the princess swallows her fear and refuses to back down. Standing tall, the princess boldly claims that Lady Kwan bragged about her noble Yangban lineage and dared to look down on the royal wet nurse. Throwing a glorious tsundere tantrum, the princess loudly demands that her grandmother punish Lady Kwan for showing off in front of someone destined to become a princess. Dead silence. The entire room falls dead quiet as the Queen Mother stares at her granddaughter in complete, unreadable shock. A massive light bulb goes off in the Queen Mother's head as she decodes the hidden political genius behind the rant. The princess is actually advertising Lady Kwan's highborn nobility to justify her ranking up. Smirking with quiet pride, the Queen Mother is secretly thrilled to see a 4-year-old playing 4D chess in royal politics. You gotta love how every kid raised in this palace turns into a mini political mastermind. Turning back to Lady Kwan with a completely changed look, the Queen Mother directly asks if she still wants to serve little Hongwei until the very end. Clenching her hands with fierce resolve, Lady Kwan realizes that to keep the young prince safe from palace snakes, she must abandon her passive attitude and grab real power. Boom! Bowing deeply, Lady Kwan boldly declares her love for Crown Prince Yihang and begs to officially become his woman. The elder court lady nearly faints from sheer scandalized horror. Softening her proposal, Lady Kwan humbly requests to stay by Hongwei's side as his dedicated nurse until the former wet nurse makes a full recovery. Imperial authority echoing through the hall, the Queen Mother officially grants her request, promising to elevate her to official concubine status in due time. Beaming with satisfaction, the Queen Mother praises Lady Kwan's devotion, but sternly warns her to be twice as cautious now that she has a target on her back.
Flop. Back in her private room, Princess Pyeongchang collapses onto her plush mattress, hugging her puppy Mong Mong, completely drained from carrying the entire political fate of the royal family on her tiny shoulders. Slide! The door gently opens as Lady Kwan steps inside to visit her little savior, catching the princess completely off guard. Bowing with heartfelt warmth, Lady Kwan softly expresses her deepest thanks and apologies for putting the princess through so much trouble today.
Hiding her blushing cheeks behind her fluffy puppy, the tsundere princess huffs at her to do her job properly from now on, teasingly asking why she confessed her love to the crown prince so bluntly without an ounce of embarrassment. Talk about the ultimate wholesome ending to a wild political showdown. Just when you thought the palace drama couldn't get any brighter, Lady Kwan shares a warm moment with the little princess and her ridiculously soft puppy. Looking down at her fluffy companion, the tiny princess takes Lady Kwan's heartfelt words to heart, realizing that true strength isn't about political schemes, but the love you hold for your family. Smiling gently, Lady Kwan reaffirms her ultimate resolve. Everything she's done and every risk she's taken was solely to protect little Prince Hongwei from the snake pit. Meanwhile, under the cover of night, Lady Han is practically tearing her hair out in frustration because the princess completely ruined her secret plan before she could even play her hidden trump cards. Scheming in the shadows, Lady Han tries to save face in front of her fellow conspirators, insisting that even if the kid tried to be clever, the situation isn't entirely lost. Smirking dark in the moonlight, Lady Han reveals her next move, planning to rally all the forgotten, bitter concubines in the crown prince's palace who've been starving for power and attention. Talk about an absolute villain mentality. Way out in the dark, another neglected court lady sits isolated in her chamber, completely ripe for manipulation by the upcoming rebellion. Grip. Clenching her fists with pure malice, Lady Han vows to strike as soon as the faction is assembled and erase Lady Kwan from the palace board once and for all. Laughter echoes. The next morning, bright sunshine washes over the grand wooden pavilions as joyful shouts break through the normally strict court atmosphere. Little Hongwei's out in the courtyard enthusiastically playing yutnori with his young playmates, tossing the wooden sticks into the air with zero royal restraint. Honestly, seeing this kid act like a normal, happy toddler is top-tier eye candy. Sitting high on his throne, King Sejong watches his grandson play with a soft, affectionate smile, genuinely moved by how lively the palace has become. Step, step. Chief State Counselor Huang Hui slowly approaches the throne, offering his warm congratulations to the king on such a peaceful day. The wise old minister admits that seeing the royal grandson stand so confident and the crown prince looking so relieved has finally put his anxious mind at ease. But when Hong Hui tries to hint at his own old age, King Sejong immediately laughs it off, flat out refusing to let his favorite minister retire before 87. Man, working for King Sejong really meant a lifetime contract with no exit clause. As the exhausted elder trudges away to get back to work, King Sejong chuckles to himself, well aware of how much the palace atmosphere is softened. That night, Crown Prince Yi Hong sits alone in his quiet study, reflecting on how much he's grown ever since Lady Kwan came into their lives. A warm flashback shows the Crown Prince bonding with little Hongwei over toys, proving he's finally stepping up to be the present father his son always needed. Turning around with a respectful bow, the Crown Prince enters the main hall after being summoned by the king. King Sejong teases his son right off the bat, pointing out that his smile is practically stretching from ear to ear thanks to Yoon-sa's brilliant influence. Grin! The king roasts him relentlessly for glowing like a giddy teenager now that he has a dedicated woman by his side. Gotta love a monarch who doubles as a professional roast master. Placing a hand over his heart without a shred of hesitation, Crown Prince Hyung proudly declares that Yoon-so is a priceless treasure he wouldn't trade for the world. Seeing his son's absolute sincerity, King Sejong looks at him with immense pride and satisfaction. Booming laughter, the grand hall fills with thunderous, belly-deep laughs as the king celebrates his son's newfound confidence and happiness. Gulp. Over at the royal banquet table, a heavy wooden cup is drained in complete bitter silence. Grand Prince Yu sits isolated in the middle of the crowd, glaring into his drink as jealousy eats him alive from the inside out.
He can't stop replaying the scene of young Hongui showing off his prodigy talent, furious that a literal toddler possesses enough natural charisma to rule Joseon. Crack! Clenching his cup until his knuckles turn white, Yu silently curses his little nephew, wishing the boy had never been born to steal the spotlight. Yikes! The envy in this family runs deep. Step. Rising silently from his seat, Grand Prince Yu slips away from the banquet and heads straight for the king's private quarters. Entering the hall with a smooth demeanor, Yu casually interrupts, asking what pleasant conversation his father and brother are enjoying. Flashing a bright, friendly smile, Yu puts on a masterclass in fake enthusiasm, praising his little nephew's brilliance to lower everyone's guard. Kneeling down, Yu humbly requests to sit in on their private lessons so he can learn alongside his royal brother. Welcoming the gesture, King Sejong gestures for his younger son to take a seat, completely unaware of the dark motives hiding behind that smile. Crown Prince Yang continues explaining his view on education, emphasizing that relying solely on minister-led lectures isn't enough, and that royalty must personally oversee statecraft. Nodding approvingly, the king praises Yunseo's insights, reminding them both that traditional teachings were always meant to serve as real-world tools for governance. Sitting quietly in his dark robes, Grand Prince Yu maintains a stoic face, but his brain is churning with pure venom. Dark aura. Inside his mind, Yu bitterly realizes that his father has been secretly coaching the crown prince in high-level statecraft while leaving the rest of the princes with basic theory. Talk about the classic favorited child trope. Glaring under his breath, Yu assumes his brother only brought him in to flex his superior training and rubbing his status as the chosen ruler in his face. Suddenly, King Sejong turns his sharp gaze directly toward Yu, calling him out by name to pull him into the conversation. The king reminds you that Confucius' Book of Changes is the absolute foundation of leadership that every ruler and royal family member must master. Gasp! Yu freezes as his father directly outlines the exact principles of loyalty and proper conduct required for those who serve the throne. The camera pans up to the grand dragon ceiling as King Sejong's voice echoes with heavy, undeniable authority. Looking down at Yu with piercing eyes, the king demands a solemn vow, demanding he swear on his life to use his knowledge to serve his elder brother and protect the royal house. Boom! Caught completely off guard, Grand Prince Yu drops his forehead straight to the floor, loudly swearing his devotion to the crown prince. Chuckling warmly, Crown Prince Haiyang speaks up for his younger brother, telling their father there's no Chuckling warmly, Crown Prince Haiyang speaks up for his younger brother, telling their father there's no Chuckling warmly, Crown Prince Haiyang speaks up for his younger brother, telling their father there's no Chuckling warmly, Crown Prince Haiyang speaks up for his younger brother, telling their father there's no Chuckling warmly, Crown Prince Haiyang speaks up for his younger brother, telling their father there's no Chuckling warmly, Crown Prince Haiyang speaks up for his younger brother, telling their father there's no Chuckling warmly, Crown Prince Haiyang speaks up for his younger brother, telling their father there's no Chuckling warmly, Crown Prince Haiyang speaks up for his younger brother, telling their father there's no Chuckling warmly, Crown Prince Haiyang speaks up for his younger brother, telling their father there's no Chuckling warmly, Crown Prince Haiyang speaks up for his younger brother, telling their father there's no Chuckling warmly, Crown Prince Haiyang speaks up for his younger brother, telling their father there's no Chuckling warmly, Crown Prince Haiyang speaks up for his younger brother, telling their father there's no Chuckling warmly, Crown Prince Haiyang speaks up for his younger brother, telling their father there's no Chuckling warmly, Crown Prince Haiyang speaks up for his younger brother, telling their father there's no Haiyang turns to Yu with a gentle, trusting smile, looking for reassurance that they're on the same page as loving brothers. Side-eye. For a split second, Yu's eyes narrow into a cold, terrifying glare that reveals his burning rage underneath the mask. Man, if looks could kill, the Crown Prince would be dead 10 times over. Instantly putting his friendly facade back on, Yu smiles brightly and agrees with his brother without missing a single beat. As Hyung turns back to continue their discussion, Yu sits stunned in his mind, thoroughly shocked by how much his brother's presence has transformed. Looking closely at Hyung's steady, resolute eyes, Yu realizes with a chill that the weak, hesitant crown prince he once knew is completely gone. Hiya! Switching over to the training grounds, young Megum stands locked in a sharp, determined stance, ready to train her heart out for the battles ahead. Stepping into the lion's den of the inner court, Yunso warns Megum to wait outside in the courtyard and only react if she gives a specific signal. Megum instantly rolls up her sleeves with an unhinged expression, asking if giving the signal means taking everyone out on the spot, forcing Yunso to yell at her to chill out. Talk about having zero chill. Explaining the brutal hierarchy of palace politics, Yunso clarifies that since royal concubines outrank chief court ladies, neither Lady Park nor Lord can back them up in this room. Walking side by side toward the concubines' quarters, Yunso silently realizes that not even Crown Prince Yi Hong can easily interfere with inner court business. Gulp. In a shadowy flashback, Yunso seeks wisdom from Lady Park, admitting she needs serious guidance to navigate the cutthroat political landscape. Whisper. Lady Park reveals that noble consort Zhang currently holds all the power thanks to massive family connections, while warning Yunso never to drop her guard around demoted rivals.
Drop the bomb! Lady Park warns that the king will likely restore Consort Hong's rank just to keep her influential family happy, leaving Yuncio completely stunned.
Infuriated that her hard-won victory might get undone by family privilege, Yuncio listens closely as Lady Park urges her to become a consort herself to crush the opposition. Gleam. Holding up a sacred golden seal, Lady Park insists that the enemy faction's real goal is blocking Yi Hong's reforms, so Yunso must step up to stop them personally. Yunso hesitates, asking why Lady Park is so desperately pushing her into this high-stakes position just for young Prince Hongwei's sake. Looking into her eyes, Lady Park reminds Yuncio that true devotion runs deep, recalling how Yuncio once risked her life to protect Danzhong from total ruin. Soft glow, cradling a sleeping baby in her arms, Lady Park reminisces about raising the little princess with more love and care than her own flesh and blood. Cough, cough. The heavy mood sinks lower as Lady Park looks toward the ailing king, knowing that once his reign ends, she'll be forced to leave the palace forever. Returning to the present, Yuncio arrives at the grand hall fully prepared to face the gathered inner court ladies. Step, step. Enter the heavy hitters. Selected consort Hong and noble consort Zhang sit arrogantly with their royal children, oozing untouchable upper-class attitude. Honestly, the haughty look on consort Hong's face is practically begging for a reality check. Locking eyes with Yunso, consort Zhang glares with cold condescension, claiming she wanted to properly greet the newcomer who dares join their ranks. Playing it cool, Yunso bows politely and introduces herself as Quan Yunso without breaking a sweat under the intense pressure. Looking around the room at all the seated concubines, Yuncio secretly rolls her eyes at this absurd attempt to intimidate her with a full welcome party. Seeing consort Hong smirking while holding her baby, Yunso realizes the rumors are true. They really plan on restoring her status very soon. Sniffle. Noticing little Guillaume coughing weakly in his mother's arms, Yunso's heart immediately aches for the poor sick toddler. Remembering her historical knowledge, Yuncio gets a chill down her spine, realizing the poor child is destined to pass away next year if nobody intervenes. Clenching her fists, Yunso glares at the ruthless concubines who dragged a gravely ill toddler into a petty power play just to show off. Snap! Consort Zhang barks orders at the lower-ranking concubines, demanding they hurry up and greet Yunso like proper subordinates.
Terrified of the head concubine's wrath, concubines Yu Seunghui and Yang Sachik bow nervously while holding their toddlers tightly.
Yunso returns the bow with genuine warmth, recognizing the little girl in the pink dress as the future Princess Gyeongsuk. Tisk, tisk. Consort Zhang snidely mocks the lower concubines, teasing them for being so dazed that the crown prince doesn't even spare them a second glance. Wow, talk about toxic workplace energy. Sitting stoically, Yuncio analyzes the dynamic in the room, realizing exactly how the power hierarchy has been suffocating these women. Bright bloom. A decorative vase filled with vibrant flowers sits in the sunlight, symbolizing the fragile beauty of life trapped inside the inner court. Realizing these women spend their entire lives fighting over one man's attention because they have nothing else to focus on, Yuncio decides it's time to change the rules of the game. Deep down, Yuncio vows that while she won't let anyone throw their weight around, she also needs a strategy that transforms potential enemies into productive allies. Clearing her throat, Yuncio speaks up clearly, interrupting the tension to propose a brand new idea to the whole room. Soft smile. Yuncio addresses the ladies directly, reminding them that they are precious representatives of the palace who deserve real purpose beyond these walls. Whisper, whisper. The lower concubines lean in, instantly intrigued as Yuncio pitches the idea of working with the Haeming-guk Medical Relief Center outside the palace. Holding her head high, Yuncio explains that contributing to public welfare will elevate the prestige of both the king and the crown prince. Looking radiant and confident, Yoon-seo offers them a chance at genuine respect, education, and real fulfillment beyond court gossip. The lower concubines look at each other in utter shock, realizing they could actually have meaningful lives instead of sitting around and being bullied. Genius move! Yoon-seo smirks inside, knowing that giving these women a real purpose will protect little Hongwi while completely redefining the court's dynamic. Reaching out a welcoming hand, Yoon-seo invites anyone willing to step forward and take control of their own destiny. Bam! Concubine Yoo Sung-wi throws her hand into the air with pure excitement, eagerly volunteering because she loves writing and wants to put her literacy to good use. Not wanting to be left behind, Concubine Yang leaps at the opportunity too, excited to participate now that her daughter is old enough. Slam! Just as Yoon-seo agrees to take them out in 2 days, Consort Jang interrupts sharply, screeching about how dare they make moves without permission from their superiors. Talk about a total party pooper. Looking Consort Jung dead in the eyes without flinching, Yoon-seo calmly points out that the queen will gladly grant permission for such noble charity work. Wonder how she's going to wriggle out of this one. Yoon-seo knows she can't outwardly disagree without looking like a massive hypocrite, publicly announcing her refusal to help the needy. That's gotta hurt. The consort and her crew are completely trapped, seething with fury as they have no choice but to pretend to be happy to help. Hook, line, and sinker, baby. Smirk, Consort Jang's face twists into a terrifying grin as she realizes she's losing absolute control over her subordinates. Turning her cruel gaze toward little Princess Eopdong, Consort Jang suddenly calls the frightened child forward. Dark aura rising. In a twisted display of power, Consort Jang commands the trembling toddler to deliver sweet rice puffs to Yoon-seo as a reward. Yell! Screaming at the terrified kid for hesitating, Consort Jang shows zero mercy, leaving both Yoon-seo and concubine Yang totally horrified. Out of nowhere, Yoon-seo shouts at the top of her lungs, "Megum!" Bang! The sliding door flies open as Megum bursts into the room like a juggernaut, brandishing her training stick with terrifying intensity. Swoosh! Yoon-seo commands Megum to sweep up all the children and take them outside to play, and Megum snatches the toddlers up in a split-second flat. Consort Jang springs up in a blind fury, raising her hand to strike, but Megum and Yoon-seo glare back with deadly, unyielding eyes. The battle for the inner court has officially begun. Imagine trying to throw hands in the middle of royal court drama, only to get instantly blocked before your fist even lands. Consort Jing stands frozen in utter shock as her aggressive attack is abruptly shut down midair. Snap! Yoon-seo grabs her wrist with an iron grip and twists her arm behind her back, putting her in an absolute lock. She yells for Megum to clear the room immediately so the innocent royal toddlers don't have to witness this high-stakes beatdown. Swoosh! Without missing a single beat, Megum scoops up both toddlers into her oversized dress like a ninja babysitter and leaps clear out of the pavilion at breakneck speed. Talk about top-tier child rescue skills. While keeping the head consort pinned like a wrestling champion, Yoon-seo drops a massive truth bomb. She reminds everyone that her childcare manual was personally backed by the king and Princess Jung-hee, leaving consort Jung screaming in frustration that royal names won't scare her. Holding her firmly in place, Yoon-seo stares down with sharp authority, declaring that real parenting requires unconditional love and a peaceful environment, not using kids as political pawns.
Soft glow. Children deserve to grow up surrounded by warmth, safety, and genuine care, not trapped in the toxic web of palace power struggles.
Yoon-seo calls her out point blank, demanding to know why she dared bring the precious royal grandson into a toxic snake pit and forced him to hand out potentially poisoned rice treats. The tension explodes as Lady Hong screams for the guards to drag Yoon-seo out and give her a savage beating, only for Lady Jung Sung-wi to turn around and aggressively shut her down on the spot. Talk about an epic betrayal. Lady Hong stands frozen in disbelief as Lady Jong Seng-wi seizes total control of the room, using the chaos to instantly assert her own dominant position over the group. Playing her cards like a master politician, Lady Jiang Swing-hee bows with fake modesty, offering a smooth apology to diffuse the immediate scandal while maintaining total composure. But Yoon-seo doesn't back down for a second. She points out that if raising valid safety concerns is a crime, then screaming at the king's grandson is an even bigger offense that warrants immediate punishment. Dropping the ultimate hammer, Yoon-seo threatens to deliver a full report directly to the queen. Realizing the massive danger, Lady Jong Sung-hui immediately throws Lady Hong under the bus, blaming her entirely for the whole mess. Outmaneuvered and utterly humiliated, Lady Hong collapses to the floor in disbelief as she's ordered to leave the court and reflect on her disastrous behavior. Scratch! The court ladies physically grab Lady Hong by the arms and drag her away while she kicks and screams like a toddler throwing a full-blown tantrum. Honestly, watching a haughty villain get tossed out like trash is beyond satisfying. As the dramatic dust settles, Yoon-seo sits calmly in the hall, sighing to herself about how she wanted to avoid violence, though at least the immediate threat was neutralized. Soft smile. Looking around the quiet room, a subtle smirk plays on her lips as she realizes her risky gamble paid off better than expected. The lower-ranking concubines lean in with desperate eyes, begging Yoon-seo not to give up on their plan, knowing this might be their only ticket to freedom outside these suffocating palace walls. Seeing the overwhelming support from the lower concubines, Lady Jung Sung-wi reluctantly nods her approval, strictly demanding that Yoon-seo take full accountability for whatever happens next. Hooray! The ladies cheer with pure joy as their dream of outside work becomes reality. Yoon-seo secretly notes how calculated Lady John Swung-hee's move was to consolidate her long-term power. Outside, Lady Hong stomps away with blood-red fury, her fists clenched tight as her terrified maid struggles to keep up with her intense, vengeful march. Despite everything, Yoon-seo calls out with genuine worry, offering to send the top royal physician to check on the sick baby princess, but Lady Hong rudely shuts her down and storms off. Watching her retreat, Yoon-seo's mind races with dark suspicion. Could the little princess's sudden illness actually be the result of deliberate poisoning or dangerous medication? Lady Yoo Sung-wi approaches Yoon-seo with tearful gratitude, confessing that she felt like she was losing her mind trapped in the palace before this amazing opportunity came along. Gleam! Lady Yu blushes with excitement as she admits to writing her very own romance novel, eagerly asking if Yoon-seo can help her publish it just like her famous childcare manual. In cute chibi style, Yoon-seo chuckles and encourages her to keep writing, promising that a massive publishing opportunity will open up in just a few short months once the new Korean alphabet drops. Wink! Yoon-seo gives a sleek, knowing look, fully aware that once Hangul is officially released, romance webtoon-style novels are going to absolutely blow up across the kingdom. Nothing fuels the human spirit quite like a good romance story, and seeing these women regain their spark gives Yoon-seo a profound sense of purpose. As dusk falls over the red palace walls, Mae-jim sits quietly in the golden sunlight, carefully sharpening her deadly daggers against a whetstone like a true shadow operative. Approaching her young bodyguard with a dead-serious expression, Yoon-seo admits that she has a critical, life-altering favor to ask. Her gaze sharpens with intense determination. The peaceful days are over, and it's time to gear up for the brutal reality of court warfare. Gasp! Yoon-seo drops a massive bombshell. She demands that Mae-gum train her in the lethal art of sword fighting. Talk about a complete character upgrade. Clang, clang. Fast forward to late-night training under the moonlight. Sparks fly through the pitch-black darkness as their blades clash with blinding speed and dangerous precision. Drenched in cold sweat and catching her breath, Yoon-seo realizes firsthand that modern morals mean nothing if you don't have the physical force to back them up. In order to protect the people she loves from ruthless political snakes, she has to abandon soft weaknesses and become strong enough to strike back. Swoosh! Crash! In a fraction of a second, Mae-gum leaps from the shadows like an absolute phantom, effortlessly disarming Yoon-seo and sending her daggers clattering across the stone floor. Sitting on the cold ground, completely out of breath, Yoon-seo realizes with a nervous chuckle that Ma-gyum's assassin skills are so utterly overpowered that she almost got accidentally sliced in half. Looking up at the quiet young assassin standing motionless in the dark, Yoon-seo feels a deep, rising curiosity about her companion's mysterious background. Gently touching the minor cut on her neck, Yoon-seo softly asks where Mae-gum truly came from and what kind of brutal life she had to endure to gain such lethal skill. Soft touch? Kneeling gently in the moonlight, Mae-gum carefully wraps a clean white bandage around Yoon-seo's neck with surprising tenderness for a trained killer. In her blunt, sparse words, Mae-gum reveals the terrifying truth of her upbringing. She was raised in a secret assassin facility where only the top-ranked survivor earned the right to live. Striking a proud pose, Mae-gum declares her absolute life mission. She was bred to be the ultimate shield, and her only purpose is to protect her master at all costs. Walking back through the dark forest, Yoon-seo's mind grows heavy with concern, realizing that Lady Park hiding an elite assassin child means she plays a far deeper game than anyone imagined. In hilarious Chippy form, Yoon-seo jokes that she wanted basic self-defense, but Megum would probably just teach her how to snap necks, to which Megum cheerfully agrees. Honestly, you gotta love an unhinged bodyguard. Yet, despite her terrifying combat instincts, looking at the young girl walking beside her fills Yoon-seo with an undeniable sense of trust. Reaching down, Yoon-seo gently holds Megum's hand under the shimmering starlight, knowing that having this fierce ally by her side means she will face the court's dangers without a single drop of fear. Meanwhile, deep inside the Crown Prince's palace, Yi Hang sits by candlelight reading a shocking spy report that Yoon-seo and Megum were spotted sneaking out in full stealth gear late at night. Slam! Young instantly leaps up from his desk, his heart pounding with anxiety as he orders his court attendant to prepare a private visit to Yoon-seo's quarters right away. Walking briskly through the moonlit courtyards, Hyung's mind is tormented by a terrifying realization. Now that young Hongwi is safe and independent, Yoon-seo no longer has a reason to stay in the palace. Dramatic gasp! He realizes with a sudden chill that Yoon-seo is free to disappear from his life whenever she chooses. Will the Crown Prince reach her before she makes her move? Standing by the dark, glistening river under the night sky, Crown Prince Hyung stares into the distance, desperate to protect the bond he shares with Yoon-seo before it's too late. Ever wonder what goes through a prince's head when his favorite girl might have literally swam across a freezing river just to escape palace politics? Crown Prince Hyung's out here pacing the courtyard at midnight, losing his mind because Yoon-seo completely flipped his world upside down. Standing under the cold moonlight, Hyung looks like a man carrying the weight of an entire kingdom on his shoulders. Seriously, the broody male lead visual here is off the charts. Realizing he can't just sit around like a helpless politician, Hyung barks an order to his servants to bring his horse immediately. The man is on a mission, and no royal protocol is going to stop him tonight. As he prepares to ride out, memories of Yoon-seo flood his thoughts. He remembers how she begged him to keep silent about the hidden threats lurking in the court to protect everyone involved. But reading between the lines of Yoon-seo's actions, Hyung can't help but reevaluate every single noble around him. Man, court life really turns everyone into a paranoid detective, doesn't it? Gasp! Shadows creep across his mind as he realizes that even the old officials he relied on for years might be harboring treacherous snake energy. Ominous shadow drops. A dark flashback hits as Hyung remembers confronting a silent courtier, bitterly questioning where these so-called loyalists were when his young son was suffering in secret. The betrayal stings deep. Looking at fake, smiling faces from past banquets, Hwang fumes with absolute rage knowing these court snakes dared to use his family's trauma for their own political gain. Sparks fly. That fake polite smile on a traitor's face makes Hyung's blood boil. You can practically feel the dark aura radiating off the panel right now. Clatter, clatter. Cut back to reality. Iron horseshoes slam against the dirt path as Hyung gallops through the dark forest at breakneck speed. Riding hard through the night, Hyung mentally chuckles at a modern term Yoon-seo taught him, wondering if he's suffering from a full-blown case of post-traumatic stress disorder from knowing too much about the future. The emotional burden is suffocating. Knowing what's coming in history makes every single choice feel like a life-or-death gamble for everyone he holds dear. His knuckles turn white as he grips the leather reins tightly. Creak! You know a character is going through it when even their hands look stressed out. In a quiet moment from earlier, Yoon-seo sat alone in her room, quietly admitting how terrified she was that sharing modern knowledge would get her branded as a witch and executed. Soft whisper. With a trembling look in her eyes, Yoon-seo questioned whether her fear was making her hide the truth from the man who loved her most. Gasp! Back on horseback, Hyung stops in his tracks, horrified by the thought that Yoon-seo might actually be terrified of him. He wrestles with dark doubts, wondering if his own subconscious fear of her world-altering knowledge made her feel isolated and guarded. Whoosh! The cold night air whistles through the trees as the horse slows down to a gentle trot, mirroring the heavy silence in Hyung's heart. Suddenly, his attendant shouts out, pointing toward the edge of the forest. Hyung snaps out of his dark thoughts, his eyes widening in pure shock. Swoosh! Out of the dark woods, Yoon-seo comes sprinting forward with the biggest smile on her face, clad in full black ninja gear while Megum follows close behind. Talk about a grand entrance. Thud! Hyung practically leaps off his horse, panicking about where she's been, only for Yoon-seo to throw all royal decorum out the window and throw her arms right around his neck.
Glow. In an absolute peak romance moment, Yoon-seo pulls him into a passionate, tight embrace right under the starlight. Okay, the artist went absolutely insane with the lighting effects here. It's gorgeous. Meanwhile, in cute chibi style, Megum instantly slams her hands over her eyes while the guard stands there totally frozen in shock. Honestly, unhinged bodyguards who respect romantic privacy are top tier. The world completely slows down as the two hold each other tight under the quiet canopy of the night forest. Looking up at him with sparkling eyes, Yoon-seo softly confesses just how intensely she missed him during their time apart. Blush! Hyung's face turns beet red. Yoon-seo chuckles, explaining that after dealing with the fake concubines all day, she finally gets why he wears his heart on his sleeve. Resting her head against his chest, she admits that his open affection wasn't just sweet. It was a bold public claim. Soft smile, with a sleek, loving glint in her eyes, she makes it crystal clear that he belongs solely to her, warning anyone else in the palace to stay far away. Haeng wraps his arms around her waist, whispering her name like a sacred prayer. Man, these two are single-handedly holding up the romance genre.
Stroked with realization, Hong smiles softly, understanding that while he was crushed under court politics, Yoon-seo was carrying her own massive burdens with only him to lean on. He gently cups her blushing cheek, murmuring how terrifying and exhausting it must have been for her to navigate this unfamiliar world alone. The emotional mood instantly breaks into hilarious chibi comedy as Yoon-seo asks why he rode out like a lunatic, only for Haeyoung to awkwardly admit he thought she swam the river and ran away. Yoon-seo pouts in disbelief while Hyang laughs off his silly paranoia. Seriously, these dynamic tone shifts are why this manhwa is absolute peak entertainment. Holding her close, Hyang smiles warmly and suggests returning to the palace, teasing that he has a massive secret project waiting to show her. Creak! Moments later, back at the palace, Hyang pushes open a heavy wooden door, leading Yoon-seo into a dimly lit secret workshop room.
Yoon-seo's jaw literally drops as her eyes light up with pure wonder at what's waiting inside.
Spread across the wooden table are detailed engineering blueprints alongside handcrafted interlocking bronze clock gears. Clank! Suspended from heavy chains are thick metal pendulum weights hanging in perfect alignment. Sparkle! Yoon-seo leans over the wooden clock housing in complete awe, watching the precision gears actually turn. She casually drew a rough sketch because she missed modern clocks, and this absolute madman prince went ahead and actually built one for her. Click-clack, Haeyoung modestly explains that it's still a work in progress, needing fine-tuning on the pendulum length and gear joints. Standing side by side, they listen to the steady ticking of the gears, feeling the weight of time moving forward in a world where modern technology has taken root. Glow! The warm lantern light bathes them in a soft radiance as the ticking clock symbolizes a timeline branching away from historical tragedy. Yoon-seo realizes that together, they aren't just surviving palace drama, they are actively rewriting the destiny of an entire kingdom. Touch! Their fingers intertwine in a tight, reassuring hold. The quiet intimacy here hits way harder than any action scene. Looking straight into his eyes with total clarity, Yoon-seo drops the ultimate declaration. She wants to officially become his wife. Later that evening, Hyang gently combs through her long black hair, thoughtfully discussing royal titles and proposing to elevate her to noble consort of the third rank to avoid political backlash. Yoon-seo agrees completely, reasoning that climbing too high too fast makes her an easy target for court snakes, requesting loyal and skilled allies instead of empty titles. Snuggle! Haeyoung wraps her in a cozy back hug, winking playfully as he agrees, but insists on making one non-negotiable personal condition of his own. Holding her hand tightly on the silk sheets, he softly asks her to promise that no matter what political storms come their way, she will fall asleep by his side every single night. Soft starlight glow. As the moon shines high over the tranquil palace grounds, Yoon-seo silently prays for a long, peaceful life together, wishing for their love to last until their hair turns white with age. Imagine rising from a humble position to suddenly receiving an official royal decree appointing you as the high-ranking noble consort. Talk about an absolute level up in palace society. With this new title, Yoon-seo steps into her massive new residence, which completely dwarfs the standard concubine quarters she used to occupy. Gasp. Looking at the luxurious decor and vast space, she realizes King Sejong gave her this massive upgrade as a direct reward for raising the royal children. In her new living room, little royal toddlers are out here chasing cute fluffball puppies across the wooden floor like it's a paradise nursery. Though Yunso secretly misses co-sleeping with little Hongwi, now that the crown prince is back and her cold is cured, palace life is finally settling down. To make sure she isn't overwhelmed by all the complex court protocols, Crown Prince Yi Hong personally stations elite palace attendants by her side to back her up. Honestly, having a crown prince as your protective husband is the ultimate flex. Swish! Yi Hyang gently hands over a sleek red scroll tied with ribbon, asking her with a warm smile to open and read it for him. Blush! Opening the scroll, Yunso's eyes light up as she realizes it's a handwritten marriage pledge crafted directly in Korean Hangul script instead of snobbish classical Chinese. A soft blush spreads across her cheeks as she gazes up, totally touched by such a thoughtful and romantic gesture from the heir to the throne. Yi Hyung looks back at her with the most tender, devoted smile you'll ever see, making it crystal clear that these two are officially the ultimate power couple. Sparkle! In a beautiful floral dreamscape, he slips a golden band onto her finger, sealing their lifelong bond with pure romance comic vibes. Ripple! Cut to a refreshing mountain stream flowing with crystal clear blue waters, setting the stage for Joseon's next big national transformation. Dressed in slick, dark training gear, Yunseo steps straight into the river, commanding everyone to watch closely as she kicks off Joseon's first official swimming boot camp. On the riverbank, tough guards and recruits lean in, nervously taking notes as she lays down the fundamentals of controlled breathing in the water. Splash! Diving into the current, Yunseo demonstrates both long-distance floating and high-speed freestyle strokes like an absolute Olympic swim coach. Wipe! Pausing to wipe the water from her face, Yunseo chuckles internally at how wild it is that she's using ancient Goryeo freedom to train Yi Young's new amphibious military unit. Man, watching a modern girl overhaul medieval naval tactics is top-tier satisfaction. Shout! Yi Hyang steps up to the shore, barking orders at the recruits like a drill sergeant to make sure they copy every single move perfectly. Splash! Meanwhile, even the adorable royal toddlers are splashing around in the shallow water, learning how to swim right alongside the soldiers. Watching from under the tree shade, Yi Hang chuckles as little Hongwi excitedly shouts out to get his mother's attention from the river. Little Hongwi floats effortlessly on his back, proudly yelling out that he's mastered the front crawl float while surrounded by sparkling water sparkles. Yunso gently guides another little prince through the water, asking if he's scared, but the confident little kid totally denies it with hilarious royal pride. Floating peacefully under the sun, the young prince admits that hearing his own muffled breathing underwater feels as warm and safe as being held by his mother. Yunso smiles nostalgically, gazing up at the blue sky and admitting that floating in the water always brings back fond memories of the people she left behind. Clap! Yi Hang breaks the sweet mood by clapping his hands, loudly shouting that it's time for everyone to come ashore and feast on ice-cold fruit punch. You gotta love how food instantly solves every dramatic moment. Wrapped up in cozy white towels, the toddlers happily munch on fresh watermelon slices and drink sweet hwachae inside the pavilion. Taking a juicy bite of watermelon, Yunseo casually remarks how amazing it would be if they could heat up the water so the king and queen could enjoy warm baths too. Bingo! Chibi Yunseo pops up with an idea, warning that using wood would clear-cut entire forests, but pointing out that rich coal mines exist up in the northern Gangwon region. Think. Yi Hyang rubs his chin in deep thought as Yunseo casually drops historical knowledge about long-burning coal reserves in Northern Territory. Comforting a sleepy toddler on her lap, Yunseo mentions how ancient Chinese dynasties relied heavily on coal energy for centuries. Yunso smiles fondly as she narrates the most impressive trait about Yi Hyang, his absolute obsession with turning her offhand ideas into reality. Whoosh! The camera zooms through the palace skies as Yi Hong instantly springboards into research mode without wasting a single second. Dash! Holding heavy historical scrolls under his arm, Yi Hyang sprints across the dirt courtyard like an excited student who just found a cheat code. Bang! Bursting into Yunseo's study completely out of breath, he excitedly shouts that he's cracked the secret to Joseon's energy reserves. With a huge fanged grin, Yi Hang presents documents proving that Yuan dynasty refugees who moved to Joseon were indeed already burning coal for heat. Tap. Unrolling ancient historical chronicles, he gleefully points out old records of ground burning continuously for months during King Myeongjong's era. Seriously, this guy's investigative hustle puts modern detectives to shame. Sitting across from her, Yi Hang outlines his strategy to dispatch his most trusted allies, Lord Ohm and Prince Gyumsong, to survey both coal and silver deposits in the north.
Yunso nods in agreement, knowing that only the most loyal inner circle can be trusted with a national resource mission of this scale. Gasp! But suddenly, Yunso's eyes go wide with shock as she realizes Yi Hyung already knew Prince Gumsong was secretly backing little Huangwi. When she asks how he figured it out, Yi Hyung smirks playfully, admitting he just noticed her eyes softening every time Gimsong's name was brought up. Leaning forward, Yunso notes how much sharper and stricter Yi Hyung has become with his ministers ever since taking over the official regents. Yi Hyung's cheerful demeanor instantly vanishes, his eyes lowering into an intense, troubled stare as silence fills the room. Tense? Turning his back, Yi Hung bitterly confesses that ever since learning about the dark future timeline, every corrupt minister around him looks like a sickening hypocrite. Yunso looks at him with deep sympathy, sensing the heavy burden and righteous frustration weighing on his shoulders. Sweat drop! To lighten the mood, Chibi Yunseo drops some modern wisdom, introducing him to the concept of the conservation of suffering, while Yi Hang looks completely lost. She asks if he ever threw a tantrum as a kid, but Yi Hang proudly claims he was always the perfect, dutiful eldest prince who never misbehaved once. Looking gently into his eyes, Yunseo reassures him that it's completely okay to let himself feel angry and express his emotions. Sitting close together, Yunso explains modern neuroplasticity, teaching him how consciously calming his mind will reframe his frustration into productive power. Talk about bringing modern therapy into medieval Joseon. Touch! Gently holding his hand in hers, Yunseo promises that this time he will live a long, healthy life and prevent history's grim tragedies from ever happening. Clench. Yi Hung squeezes his hands back tight, his heart overflowing with gratitude as he channels his inner anger into a fierce resolve to build a better future. With a serene, confident smile, Yi Hung vows that the Joseon they build together will be a powerhouse nation for little Hongwi to rule in peace. Ever wondered what happens when a modern doctor gets thrown into a medieval court? You get moments like this where romance meets intense high-stakes drama. As Yi Hang leans in close, finding absolute peace in Yunso's gentle touch before the storm hits. Look at that soft smile. Our crown prince is out here completely melting under her touch, totally unaware that court politics are about to throw a massive wrench into their temporary paradise. Creak. The scene suddenly shifts to the quiet, shadow-draped medicine room, where rows of dried herbs and clay jars set a chilling, mysterious tone for what's about to unfold. The royal physician steps out with a super grave look on his face, informing Yunso that young Princess Guma is displaying alarming physical symptoms across her skin. Gasp! Looking down at the frail little baby, the doctor points out painful mouth sores that make eating a complete nightmare, leaving the poor child visibly underdeveloped compared to kids her age. Zooming in on the baby's tiny hands, dark, ominous lines are running right along her fingernail beds, a classic, terrifying sign that something far worse than a common fever is going on here. Dun dun dun! The doctor drops the absolute bombshell. Little Guillerma isn't just sick, she's actively suffering from chronic poisoning. Honestly, who in their right mind targets an innocent little toddler in Palace Power Games? Whoosh! The dramatic tension freezes right here as the investigation heats up, leaving us on the edge of our seats wondering who could possibly commit such a low act inside the royal quarters. Tense silence. You can literally feel the heavy, suffocating atmosphere hanging in the room as Yunseo's modern medical instincts kick into absolute overdrive. Examining the dark streaks on those tiny nails again, Yunso's modern brain instantly identifies the classic physical marker for heavy metal contamination, specifically arsenic toxicity. The doctor explains that when he questioned Chief Court Lady Hong, she claimed it was just a simple ointment applied for a routine skin rash, which often contains small mineral traces. Yunso's eyes narrow into a lethal stare. You can see the gears turning in her head as she realizes someone is either hiding something huge or being horribly manipulated. Tension rises. Yunso presses the doctor hard, asking if he can confirm the exact toxin responsible, but the poor guy starts sweating bullets under her intense gaze. Regretfully bowing his head, the court physician admits that Joseon's current medical tools just aren't advanced enough to isolate the specific poison yet. Without wasting a single second, Yunseo commands him to spare no expense on rare herbs and boil up a high-grade detoxifying decoction immediately. Now that's what I call boss energy.
Left alone among his herbal shelves, the poor doctor lets out a heavy breath, completely exhausted by the terrifying pressure of royal medical emergencies. He remembers the absolute death glare Yunso gave him earlier. Seriously, our female lead might be a healer, but when a child's life is on the line, her murderous aura can intimidate anyone. Still, he can't help but admire how Joseon's medical scene is evolving at light speed thanks to her brilliant modern insights and bold directives. Facepalm. Realizing he's way out of his depth with palace politics, the doctor decides his best survival strategy is to just keep his head down and focus on mixing herbs. Sunlight shines. Cut to the glorious golden roof tiles of the palace under a bright sky, contrasting the dark secret plot unfolding beneath those majestic eaves. An attendant quickly bows inside Lady Hong's quarters, breathlessly announcing that Lady Kwan Sum-wi has arrived demanding an urgent face-to-face meeting. Sitting comfortably in her lavish robes, Lady Hong snorts with pure arrogance, assuming Yunso is just coming over to play petty court mind games to scare her. Step! Yunso steps into the room with zero fear, looking Lady Hong dead in the eye and warning her that this meeting is strictly about her daughter's survival. Silence. A delicate vase of orchids sits on the side table while an icy, suffocating silence drops over the chamber. The calm before the absolute storm. Bang! Lady Hong leaps up in total denial, shouting that her daughter is merely frail because she was born premature at 8 months, refusing to accept anything else. She furiously defends her noble family, boasting that head Lady Zhang personally sent top-tier herbal remedies out of pure love and concern for her health. Lady Hong goes on explaining traditional energy balance, firmly convinced those special tonics restored the warm energy in her womb so she could finally conceive. Look at that smug expression on Lady Hong's face. She's out here praising Lady Yun like a saint for sending those expensive remedies, completely blind to the trap she walked into. Reminiscing about how she drank every single drop of that dark brew, Lady Hong accuses Yunso of spouting pure jealousy and slander against her family. Think. Yunso closes her eyes in deep frustration, realizing Lady Hong's blind faith in her family's medicine is so intense that logical reasoning is completely useless right now. Acting fast, Yunso orders her loyal attendant Majum to immediately raid the storage cabinets and search every single medicine pouch in the room. Lady Hong just shrugs smugly, claiming that after her health changed, all those old prescriptions were thrown out, so there's nothing left to find. Sharp! Yunso zeroes in instantly, asking if those remedies mysteriously disappeared right after baby Gyuma fell sick. Talk about a sharp detective catch. Slide! Megum slides the cabinet doors open and turns around with empty hands, confirming that every single medicine pouch has indeed been completely wiped clean. Clench. Yunso bites her lip in frustration, realizing the corrupt Yun household was one step ahead and scrubbed all physical evidence of toxic herbs before she arrived. Gasp! But wait! Yunso's hawk-like vision spots a cluster of elegant white ceramic jars tucked high up on the top shelf of the wooden cabinet. Dash! Yunseo marches straight toward the shelf while Lady Hong panics, screaming at her to stop poking around where she doesn't belong. Echo! Outside in the courtyard, Lady Hong's loud shrieks ring out as she cries to the heavens that she's being horribly slandered and victimized in her own home. Burst! Lady Zhang bursts into the room shouting at Yunso for throwing a wild rampage, just as Yunso reaches up and snatches the fine porcelain jar down. Click! Opening the container, everyone expects hidden poison powder, but inside sits a smooth, vibrant red paste of traditional face rouge and cosmetic powder. Lightning bolt! Suddenly, a massive shockwave hits Yunso's mind as the missing puzzle piece finally clicks into place. Man, the artist cooked with this dramatic revelation panel. Holding the rouge jar high, Yunso turns on Lady Hong, demanding to know if she applied these imported cosmetics before pregnancy, during pregnancy, and even onto baby Gyuma. Proudly puffing out her chest, Lady Hong brags that she spent a massive fortune buying these luxury Ming Dynasty cosmetics from a traveling merchant, routinely dabbing them on her baby too. Yunso turns to Lady Zhang to verify, and Lady Zhang casually admits that almost every high-ranking noblewoman in the palace uses these exact powders and rouges daily. Shout? Yunseo holds up the ruse and drops the explosive truth. This isn't luxury beauty, it's a death sentence loaded with lethal levels of mercury and lead. She passionately explains modern toxicology, revealing how heavy metals permanently damage a developing child's brain and literally cause adult skin to rot over time. Lady Hong screams that Yunso's lying out of pure jealousy, but Lady Zhang puts her hand out, sternly telling Lady Hong to shut her mouth and listen closely. Point! Yunso points directly at Lady Hong's pale face, exposing how her sudden intense mood swings and uncontrollable rage are classic neurological symptoms of chronic heavy metal poisoning. She explains how throughout history, thousands fell victim to toxic cosmetics, and that dabbing this lead-filled rouge on baby Jiama was slowly destroying the child from the outside in. Rap. Shaken to her core, Yunseo tightly grabs Lady Hong's sleeve, begging her with tearful urgency to throw those lethal jars away before her precious daughter pays the ultimate price. Yunso pleads desperately with Lady Hong, insisting that her diagnosis comes from treating countless real patients back at Hyman-So and begging her to trust her medical expertise. Pushing through the thick wall of denial, Yunseo insists that if Lady Hong still doubts her words, they can easily test and analyze the exact chemical makeup of those cosmetic jars right now. Realization hits Lady Hong like a freight train as she sinks to the floor, gasping in utter horror at the realization that her beloved baby girl was being poisoned by her own vanity. As Lady Hong breaks down sobbing, Yunso reflects on how slipping back into her old, sincere court lady speech pattern was what finally pierced through the woman's stubborn pride. Talk about emotional intelligence at its finest. Taking immediate command of the situation, Yunso orders the attendants to package every single jar of toxic face powder and rouge to bury deep underground where nobody can ever touch them. She then turns to her attendant with absolute authority, instructing her to send an urgent message to Lady Zhang Senghui right away. Yunso issues a strict directive across the palace quarters, demanding that every single court lady instantly stop using these deadly lead and mercury-filled cosmetics. Satisfied that the immediate danger is contained, Yunseo prepares to leave the chamber, only to be suddenly called back by Lady Zhang. Honestly, palace drama never gives anyone a break, does it? Lady Zhang confronts her with a stern glare, asking if she's really going to just walk away without holding Lady Hong accountable for harming little Jiama. Yunso pauses in her tracks and calmly points out that there was never any explicit palace rule prohibiting the use of cosmetics on children in the first place. Dropping a line of pure wisdom, Yunso declares that she doesn't punish people for mistakes born out of ignorance rather than pure malice, leaving Lady Hong crying in overwhelming gratitude. Soon enough, the massive ripple effect of Yunso's cosmetic crackdown spreads to the most unexpected place as a palace maid approaches Lady Park at sunset. The maid asks Lady Park if she still operates that popular supply shop alongside Lady Kwan, and Lady Park gives a subtle, curious nod. Suddenly, court ladies come sprinting from everywhere, desperate to buy massive quantities of natural soap to scrub off all those toxic skin-rotten powders immediately. Smelling a golden business opportunity, Lady Park beams as the maids eagerly inquire about her special herbal moisturizers made with purple Gromwell oil. Man, Yunso accidentally created a booming beauty market overnight. Chuckling to herself as a massive line forms, Lady Park praises Yunseo for single-handedly turning her shop into an absolute gold mine. Months pass across the royal capital, while King Sejong remains completely consumed with finalizing the proclamation of the new Korean alphabet, Jeongum. With the king tied up in state affairs, Yunseo takes full advantage of her free time to run intensive medical training classes for the healthcare staff over at Hyman-So. In fact, her hands-on psychological insights and modern clinical practices leave the scholars so fascinated that they start keeping detailed observational journals on her teaching methods. Day in and day out, Yunso personally treats impoverished patients and takes meticulous notes, completely modernizing Joseon's public healthcare system step by step. Talk about absolute protagonist grind. Fast forward from August through September into chilly October. A physician scrubs up and raises his sanitized hands, signaling that a major breakthrough moment has finally arrived. Under the bright autumn sky, a grand medical demonstration is announced at court to showcase revolutionary surgical techniques for treating life-threatening boils and abscesses. Yunseo steps before King Sejong and Crown Prince Yi Hong, proudly presenting 6 full months of cutting-edge research conducted by Hyman-So under royal order. A senior physician whispers to Yoon-so, confirming that today's live event will cover both preventative care and actual surgical incision on a live subject. The camera shifts to the chosen patient sitting nervously in traditional attire, none other than the famous young scholar and royal scribe Shin Suk-ju. Yoon-so gives a sweet, reassuring smile, looking ridiculously excited to perform modern surgery in front of the entire royal court. To understand how poor Shin Suk-ju ended up on the chopping block, we have to rewind back 3 days ago inside the court medical office. The court physician examines a report, noting that Shin Suk-ju's condition is bad enough that standard herbal teas and plasters just won't cut it anymore. It turns out that after 9 grueling months of non-stop work on diplomatic missions abroad, Shin Suk-ju developed a massive palm-sized abscess right on his back. The physician worries that the scholar has grown far too frail, but questions why Yoon-so suddenly selected such a high-profile official for a risky experimental surgery. Suddenly, Grand Prince Soo-young pops into the room with a mischievous grin, claiming that giving Shin Suk-ju this treatment actually carries a much deeper political purpose. Look at the prince stirring up the pot. Seeing Yoon-so's sly, knowing smile in response, the physician shivers in realization that the brilliant female doctor is orchestrating a high-level political play of her own. Meanwhile, poor Shin Suk-ju sweats bullets in the corner, praying to the gods that he hasn't accidentally landed on Yoon-so's bad side. Grand Prince Soo-young assures Yoon-seo with total confidence that he will personally convince Shin Suk-ju to happily volunteer as the live surgical subject. Yoon-so chuckles cutely to herself, realizing Soo-young is cleverly using this chance to lock in Shin Suk-ju's lifelong loyalty by curing his agonizing ailment. Back in the present, the groundbreaking demonstration begins as all attending medical observers wash their hands thoroughly with high-proof distilled alcohol. Following Yoon-so's strict modern protocols, every doctor and assistant equips themselves with sterile white gowns and protective face masks. The surrounding medical staff stand in absolute awe, looking like Joseon's very first modern surgical team fully decked out in PPE. Sitting shirtless on the operating bench with a sturdy bamboo block clamp between his teeth, Shin Suk-ju nervously bows and apologizes for his uncouth appearance. The observing scholars swap baffled glances, completely thrown off by the bizarre high-hygiene outfits and intense preparation. Underneath her mask, Yoon-seo's eyes sparkle with pure passion as she prepares to showcase the power of modern medicine to the entire kingdom. You've got to love her unhinged excitement for surgery. Looming over Shin Suk-ju like a dark medical specter, Yoon-seo gives him a terrifyingly intense stare that makes the poor scholar's heart skip a beat. With Shin Suk-ju lying face down under a sterile surgical drape, Yoon-seo officially announces the start of the live abscess drainage procedure. She pulls out a gleaming, razor-sharp scalpel, calmly warning her patient to hold tight because this modern incision is definitely gonna sting. Slice! The sharp blade cuts deep into the skin, causing Shin Suk-ju to bite down on his bamboo bit and muffle an agonizing scream. The watching doctors gasp in total shock as a massive flood of trapped pus pours out, realizing the infection was 10 times deeper than it looked on the surface. Yoon-seo casually lectures the audience, explaining how surface-level boils hide massive subterranean pockets of infection that traditional herbal plasters could never reach. Wiping a drop of sweat from her brow, Yoon-seo warns that leaving deep pus untreated leads to systemic fever, severe blood infection, and eventual death. With the primary fluid drained, the assistant soaks a cotton swab in distilled alcohol to prepare for the most painful part, internal cavity disinfection. Tears stream down Shin Suk-ju's face as Yoon-seo cheerfully orders every nook and cranny of the open wound to be thoroughly disinfected, leaving the poor guy shivering in pure, unadulterated agony. Arg! Imagine waking up from an operation only to feel the raw, excruciating sting of Joseon-era surgery. The medical staff standing around can't even hide their winces as the poor patient screams in absolute agony. With a weary sigh, the head surgeon announces the procedure is finally over and orders the patient move to recovery. Poor guy's soul is literally floating out of his body right now after surviving that ordeal. Stepping out to address the room, the lead physician removes his mask and drops some major truth bombs about basic hygiene. Turns out, the secret weapon against these deadly flesh abscesses isn't some rare magic potion, but simply taking a regular bath. He passes around detailed medical charts to the eager scholars and trainees, dividing the data into 2 clear groups, patients who bathed versus those who stayed crusty. Honestly, who knew basic personal hygiene would be the ultimate life-saving hack in ancient Korea? Checking the results, the chart plainly lists who was cured and who remained beyond help, highlighting the effectiveness of Jawungo ointment on early-stage sores. Talk about a total game changer for historical medicine. Flashing a confident smile, the head doctor invites the crowd to follow him into the next ward to check on the post-surgery recovery progress. You can really feel his pride radiating through the screen. Whisper, whisper. But behind the scenes, jealous murmurs ripple through the staff. The assistant doctors grumble about doing all the heavy lifting while Grand Prince Suyong swoops in to snatch every bit of public credit for himself. Classic royal politics, right? Outside the medical compound, under a stunning golden sunset, Suyong calls out to Yunso, who looks sharp in her crisp white physician robes. Swoon! Suyong steps unnervingly close and gently cups her chin, murmuring how he won't ever forget the massive favor she did for him today. Man, the smooth-talking villain vibe here is off the charts. He chuckles, admitting he was totally skeptical that a simple skin abscess could actually kill someone until he witnessed today's live surgical demonstration. Yunso offers a gentle, sweet smile, playing along while reassuring him that she's doing everything in her power to keep him safe and healthy. But knowing her, there's always a hidden layer behind that polite grin. Later at court, King Sejong sits proudly on his golden throne, beaming with utter delight as he hears about the groundbreaking medical success. Naturally, the king officially bestows a massive royal reward upon Grand Prince Suyong for overseeing the project, while Suyong stands there looking smug as ever. Wow! But right on cue, Chief Physician Jian drops flat on his face before the throne, humbly declaring that while he's grateful, the real mastermind behind the entire breakthrough is actually Lady Sungwi Kwan. Grind. Suyong's jaw tightens in pure fury as the doctor reveals that even the medical charts were personally drawn by Yunso. You can practically hear Suyong cursing the doctor out in his head. Suyong shoots a lethal side-eye toward Yunso, fully expecting her to step forward right now and claim all the glory that he worked so hard to steal.
But to his absolute confusion, Yunseo just stands there with her hands folded, looking completely calm, collected, and totally silent.
Gulp. Suyong's eyes narrow as panic sets in. Why is she staying so quiet? Is she setting up a trap right beneath his feet? Boom! Suddenly, the peaceful silence shatters as a furious roar echoes through the medical wing. A massive, muscular scholar, freshly bandaged from surgery, comes charging at Suyong, screaming at the top of his lungs about why Suyong banned him from using pain-killing opium poppies. The poor guy almost lost his mind from the unbearable post-op pain. Suyong stammers in complete shock, totally caught off guard as the enraged noble demands an immediate explanation. Flashback time. It turns out Yunseo had previously whispered in the head doctor's ear, warning him that junior scholar Shin was a prized genius of the king, so getting him hooked on addictive opium during surgery would ruin his life forever. Gasp! Suyong connects the dots in total horror. Yunseo intentionally let him ban the painkiller so that the influential scholar would blame Suyong for the agony. Talk about playing 4D chess while everyone else is playing checkers. Step. Late that night, under the cold blue moonlight, Suyong cornered Yunso in the secluded palace courtyard, his shadow looming over her. Staring at her with dark, intense eyes, Suyong coldly demands to know what kind of twisted game she's playing with him. He fumes, accusing her of faking cooperation, refusing credit in public, and then stabbing him right in the back when he least expected it. Looking up at him with unbothered composure, Yunso softly asks if His Highness remembers their private therapy session from earlier. Flashback to their quiet session inside the medicine storehouse, where Suyong was resting comfortably on a floor mat while Yunseo took notes. Reading from her modern psychological evaluation sheet titled Healing the Inner Child, Yunso gently asked him about his most vivid memory from his childhood. She explained how confronting inner childhood trauma can reassure a person that they survived the past and are now safe. Suyong closed his eyes, recalling how when he returned to the palace as a boy, his own brothers looked at him like a total stranger while clinging to their mother. He bitterly remembered his brothers reciting royal classics learned directly from the king, putting young Suyong on the spot with tough questions he couldn't answer. Memory of being publicly embarrassed and feeling completely inferior left a deep, burning scar on his young mind. Slam! Back in the therapy room, Suyong suddenly snapped, bolting upright and furiously shouting at Yunso for asking such personal, sensitive questions. Yunso silently watched his outburst, realizing that despite all his grand ambitions, Suyong was still fundamentally a trapped, insecure boy obsessed with outshining his brothers. Back under the moonlit sky, Yunseo looks Soo-young straight in the eyes, softly explaining that while all stars in the night sky appear bright, they aren't created equal. She tells him there are stars that generate their own light and stars that merely shine by reflecting the light of others. Honestly, that line is pure philosophical poetry. Glow? Yunseo smiles serenely, wishing for Soo-young to become a star that shines with his own true light, rather than stealing from others, revealing that this was her real plan for him all along. The two walk side by side down the quiet stone path under the vast starlit sky, the heavy atmosphere slowly settling into a reflective calm. Shadows fall. Soo-young gazes down at her silhouette, realizing the immense weight of the monumental choices waiting for him in the near future. A subtle, dark smirk creeps onto Soo-young's face as he accepts her challenge, intrigued by the grand future she foresees for him. Murmur, murmur. Meanwhile, inside the bustling royal court, excitement and confusion fill the hall as news spreads. Grand Prince Anpyeong and Grand Prince Imyeong whisper frantically to each other, wondering why the royal father summoned all the princes so urgently. Glow! King Sejong sits bathed in a radiant golden light, clutching his fists with pure excitement as he prepares to drop a massive announcement. With absolute authority, the king commands all the grand princes to listen carefully, announcing a new imperial mandate that will change all their lives. Rewind to a few days ago, King Sejong stares in complete awe and excitement at a massive, intricate wooden structure brought into his study. Crown Prince Hyang proudly presents the invention, a functioning pendulum clock, built using the futuristic knowledge provided by Yunseo. Hyang points out the interlocking bronze gears, enthusiastically explaining that perfecting gear mechanics will unlock endless industrial possibilities for the country. He candidly admits the current prototype gears wear out quickly, requiring high-temperature smelting that can only be powered by massive amounts of high-quality coal. Holding up a metallic gear, Hyang proposes to the king that the dangerous, crucial task of developing state coal mines should be assigned directly to his royal brothers. King Sejong inspects the gear in his hand, a brilliant light bulb turning on in his mind as he realizes how to keep his ambitious sons productive and united. Imagine sitting on a throne thinking your siblings are slacking off while your eldest son and his wife carry the entire kingdom on their backs. King Sejong takes one look at his other royal sons and instantly gets hit with massive disappointment. While Hyang and Yunseo are pulling all-nighters for the public, these princes are out here getting drunk and analyzing poetry like spoiled influencers. Gathering his lazy princely sons in the grand hall, Sejong doesn't hold back at all. He bluntly calls them out for living in luxury and doing absolutely zero work just because they happen to be born royal. Bang! Slamming his fist with righteous anger, the king suddenly roars that as their father, it breaks his heart to see them waste away, so he's handing them a golden opportunity to finally make themselves useful.
Sweat drop. Grand Prince Anpyeong instantly raises his hand with a panicking tremor, already sensing that whatever the king is cooking up is about to ruin his entire comfortable lifestyle.
Anpyeong starts stammering excuses faster than a guilty kid caught stealing cookies, insisting he's totally content living a quiet life painting and writing calligraphy. Seriously, watching this guy scramble to avoid actual labor is peak comedy. Gulp. With a dramatic portrait highlight, Anpyeong's sweat-drenched face says it all. This man knows his lazy art days are officially numbered. Point. Ignoring the desperate excuses, King Sejong immediately drops the hammer, ordering Anpyeong to pack his bags for the freezing northern territory to personally dig up coal mines and build trade routes. Turning his glare to Prince Imyeong, Sejong doesn't spare him either, dispatching him straight to the distant coast of Sanchok to establish heavy water transport for the newly mined coal. Imyeong's jaw literally hits the floor as he internally screams in sheer horror. Man, being sent to the absolute middle of nowhere to haul rocks is definitely not what he signed up for. Shout? When the fifth prince tries to whimper out an objection, Sejong barks at him to shut up and be grateful he isn't being stripped of his royal status on the spot. Honestly, Sejong's parenting strategy here is legendary. Next up is the young sixth prince, Kimsong, whom the king assigns to stay back in the palace and put his scientific genius to work assisting the crown prince. Gloom. Seeing Kimsong's stoic, brilliant face brings a chilling historical shadow, knowing the tragedy that eventually awaits this brave young royal down the line. The room drops to sub-zero temperature as King Sejong slowly turns his razor-sharp gaze towards his most dangerous and ambitious son, Prince Soo-young. Boom! Sejong drops the ultimate bomb, commanding Sooyoung to sail all the way to Tsushima and then voyage across deadly oceans to the Ryukyu kingdom to trade for buffalo horns and sugar. Sooyoung's face turns ghostly pale as a dark purple aura consumes him. Shock! Sooyoung practically screams in disbelief, begging his royal father to reconsider sending him on a suicidal sea voyage where survival is barely guaranteed? Glare. With a terrifyingly calm expression, Sejong leans in and reminds him that historical trade routes were carved by bold pioneers, so pioneering Joseon's future is a top priority mission he cannot refuse. Talk about an absolute boss move by the king. Thud! Sooyoung drops to his knees on the red carpet, looking up at his father and Hyung in absolute desperation, searching for any sign of mercy. But King Sejong sits on his golden throne completely unfazed, maintaining a stone-cold silence that shuts down any room for negotiation. Echoing silence. The grand hall falls completely quiet, with Sooyoung kneeling defeatedly at the base of the throne while Hyung stands tall, watching his arrogant brother get put in his place. Creak! Sooyoung clenches his fist so hard his knuckles turn white, blood boiling beneath his skin as he realizes he's been thoroughly outmaneuvered. Flashback chime? As defeat settles in, Sooyoung recalls Yoonso's cold warning that if he chooses to climb to the very top, there's no turning back halfway. Meanwhile, back in her private quarters, a trusted court lady whispers to Yoonso that Sooyoung is already holding secret emergency meetings with his shady gang of schemers. Yoonso nods with sharp composure, realizing Sooyoung is treating this dangerous exiled mission as his prime chance to build an army and form an independent faction. You really have to admire how Yoonso stays 5 steps ahead of every political snake in the court. The court lady reveals that Lady Yoon is also making sneaky moves behind closed doors, specifically setting up a massive political alliance that could alter the entire balance of power. Glow. The shadowy plot involves a forced marriage between Prince Doan and the youngest daughter of the influential Han Huak clan, who holds deep ties to the Ming imperial court. Yoonso's eyes narrow with disgust at the mention of Han Huak, the ruthless opportunist who gained power by trafficking his own sisters and backing Sooyoung's bloody historical coup. Shadows swirl. Yoonseo realizes that if this corrupt union takes place, the dark timeline she worked so hard to prevent will repeat itself word for word. To make matters worse, Hanwok's sister in the Ming Palace is already flexing her imperial clout to meddle directly in Joseon's crown princess selection. Determination! Realizing they can't afford to sit idle while Sooyoung's faction gains unstoppable traction, Yoonseo decides it's time to wage counterintelligence. Turning to her loyal attendant, Yoonseo commands her to use their expanding cosmetics and soap trade network as a front to deploy undercover spies directly into Ming territory. Bow! The court lady bows deeply, promising to instantly convene Chief Court Lady Park and their secret operative network to initiate the spy mission. Whew! As soon as the attendant leaves, Chibi Yoonso hilariously slumps over, sighing about how exhausting it is to act like an authoritative royal boss all day. Looking around her quiet study, she admits that ever since being elevated to swinghee status, her schedule has been an endless marathon of political chess. Warm glow? Yet, a soft, affectionate smile warms her face as she hears tiny, rapid footsteps echoing down the hallway outside. Pat, pat, pat! The cute sound effect of tiny feet running along the wooden floor brings an instant shift in the atmosphere. A loud, adorable toddler voice yells out her name, shattering the serious political tension in the most wholesome way possible. Burst! The young royal prince bursts through the sliding doors with open arms, begging for the rest of the Little Mermaid story while his frantic nanny tries to teach him proper court etiquette. Yoonso's heart totally melts as she watches the kids, admitting that adapting modern Western fairy tales for the royal toddlers is her absolute favorite therapeutic escape. Whoosh! The two young royals slide across the floor mats and plant themselves in front of Yoonseo's table, eager to hear today's magical bedtime story. Over in the Queen's Palace, Queen So-hyun chuckles fondly, telling King Sejong how adorable it is to hear the grandchildren babble about bizarre foreign tales. Laugh! Queen Sohan hilariously recounts how little Hongwi demanded a royal decree to save the Little Mermaid from turning into foam, while the other kids asked her to explain what on earth a dwarf was. Seriously, watching modern fairy tales mess with Joseon royalty is pure gold. King Sejong offers a gentle, affectionate smile, admiring his wife's radiant joy amidst all the heavy palace drama.
Sejong softly admits he was worried the queen would be heartbroken over sending her sons into harsh exile, but seeing her so peaceful puts his troubled mind at ease. Queen Sohan looks at him with profound wisdom, stating that raw power is a dangerous addiction, and that Crown Prince Hyung was entirely right to suggest pushing his brothers into hard labor first. Serious. The queen sternly reminds Sejong that if they don't teach the princes humility and hardship now, royal blood will inevitably flow in a brutal civil war later. King Sejong gazes off into the distance, silently hoping this puff love strategy will be enough to cleanse his family's dark ambitions. Looking back at his beloved queen, Sejong sighs happily, noting that watching their grandchildren thrive is the only true peace they have left in these treacherous times. Queen Sohoin leans forward with a sparkling, mischievous glint in her eyes, teasing that there might be one more thing to celebrate. Sparkle! With an overjoyed smile, the queen eagerly asks if there's any sign of a new baby from Yoonso yet, closing the scene with pure, heartwarming family bliss.